Christmas and happy holidays to everyone. Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. I decided today to do a little bit different of a live, than what I've been conventionally doing for a while. People have been asking this for a long time. I felt like today would be pretty fitting. Today we are getting people to prove to me that the Christian God exists. So that's today's live. Merry Christmas, everyone. Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. A little bit different of a live today. Thought it was fitting for Christmas. I should have actually also got liquid before I got on live. What's up, everyone? Owen, thank you so much for the $2. Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry Christmas to you as well. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a minute. It's been a while since I've done this topic, so we're going to have to get into like the groove of everything. But what's good, everyone joining in? If you do believe in the Christian God, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you do believe in the Christian God and you are of 18 years old plus. We are looking for some debates, everyone. Merry Christmas, everyone. We're going to start getting some debates here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do believe in the Christian God. Alrighty. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much for the $100. Oh my gosh. Chardure, or I can't speak right now. And roses. Okay, sorry. Chart and roses. I can't speak right now for some reason. I can't read your name, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Merry Christmas to you. Hopefully we have an interesting live here today, everyone. It'll be a little bit different than normal. We're going to start getting some debates right now. I'm going to accept people up here. Only do send a guest request if you do believe in the Christian God. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you believe in the Christian God?
Yeah, I see you almost slipped up there, buddy.
Okay. It's muscle memory.
No, I don't. I don't know what I'm doing.
Alrighty. We are just looking for people who do believe the Christian God exists and are 18 plus, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting them going here very, very soon. Merry Christmas, everyone. Let's get it going. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you believe the Christian God exists?
Yes.
Alrighty. Why do you believe the Christian God exists?
Because I believe without God, there can be no morality.
Okay. So you think morality is true dependent upon God?
Yes.
Okay. So if God didn't exist, there would be no morality. Okay. So you think morality is subjective, correct?
No, morality is
You just said that it was true dependent upon God.
Yes, it's subjective.
Oh, so it is subjective.
God decides morality. So let me ask
So
you,
then
who decides
what limits me
morality
from
to you?
deciding the determination under my own perspective of what I see to be moral?
Wait, so you believe
In the
that
same way that God has a perspective, what limits me from having the same said perspective?
Because then there's a problem. Because you can think that unaliving someone is moral, and I can think that it's not. Then is it moral or is it not?
You could say the same thing in reference to God's perspective, right?
No, because
who's to say that you would accept? Listen here. Who's to say that you would accept God's moral position over my moral position?
What?
Yeah. What's the argument for accepting God's moral position over my moral position?
Because
if it's subjective, if they're both subjective.
No, God's the ultimate creator, and he decides what is right and wrong.
Okay, so if there was an evil creator of the universe and they said that slavery was okay, would that be good under your worldview?
I know you're going to bring up how there was slavery in the Bible.
I actually wasn't even going to bring that up. I was just trying to give you an example of something that you would deem as bad. Sorry, do you want me to use a different example?
Sure.
Like mass genocide, like calling for the execution of a bunch of people, including infants.
And you're going to say that God did that.
Dude, I'm not even. Yo, dude.
I know what you do,
Shit.
Parker.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm trying to think of something that's bad. Like, okay, if like that wouldn't be deemed under that particular perspective.
Wait, hold on. So.
Wait, no, seriously. Like, could I give you anything that we could consider?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Like, is there anything deemably bad that you could say could be the case under your own perspective? If they were to say that premarital sex is good. How about that?
Yes.
This new God, this specific God
Okay.
says premarital sex is good. Would that mean it's good?
No. Wait, what?
No? No, but like they
No.
created the universe. You just said because they created the universe, that means that their morality is going to be preferable than all other morality. And by
So
the
where
way,
are you
that's
getting
still
your
a subjective
morality?
assertion, by the way.
You still can't answer me though,
What do you mean?
because where do you get your morality from?
Myself.
Yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So if I say stealing from someone is okay, and you say stealing from someone is bad, is it bad or is it good?
Well, I think
'Cause that's
under
my-
my
that's
perspective
my
that
morality.
would be bad. But
that's
what you're
my
not
morality.
understanding is that just because we can't come to a resolution on the matter doesn't mean that morality isn't subjective.
So it's not good or bad.
What? No,
'Cause
no.
if I
I
say-
would
if I-
when I say something is good or bad, it's in reference to an index to my own beliefs.
Okay. So what?
Yeah.
So is it? So
Yeah.
it's
When
bad
when
or
I'm
good for
referencing
you?
when I'm referencing morality.
So morality is. Hold on. Let me try to think what you're trying to say. If
Let's see.
I say that hurting a cat is good, and you say hurting a cat is bad, is hurting a cat good or bad? Is there an absolute answer to this? Like,
What do
is
you
it
mean by
absolutely
absolute?
good?
What do you mean by absolute? Because I would say I absolutely think that would be bad.
Like, but is it fine for me to do it though? Because I think it's good, and that's my
No.
morality.
You might think that from your own perspective, but I still think it's wrong.
But that's my morality, so I can do it
Yeah,
because that's
yeah.
what
I
do.
don't see how this is a criticism of subjective morality. This is just like you just
Because-
understanding
no,
that
because
people have
subjective
different
morality-
moral beliefs and that I'm going to disagree with other morals beliefs.
Okay, yes, you
Like,
disagree.
if I
but
had
why
the
can't
ability to
go-
say that morality was true independent of any of our stances, right? I would love to be able to say that, but like I don't have any language that can describe that. And if that were the case, then it would be true independent of whether or not God exists, because God's mind wouldn't change the truth of morality. So this argument that you need God in order to have objective morality, not only is it not a relevant argument, but also we get nothing meaningful from the distinction in terms of subjective and objective morality in most instances. This is essentially just virtue signaling. Because like I still consider things to be wrong. You're just asking like a meta-ethical question. I really don't think that the distinction's primarily relevant to most people in terms of how they view how people should act. Like I think that's what's most relevant, the normative claims here.
No, okay, so exactly, you're saying that something is wrong because you view it as wrong, right? You view something as wrong, so it's wrong.
Yeah, that's going to be a
Yeah.
description of my psychological
So-
preferences. Yes,
Okay, and
that's
thing
just
that is
the
wrong-
reality of how morality operates.
Okay, and that thing that is wrong to you is right to me. So can I do
Okay.
it for myself because that is my morality and it's right to me?
I don't think you should,
But it's right to me, so I'll do it all I want. And
but I don't think
who
you
are to
should. I mean,
stop-
like
who are you to
this is
stop
like
me
this is
from?
like a kindergartner like
No, because
response.
you just
Genuinely,
said- You just said you decide what is moral, and I decide what is
Yes,
moral. So why
yes.
can't what I decide is moral? Why can't I go and do it?
Well, I could say the same thing to God. You're not understanding. This is just us not being able to resolve a dispute. The point you're not referencing is that again, what's to accept God's preference on morality over my preference in morality? I think my preference in morality is better. Like I don't think it's wrong for parents to tell their kids that Santa Claus exists, right? But apparently God believes that because he thinks that lying is always wrong.
Yes, God believes lying is wrong. Yes.
Yeah, always wrong? So then it was wrong for my mom to tell me that Santa Claus existed? I don't think that was wrong.
I think that. Well, yeah, kind of. Yeah, she's lying.
You do think
so
that was
yeah.
wrong?
Yeah.
Wow, dude. That's
Wow,
that's
I know,
incredible, man.
right?
Well, I mean, I disagree with that. I think my morality makes more sense than to
So
say
how-
that, my mom was wrong for telling me that Santa Claus existed. I don't really think that's a big deal.
So how do we come up with an absolute truth then? Is
What,
there any
what do you mean by
truth
absolute truth?
that stealing is wrong? Is that an absolute truth?
Stealing is wrong. Is that an absolute truth? So that's going to be absolutely true under my view. I guess how are you using absolute truth? You just didn't even use it. You just said, is something an absolute truth under my definition? How I use the term could be
Okay, no
different from the
matter
way
what
that
you-
you're using the term. So I don't want to equivocate between the different
Okay, hold
usages
on.
of our terms here.
Okay, so no matter if you say it's wrong or right, or no matter.
And also, I
if
just want
say
to
it's
clarify
wrong or
this.
right,
Even if there was a basis for your argument here, it still doesn't indicate that Christianity is true. I just want to clarify that, by the way. Not only would it not indicate Christianity is true, it wouldn't indicate any specific religion. None of that. It's
Wait,
not
so
an
how do you-
argument
how
for
do you-
anything. And also, by the way, could you say that other gods could prescribe, like other people who have different religions, they can prescribe what's true about morality?
I guess so.
Okay, so then wait, why can they,
So-
but I can't? You say
Why
that
can't
their
you?
religion is false.
Their religion is false. Yes.
Okay, so how is it any different from a secular perspective? Under your
Because you don't
under
have
your
anything
view.
to back up. You don't have anything to back up where you get your morals from. You get it from yourself.
Wait, you just said
And
that
that's
no person of any other religion has anything to back it up because it's all false. Everyone else has a
Okay.
false religion. Your religion is true, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then if they have a false religion, they don't have a basis for morality either. So you're saying no one of
No,
any
yeah.
other religion or a religious denomination of you has a moral system?
Not
Is that
the
your
right
view?
Moral system. Not the right moral
They don't
system,
have
yes.
they don't have, no, they don't have a moral system. They don't have the ability to utilize morals. Is that your view?
No, they can still.
Okay, so they
What?
wait. So even if you're saying they don't get their basis from God, right? Your
Yes.
version of God, they still can have a basis of morality. Well, then why can't I?
You can.
Oh, I
But
can. Oh, you
so
just
have that-
contradicted yourself.
No, because you have that morality, but what are you getting that morality from, though?
I'm myself.
Yourself, right?
It's
Are
a
you getting it
description
from
of my own
yourself?
psychological preferences.
So then, what if I get my morality from myself and mine is different than yours?
Again, that's the same question we asked earlier, and the same
You
question
can
can be asked
answer.
between me and God. I said
But you
I
can
don't think
answer
there's a
that.
resolution. I don't think there's a resolution to a particular disagreement in that particular circumstance, but I don't think that's a contradiction or an issue on behalf of like subjective morality.
It is, because
How?
are you going to tell me that my morality is wrong if I say something is right?
Yes, because
Are you gonna-
when I'm saying it's
But-
wrong, I'm saying it's
but-
not in accordance with my preferences.
But that's my truth, and that's what I believe. That's my
Okay,
personal.
so that doesn't mean that
Okay,
I think it's
so-
okay then.
But just because you say it's not okay, that doesn't mean that it's not okay. Because I believe it is
Wait,
okay.
okay,
You
so then
believe
you're
it's
saying
not.
someone else might have an insane other perspective. What's your argument?
Yeah, someone might
Is
have-
your argument
okay,
really
so-
that other people can have other
Because-
opinions? We already knew that. Everyone already knows that. Other people
can't
have
tell
other
me where you-
opinions.
You can't tell me where you get the absolute truth from. You say you get it from yourself, and I say I get it from myself. So how can we both
What-
get two different truths from ourselves, and one be absolutely true and one not be?
Like think about it in terms of any other preference, right? Like, can it be true that you have a particular preference about, whether it be a certain food or a certain thing you like, similar to how other people might have a different preference, and who's absolutely true about what the right preference is there? Well, it's just going to be indexed to you in that particular scenario. Now,
That's
I
the
believe that it's going to be
preference,
in morality. It's going to be indexed to my own perspective, and I'm not going to accept other people's perspectives just because they're other perspectives. I would have to hear like an argument or a reason or a justification, right, that would make me or convince me that maybe my values are more actually in accordance with theirs. I think generally we're going to rely on having a shared common value standpoint of like we think that like basic core fundamental things are wrong, and then I'm going to use those things that you already believe in to try and convince you of a different perspective or view on how you're looking at the information. So typically that's how changing people's minds is going to work. Now, in terms of this, is there a dispute, particularly if someone believes that like literally like some morally atrocious thing is good? Well, obviously there wouldn't be a dispute, right? And we wouldn't be able to like come to a resolution there. And that's oftentimes why we put people like that in prison, right? Like you understand that when someone disagrees with the common morality in general, it doesn't necessarily mean that this is accurate, by the way, but the common morality in general, they were put in prison. They're put in prison. Like if you murder someone, you're put in prison, right? If you have the view that it's justified for you to murder someone, right? Obviously, right? Mass murder people, for example. Obviously, we want to put that person in prison. We don't want that person to be around everyone else. Does that make sense? Like we can come to determinations like that, and that can be how we resolve our disputes. But that's not necessarily making a claim about anything in terms of truth. This is why, again, this is an irrelevant point to bring up, and it's honestly like it has no meaningful value to essentially argue that just because like you think that morality is subjective, that means that God has to exist, the Christian God has to exist. I think it's a ridiculous argument, right?
What
Especially because
exists
if
in
it's
that?
subjective, right, then it's subjective for God as well, right? And there's no basis to accept God's perspective over any other perspective based on the same argument you just provided. And then secondly, if you're saying it's objective, it's true independent of God's mind. So it's true whether or not God exists. So I can just appeal to the same standard of objective morality that you're appealing to in order to be able to claim that, right, and say that there's an objective sense of morality because you said that it was true independent of someone's mind.
Wait, so Han, so I lost you there for a second. Do you believe that it's objective or subjective? I kind of forgot.
What?
Morality. Do you believe morality is objective or subjective?
I believe morality is subjective.
Subjective. So like each and every person decides, right?
Yeah, what their own perspective is on the
Okay.
matter.
Okay. Then we get into problems. As I said, I think that kicking a dog is bad. And if you thought kicking a dog is
Oh my God,
good,
you're just going to
which
repeat
one
the
is
same
it?
argument. We already
Which
went
one
over
is it,
this.
Parker? Which one?
Dude, we already went over this.
And you don't know. You would
It's
then have
okay.
to say, oh, well, it's just what you believe. It's wrong or it's right if you believe it. Which that's not how that works.
Did you see
There
my
has to be
argument to that? Like the same thing could be said about God's position as well, because God, it's
okay,
true, dependent upon God's position under your view.
but is it wrong or is it right for me to kick a dog?
I think it's wrong.
But why? If I literally just said, I believe it is okay to me, which I don't, but hypothetically, I believe it's okay. That's my truth, and I'm gonna do it. And if you tell me to stop, no, that's fine. That's what I want to do. You're seriously gonna sit there and say, nope, it's wrong. Because why? Because I say so. Because I, Parker, say that it's wrong. Therefore, it's wrong.
Yeah, it's the
That's what you
same
have
thing
to
as
say.
what God
That's
does
what
with
you have to
morality.
So
Why are
come
the
with
things that
doing-
God believes is wrong wrong? Because
So what-
God says it was wrong. Like again,
why is the
genuinely, you're
problem
not
with-
providing any unique argument or any
because
dispute against my position. Because again, there would be no reason to accept God's position over my position then.
Because you literally are saying that you don't accept it because does when God does it, but you literally do it yourself.
Say it again.
You literally are doing the exact same thing that you say that God does, or God.
Like
would
what?
do. As I said, if you say that kicking a dog is bad, and I say it's good, and I do it, and you would be saying that your truth is the absolute truth, that kicking a dog is bad if you see me kicking
Well,
a
obviously,
dog.
I'm going to believe what I believe is preferable to be preferable. That seems trivial.
So would you stop me then? Would you stop me from kicking a dog?
Would I stop you?
Would
Yes,
me
we
from-
use the law to like stop people from doing things like that. Do you understand that like we use the law to like morally enforce these things? That doesn't mean that necessarily that changes your moral view. That would just be the legal application of your moral view.
But why can't I do that though? Does that then make your truth the absolute truth? Or
Okay,
you would tell
I
me
don't know what you mean by absolute truth. Can you define absolute truth?
absolute truth, the truth that I don't know how to explain this.
Where's the galaxy? You're saying true independent of a stance?
Yes. Like
Okay,
it's
so
true
then
no matter what
so
you
then
say,
if it's
no matter
true
what I say.
independent of a stance, it's true independent of God's stance. So if God didn't exist, it would still be true, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
you just conceded.
No, I did not.
He just conceded. He just conceded that God is not required for there to be objective morality. Nice concession. I appreciate it. Thank
You
you.
can't tell me where you get your morals from.
Your whole argument.
You
Can
have
we
not told me.
move to a new argument now?
Could
Because
tell me?
you just conceded it was objective and true
You can't
independent
tell
of
me where
God's
you get your
existence.
morals from. Just tell
Wait,
me
you
where
just
get your
you
morals
just
from.
conceded,
Tell me.
dude. I'm serious.
Tell me. Tell me.
Tell you
Where
what.
do you get your morals from?
I've already answered this question. I get them from myself.
You get it from yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
And as I said, I get it from myself. If I
Okay.
I don't, but if I get it from myself, you get it from yourself.
Is he going to repeat
There.
the same argument?
And now we're stuck. Yep, we're stuck. Because I believe something's true.
Okay.
You believe something else is true. So it can't be true at all then, right? Is it right or is it wrong? You don't know because you can't tell me.
Again, I've already told you multiple times.
Again, yes,
Apparently,
yes,
you're stuck at this point yourself.
No.
It's
And
okay.
Okay. So how do you believe that the universe came to be? Like the world and everything.
I have no clue. I'm an agnostic atheist. So I don't know what caused the universe's existence prior to the Big Bang. I just don't believe it's one of the Abrahamic religions. I think it's possible that it is some sort of God, like a deist notion of God. But I don't think the Abrahamic notion of God makes any sense in accordance with the set of world we exist in. You would have to essentially assume parameters that no one would assume to be the case in order to like get to that conclusion, like genuinely.
Did you believe in? So do you believe in any god at all? You don't, don't you? Do you not?
No, I
Like,
don't believe in any
okay.
God.
So would you not think that there would have to be a higher power that is above all other creation and all of beings to create the universe and everything in it?
I don't think that's
Would you believe-
necessitated. I think there could be a natural explanation in which led to the Big Bang, but I don't have any reason to believe it's the natural explanation over the sort of higher power that created the universe. So that's why I'm agnostic, is I don't know, because I don't think that there's any argument for one over the other. And even if you say that there's an argument for causation, it does not necessitate that that argument would include like a higher power that has a sentient mind that created it. It could just be a natural cause that was eternal.
Well, because
So-
when have we ever?
Mhm.
When have we ever seen something come to life from non-life, like something just spontaneously come to life?
Abiogenesis?
We've never. No, that was God.
Okay, well, you
God
could just
made
say
that.
that. You could just
Well,
say
but
that,
you
but
don't
like that
believe it.
doesn't
But
change.
you
I
don't
mean, there's
believe
no
in
more
God,
reason
so-
to believe it's God rather than to believe it was a natural cause. So like where do you move from that point to say that it's more likely a God, like specifically the Christian version of God, rather than just say some sort of naturalistic explanation that we don't know about yet?
Do you know? When have we ever seen something spontaneously come into being out of nowhere? Just spontaneously.
No, I'm not necessarily saying spontaneously. I guess maybe let me think about it this way. So I'm saying that it's possible that there was a natural state that existed that was eternal and always existed.
So why can't that be God?
Again, when you say that that's God, I only think that you would necessitate that that's God if it has some sort of mind or properties of thinking or being, identity in of itself that would be independent of like what you would assign to like a rock or the force of gravity.
You're comparing God. Wait, what? You're
Yeah,
comparing
like
God to a force of gravity.
like if you're just gonna say God is referred to, say like natural forces, say like the force of gravity, well then I think that the way that you're viewing God is so different than the way that the Abrahamic version of God is created and said to be in the context of the Bible.
And what do you mean by that? Like
Well,
how is it
'cause
referred to according to you, according to the Bible?
yeah, as like a being with like some sort of like omniscience,
Yeah.
omnipotence, and omnibenevolence, and like in that context, they are like a personal being that you can have a
Yeah.
relationship with.
Yes, you can. Why do you think you can't? Or why do you think, or if you did believe in God, why wouldn't we
Can
get
you have a
along good?
relationship with
Why couldn't we?
like
Yeah,
can you have a personal relationship with gravity? Like obviously physically there's like a relationship. I'm saying like personally, like you have relationships with your siblings or your parents
Mhm.
or your friends.
Yeah. Can you have a relationship with gravity?
You can.
I don't know what you
You can
mean
have a
by
relationship with
by
gravity in the
that.
same personal way
Well,
that you can have
no,
a
because
relationship with your family, your friends, and your
no, no, because
siblings.
gravity is not a living. Gravity is not a being. Not a being. A
Of
living
course, it's not a
thing.
personal being, right? So
Okay.
then, like, obviously, if you're just going to refer to natural forces as God, that's so different than referring to, say, sort of a personal being that you can have a relationship with on a personal level, right? Like, you can have a personal relationship with Jesus, right?
Yes, you can have a personal.
Exactly. That's my point. So
Wait, do
there's
you
a,
believe that Jesus existed?
I believe that Jesus existed as a person, but not as a God.
So, what do you think he was? A liar? What do you think he was? He was either a liar or he just tricked a lot of people. What do you think he did? What do you think he
Um,
was? A
well, I think,
hypocrite? Yeah.
I think that I would say that he, like, if you made claims about him being God,
Yes,
I would say that he was
yeah, he
wrong.
claimed to be God. Yeah. So what do you think? You think he just wanted to, lead people astray from what? What was he here to do?
I'm not sure on all of his motivations.
So you what? So why do you think that Jesus existed?
As any other person exists. I don't see why there would be a unique reason to designate for Jesus comparative to any other person. If you'd like to provide me any evidence to designate Jesus as any other different person that I'd interact with, I'd love to see the evidence of that.
Well, Jesus himself claims that he says I am the Father are one. There's that. I don't remember exactly which verse that is. There's also multiple other verses where he claims to be God.
If I claim to be God right now, would you believe me?
No,
Why not?
because you're not, and I
Why
know you're
not?
not.
Right?
And I know you're a sin. I know
Who knows?
because you're
Who
a
knows? I
sinner.
could be
Because
God
you're
in
a
the
sinner.
flesh right now.
No, because you're a sinner.
How do you know that?
And God doesn't sin. How do I know you're a sinner? Because I've been in your lives before, and you have mocked
Uh,
God. You've mocked
uh,
God. That's sin. So yes,
Damn it, dude.
I'm a
Damn it, dude.
sinner.
See,
Yeah.
this argument would be so much better if you didn't have priors with me, okay? Because then you wouldn't be able to make a determination on any sin that I've engaged in. So it's very possible that I could be. But the point that I would make is that, again, if you don't know about someone's behaviors that they've engaged in, obviously you wouldn't be able to designate whether or not they've engaged in a sin, right? So that if we don't have information about whether or not they've done things, that just doesn't mean that they haven't sinned before. That's a ridiculous assertion. Also, secondly, like in terms of what you designate to be morally wrong, that's something that we could talk about in terms of that perspective. That's different under like what my worldview would be versus like what Jesus's worldview would be.
Okay, what do you mean by that? By your morals would be different than what Jesus is, or whatever you said.
Yeah. So
Can you
like if
explain that to me a little bit?
obviously I could say that like I haven't done things that would be deemingly like under a particular perspective morally wrong, right, based upon my own standard of morality, and if you didn't have
But
priors
James,
with me, right, in terms of my behavior, well, then obviously you'd have to believe that that's the case under your own reasoning. Does that make sense? Because you don't have any information that says that they have violated the own morality that they said, because you don't have any priors with them in terms of experience to be able to indicate that.
so you think that we have to have experience to therefore say if something's right or wrong? Is that what you're
Or
saying?
we have to have some sort of experiential relation to be able to do so from anyone in order to be able to say so. Like we can't just like make claims about things. Like I could claim that I actually, Stewie Griffin is the creator of the universe, right?
Wait, no,
And
because I don't have personal
if I
experience
could
with
just make
saying,
any claim I want, like who's to believe one claim over the other?
but I don't have personal experience with
I could
someone
say that I elevate
unaliving
over water,
someone.
right? Like
And
I've done that before. I've elevated over water.
I don't have personal experience with someone unaliving someone. I can still say that unaliving someone is wrong, but I
Obviously,
don't have
I'm
any
not. I'm not
personal.
disputing. I'm
But
not disputing.
because you said we have to have personal experience with it.
No, I'm saying in order to justify that certain types of events occurred. You're misunderstanding. That's a normative moral claim, right? I'm referencing specifically that things have occurred, right? Like as a historical prescription of like, or not prescription, description of history.
Like, hold on, I'm kind of sorry. I'm not as
Yeah, in order to describe history, we have to have information
Yes,
on what occurred, right?
yes, we do, and we do have
Okay.
information on Jesus's life, and well, you said that you
Yeah,
believe
but we
that
have
he
no
was
information that justifies that he was a god.
that he rose from the dead. There were
Okay,
witnesses
well,
that saw
okay,
his
well,
empty
there are
tomb.
claimed
So
witnesses. There aren't even first-person accounts in the context of the Bible. In the New Testament, they're not even first-person accounts. It was passed down through stories and then written down like a generation plus after Jesus died. So I don't think there's a really good series of events there. We have a better series of events to claim that I've elevated over water.
that no, because you have what?
Yeah, or that I saw a floating pig. And like, there's going to be 500 plus people in the comment section that agree with me that they saw the floating pig as well, right?
You could trick people to say that they saw it with you.
Oh, okay. So then,
You could,
couldn't you say the
but that's
same
not.
thing in terms of this? Because this is just a claim of 500 people. It's not actually like a first-person account from each of the 500 people.
So how would we get those exact number? What am I trying to say? The evidence of the 500 people. How would we do that if it was true? Because
It's just a
according to you,
claim of
we need
500
evidence.
people.
But
It's
according
not.
to you,
There's
we
no
need the
evidence of it.
How would we get the evidence? How would we be able to even get the evidence of all the
Well, 500 people could each write down their accounts.
You want every single person that saw Jesus' resurrection to write it
Yeah,
down.
they could be interviewed and they could write down the account. We do that like today with like things that happen.
They would not have been interviewed back in the Old Testament, New Testament times. I mean, they wouldn't have been interviewed.
Why not?
There weren't interviews.
That you couldn't talk. You couldn't talk to people and then write it down.
No, you could talk to people.
Okay. So if there wasn't an account for that, what reason do we have to believe it?
Okay, you might have got me there, but
It sounds like you're gonna have to believe based upon faith and a belief without evidence. And if you do that, there's no reason to believe any religion over any other religion.
so then you shouldn't believe. You don't believe in any religion, right?
I'm not
You
religious.
said you're not religious. So do you say all religions are bad or wrong?
No, like I mean,
Why not?
I don't think. Listen, I don't think that like a progressive interpretation of Christianity is like an evil thing.
But you just said because there's not any.
I disagree with the worldview, but I don't think it's like an evil thing.
There's not
What's that?
absolute evidence for all other religions. So why can't we just say all religions are false? You just said you wouldn't say all religions are false, but we don't.
Yeah,
have
but I could
evidence
say
of
like Abrahamic religions are false
Why don't you say like
because like I have
Islam or
contradictions to
Judaism
indicate that
or
they're false, and that's why I would say that based upon certain prescription listed in the context of the worldview. But in terms of other religious worldviews, they don't necessarily make self-contradictory claims. So I'm not going to claim that it's false, even though I might not accept it to be true.
so do they have evidence of their claims though?
For other,
Of
even if they don't have evidence, not having
still
evidence
say that
doesn't mean
it's
it's
possible?
false. Let me clarify. Not having evidence doesn't mean it's false. It just means I
You were
don't
just
have reason to
asking me for
accept it to be
evidence.
true.
You were just asking me for evidence of Jesus.
What's up?
So you were just asking me to to have evidence that Jesus existed. So
No,
if
I'm
I
not
didn't have
asking for
evidence
evidence that Jesus
that Jesus
existed.
exists,
I'm asking for evidence that Jesus resurrected from the dead, that he walked over water, that he turned water into wine. That's what I'm looking for evidence for, because I don't think that you can establish within the context of history that that would be the case, because you're talking about miracles. Miracles are the least probable thing to occur. When you're looking at historical based evidence, you're trying to determine what's most probable to have occurred. So the only way you could say it's most probable and least probable in terms of an explanation at the same time is if there's only one possible explanation. So you'd have to have evidence or some sort of basis to rule out every other explanation but one in order to say that it's the least probable and most probable simultaneously, right? Which is just, you don't have a basis for. There's no basis to say that. So I would say, based upon historical basis, you have no reason to accept it. Now, based upon faith, people accept it without reason or evidence. But then in that circumstance, I have an issue with accepting that, because really that doesn't really establish a baseline for truth at all. And why would we live our life behind something that we don't know to be true or have no basis to accept over any other basis? Is kind of like my perspective, but I understand why people do so, because it obviously, like, I understand that it feels good, it gives meaning and purpose to a lot of people in terms of their own sense of things, but I again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true.
because basing your morals on God is better than basing it off of yourself.
If you believe that and you want to do that,
is.
you can, but I just don't think that's true.
How? I literally just said my morals could be
I don't
very
I don't think
corrupt.
I don't think premarital sex is wrong. Do you think premarital sex
My
is wrong?
premarital. Did you say you don't? I do.
Yeah, I don't. You do?
Yes, I think that premarital sex is wrong.
Okay. Do you think lying in every instance is wrong?
Lying in every instance. See, now that I might differ from other people. I would say that no, lying in every instance is not.
Okay, so you
And if I
literally
were-
disagree
if I
with
were-
the Ten Commandments.
I mean, it's like, oh, you're not a true Christian.
I'm not saying you're not a
false
true Christian. I'm
No,
just
I've
saying
seen
that,
what you do. I've seen
like,
what
you
do,
have
brother.
you have different moral prescriptions from the Bible, and that's fine.
And then you're gonna say you're not a real Christian, then Trevor.
I never
You're
said
just
you're
a
not a real
false-
Christian.
Okay, so our morals are based on ourselves, but they can't be based on ourselves because then they can contradict each other, and then we're stuck.
Okay, well, I mean, the same thing happens when you say that it's dependent upon God. And if you say that it's independent of God, well, then it's true whether or not God exists. So this whole argument you're making that the reason why the Christian God exists is because morality is subjective is not a good argument at all. And it also, like, you're still not giving evidence for the Christian God existing. And by the way, again, everyone, Merry Christmas. Can I say thank you to a few people, and then we can keep going with the conversation?
Yep.
For sure. I have a few people to thank, everyone. Shauna, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so nice of you. Don't worry about that. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you, Shauna. Kristen, thank you so much for the push of the $20. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much, of course. I got you. Shay, thank you for the $7. Merry Christmas to you. Kimberly with the $20. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kimberly. That's so kind of you. Anna, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Maybe. We'll see. Angie, thank you so much for the push of the $1. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you as well. Asher, thank you so much for the $10. Happy holidays. Oh, I see you on that. That's wild. Greg, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Base, Deidre, thank you so much for the appreciate the. Oh, thank you. I just see that now. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And then Angie, thank you so much again for the $1. I'll make sure to try to look that up. I also have some people on YouTube to thank. By the way, if you like this content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. This is a little bit different of a live than I typically do. I typically do, obviously, political lives. Everyone knows me for that. But I used to do this a bunch. Like beforehand, I thought it would be fitting for today. On Christmas. It's been a long time. People have been asking for me to do this, too, for a long time, actually. Han Solo, thank you so much for really pushing the $5. Thank you so much on the YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Yes, I'll definitely make sure to ask for that. Corey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. Merry Yule. Merry Christmas. Buttel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. Hope, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And they said, I'm extremely progressive, proud supporter of freedom of any religion, or lack thereof. I don't think morality comes from God. Happy holidays. Thank you so much, Hope. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Based. Ashley, thank you so much for the $2. Merry Christmas to you as well. Linus, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Linus. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thank you. Holy shit, I didn't even see all these. Ellen, thank you for the $50. Merry Christmas, Ellen. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mindful, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much, Mindful. Democracy Dies in Darkness, thank you for the $20. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you as well. Minnie, thank you so much for the $50. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much, everyone. So kind of y'all. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Merry Christmas to all. Chloe as well. Again, thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you as well. Alrighty. We can. Jenny, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Alrighty. So continue with what you were saying. Do you want to provide like an argument? Why do you think that God exists?
Because I've already said my piece. And
Is it
let's
just
say there's
morality?
multiple God. Morality is the major, yes. And
Wait, okay, but like that wouldn't even prove the Christian God's existence. Wouldn't that just mean that you have to accept a God under your view?
so which God should I choose then? Why are you
Well-
so against the Christian God?
Well, because
Why
I
aren't you
think that
against
it's contradictory.
any other God that any other religion has? Why do you always attack just the Christian religion?
Because that's most people who live in the country that I live in, and I'm most familiar with because I grew up in a Christian household myself.
So is it from personal experience? Is that why you are so against it?
It's just I talk about it more because it reflects on our political systems to a greater extent.
How? Because like abortion? Is that where you're gonna go?
Well, that's one of the things I could bring up, but I'm just saying like in general, like Christianity and Christian
and one
influence is a
nation under
large
God,
influence
one-
over our political sphere.
You also hate like one nation under God. Is that also part of it?
I'm not like hating of these things, dude. Like I'm not like hating, but you're not understanding. I just disagree.
It seems like you do. Why do you? So what do you have these lives for then?
This is the first time I've done this live in a long time.
No. You've had other lives. You've had other lives where you talk about God doesn't exist and why.
Yeah, it's been years though. It's been years though. I do politics mainly now. Why did I? Because I one deconstructed my own religion. I thought it was interesting to engage in these types of conversations. Two, I wanted people to critically think more about religious beliefs because I think that's an important thing, and I think that was something that I adopted in terms of my worldview. So those are the reasons that I typically did so, like historically.
You don't think you're trying to lead people away from their religion?
Sure, I would like to.
That's a major. Yeah. Okay. So you are. So
Yeah.
That's the whole
I mean,
reason
what's
you're
wrong
doing
with
it.
that? What's wrong with that?
So what's wrong with me trying to spread my religion and get other people to agree with my beliefs? What's wrong with that?
Because I think you have an incorrect basis for it.
You're just your whole thing is just so you can say, oh look, I turned you away from God and ha 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 ha. Now you don't believe in God. That's literally your thing.
No, my thing is just I literally happen to disagree, and these are the reasons why I disagree.
And why are you trying to get people to turn away or stop believing in the Christian
Because I want
God
people
or
to accept the truth.
The truth.
And yeah.
But it's not. You can't prove that it's the truth.
Yeah, I can.
How? Prove
Okay.
that it's the truth. That there is no God at all.
There's no Christian God. Yeah. So
You say there's no God.
well, I just don't accept that a God exists. I don't say that there is no God necessarily. Does that make sense? I think there might be some notion of a God, but I don't believe in a God. That means I just don't believe it to be true that a God
Why can there be
exists.
no Christian God?
What's up?
Why can there be no Christian God?
Yeah, I got you. Is the Christian God perfect?
Yes, the Christian God is perfect.
Okay, which means flawless, correct?
Yes.
The Christian God chose to create the earth, right? And
Yes.
creation?
Christian God. Yes.
Okay.
God chose.
So
to create the
so
earth.
in terms
Yeah.
of creation, there's a point where it doesn't exist, and then a point where it exists. Do we at least agree on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so a point prior to the creation of everything was perfect. God existed alone. There was nothing
Yeah.
in which was a flawed as a part of existence. Okay? Why would God choose to go from a state of existence in which has no flaws to a state of existence that either does have flaws or will have flaws? right? Given that they are perfect, because that would mean that they preferred a state in which is imperfect based upon their own standard, comparative to a state of affairs that is perfect.
Maybe to show his, so we can glorify him and give him praise and glory. And I know
Then
you've had
that would
this,
mean that it would be more preferable, right? You're claiming that overall it's more preferable, but it can't possibly be considered that if there are sins, right, or flaws as a part of it. So unless you're willing to say that everything within the context of the world is perfectly good from an all things considered perspective, well then you're claiming that God went from a perfect creator, created not only a perfect or imperfect state of affairs, but also that they chose to go or desired to go from a perfect state to a state that is imperfect. So they desired a flawed reality over a flawless reality, which is a contradiction because a flaw entails that it's either a lack of desirability or a less desirable.
No, because God created the world perfect, and everything was perfect until we sinned. So
Yeah,
God
so
didn't create
I already
the
addressed
world
that.
to be- and yeah, you've had this conversation with Charlie Kirk, who, by the way, you mock and make fun of and everything, which is a terrible thing that you do, but you don't care.
Yeah, nice pivot. And how did I mock and make fun of him?
When you were like, "Oh, my neck hurts." Yeah, I seen those videos.
That was
You and
I
Dean
was
making
yeah,
fun of
this is
Charlie Kirk.
this is actually a really dishonest thing that people do. I was saying that in relation to someone pivoting. I never said that about Charlie. I wouldn't joke
Well,
about
Dean
that. I
has
didn't
to.
joke about that. That's not me joking
Dean
about
did
that.
too.
That is someone literally misclipping something and trying to say that that was my intention. That's not
Or
what I
Dean-
meant at all. That's not what I was
Dean
saying. I
has-
was saying that about them pivoting. I say that all the time when people pivot. It had nothing to do with them. They said Charlie right after, and I didn't hear that.
Your friend, your best friend, Dean has. He plays the "We Are Charlie Kirk," and
Yeah,
you
that's
guys
making
laugh
fun of
and
people who
joke and-
claim that they are
making
Charlie
fun of
Kirk
Charlie
themselves,
Kirk.
not making fun of Charlie dying.
So you don't think that you're making fun of Charlie Kirk's unaliving at all?
No, not at all.
Okay. You know that's a blatant lie.
That's not a
That's
blatant lie, and I'll explain every single part of this.
It is.
But nice pivot away from the entire argument.
Well, you're lying. So why are you lying? Just tell the truth.
I'm not
that
lying.
you-
Where did I
you were
lie?
making
I'm
fun of
serious.
Charlie Kirk unaliving.
I genuinely didn't. And by the way, if I did, I would admit it.
You
Like
did.
I'm gonna stand on my position.
No,
I
you're
didn't.
not.
I
You're
stand on my
not.
position. I'm genuinely standing on my position here. Nothing about my position has changed at all here. I've said this from the original time. You can actually, someone has asked me about this before,
Yes,
and you can
at-
see
at
my
first
original
you did,
reaction
yes.
when it happened, because I
first, yes.
genuinely didn't even
At
know
first.
that happened, because I didn't think that like that occurred. And then I saw the clip, and I was like, okay, well, I remember that it was specifically in reference not to me talking about Charlie, but me talking about them pivoting, because they were bringing up something that was irrelevant to the point I was arguing.
Yeah, but then I've seen your guys' lives, and I've seen you guys. Someone mentions Charlie Kirk, and then you play the song, and you laugh, and all this and that. I've seen it. Why do you have to lie about it? Just admit that you've
I mean,
done it.
that's. I mean, I don't think I've done that on the live, but Dean has done that, and I don't think that that's making
has
fun of
done that.
Charlie dying. I think that's making fun of people who claim themselves to be Charlie Kirk.
Who is there's been people that claim to be
Literally,
Charlie Kirk.
I'm serious.
That's
Yes,
that's kind of crazy.
that's what we're making fun of. What you just laughed at there is the exact
Okay,
same
yes,
thing
that
we
is
did,
crazy, but-
and then you said that we were making fun of Charlie dying, which obviously
Okay.
we were not doing.
Well, and I might be wrong, but
You
Am I
just
wrong?
laughed at it. He
Okay,
just laughed
okay,
at it, dude.
I'm not okay. But I'm not laughing at Charlie Kirk's dying.
Exactly. What?
Okay, and then, yeah,
You just
okay,
proved
maybe
their
I was-
point.
Okay, yes, maybe I was wrong then. Okay, I admit.
Okay,
that.
I'm sorry. I thought it was just funny that you just exactly proved the point. We agree.
But from what I saw, from my perspective, I saw it as you were making fun of, and I guess I was wrong for thinking that. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I understand how you got that interpretation, but I think it's a bit dishonest of people to post clips like that, like specifically to get people to have that type of interpretation. Especially when, like, I mean, I've clarified, like, I didn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Okay. Well, I really don't have anything else right now. So
Alrighty.
sorry.
I mean, did you want to
Yeah,
address my
well,
argument about perfection, maybe?
Which part? How God?
Yeah,
is
like
perfect?
how could you, a perfect
How
being,
did God,
choose to
perfect
go from a
being-
perfect state of affairs to an imperfect state of affairs, given that would mean that they desired a state in which
Like, he
was
didn't
flawed
create-
over a state that's flawless based upon their own definition of what is flawed.
You're saying it as if God made Earth and us because we were gonna sin. That's what you're trying to say. It's like. God created everything because we were going to sin. That's why God created us.
No, 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 no. I'm saying that God created it knowing that there would be sin, knowing that there would be flaws. Okay, because God is all-knowing, right?
Yes, God is all-knowing. Yes, God is all-knowing.
Okay, so
Okay.
then that's like my point, is that like God is all-knowing. God knows that either they stay in a state that's perfect or they go to a state that, although it might be considered perfect right now, will be imperfect in the future. And even so, I don't think that it's considered perfect at that moment if it's inevitably going to be imperfect, because in order for it to have any type of ability to be corrupted and become imperfect, it would entail that it quite literally is imperfect and not perfect in of itself, because that would be a flaw.
No, it's not how it works. Like if I'm taking a test and I have a perfect score before I turn it in, and I change an answer and then it's not perfect anymore, it still would have been perfect before I changed it. So it can still be perfect before you change something.
I think you're misunderstanding my point here. Is that you aren't you might have got a perfect answer on that test, but you aren't perfect in of itself, meaning that you have flaws that you could flaw, like you could do something that is undesirable. So this is what's kind of not being understood here, is that in this context, the idea of perfection is not only relevant to the personal being and the personal identity of that being, meaning that them in their entirety is considered perfect, their entire being, but also at that point of existence, they are the only thing to exist, meaning all existence would be defined by that, if that makes sense. There's nothing that exists that is flawed. All in which exists is flawless. So why would God decide to go from a state in which is all flawless to a state in which would have flaws intentionally?
But God didn't create us to have flaws, though. That's the thing, and that's why we have free will.
Yeah, I understand.
We have free will, and we chose to sin and go away from God's will. Not God's will, but
I get it. But that in of itself, I think, is indicative of the fact that, again, you couldn't possibly go from one state to the other. But assuming that we talk about a different point, do you believe that aborted fetuses go to heaven?
Me personally, yes. But you're going to say, oh, they're not human beings, they're just a clump of cells, which we're all clumps of cells.
No. I'm saying that if aborted fetuses go to heaven, well, then that means they didn't have to go to Earth and have free... Listen, that means that they don't have to go on the Earth and have free will and do everything that they do in their life in order to be able to make it to heaven. Heaven, do you agree, is preferable to Earth?
Heaven... Wait, what?
Is heaven preferable to Earth?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
If God could directly send all of us, in terms of our souls, to heaven, like he did in terms of aborted fetuses, why didn't he do so, given that it's preferable to Earth?
Because I don't know, I'm not God. You're asking me something.
No, think about it. If heaven is preferable to Earth, and it's possible to send us all directly to heaven rather than sending us to Earth in the first place, given that God is all good, all knowing, and all powerful, it logically necessitates that we'd be sent to the preferable world.
But as I said, I don't know if aborted fetuses...
You would have to argue that every aspect of our society in which entails any evil or suffering is logically necessary to occur in order to be able to achieve some sort of perfect state. That's the argument you'd have to make. And if it's not logically necessary, God could have used, within the means of what he could do, right, something else to be able to achieve that end goal that didn't require as much bad. And that's logically what would be entailed to occur, because they're all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good.
So what do you think God should have... If God knew that we were going to sin and betray him and all that, which, you know, if you believed in God, let's hypothetically you believed in God, and God knew that we were going to sin and all that, how should God have made the earth and all of us? Should he have just made it like terrible and awful and horrible and sinful?
Okay, let me ask you this question. This is how you could.
He knew it was going to happen.
In heaven, do you have free will?
In heaven, we have... Yes.
Okay, you have free will. Is there sin in heaven?
No.
Okay, so you can create a world in which there's free will and no sin. Okay, so send us directly to heaven. Because again, what was going to cause... There's going to be no sin, and you still have free will. What is the reason for us to go to Earth with sin? There's seriously no fucking reason at all. Other than, like, you're saying that this God has some sort of, like, evil intentions to send us to the worst place possible. They're all evil. No, that's obviously not your perspective. So how do you explain that?
That's something I don't fully know. And I probably won't ever fully know because I'm not God. And you're gonna say, "Oh, you don't know it." Yes, I do, because you can't possibly know everything that what's God's will and what God's plan, because we can't have the same thinking as Him, because He's a higher power than us. He's Almighty, all powerful. So we can't possibly think the same way He does.
So then I think your view just is going to, like, essentially, I could give you any argument that could show a contradiction, and you just say, like, you know what? God's all knowing, all powerful, all good, and there are going to be some things that I can't explain. That's going to be your inevitable conclusion, instead of actually accepting the argument.
Accepting that, what?
Yeah.
There are things that I'm not gonna know based on God, because yes, what you think I should know everything about God? How would I know everything about if He existed? How would I be able to know everything about Him? Hypothetically, God exists. Okay, how would I be able to know everything about Him? I couldn't.
I'm not saying you could know everything about God. I'm just saying that you know certain things, like you know that things can contradict. You can identify the contradiction, and then if you can identify the contradiction, you should not hold to the worldview.
And are there not any contradictions in what you believe at all? Such as,
like what?
Let's say how the world was created, how your politics.
Okay, what about it?
Are there no contradictions at all in what you believe politically? None at all?
If I identify a contradiction, I would not hold to the view.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
There's never been a contradiction that you have.
I have, and that's why I changed my views.
Oh yeah, because did you used to be? I don't know. Well,
I used to be a Trump supporter in high school. I used to be a communist.
I knew Dean was a Trump supporter, but I didn't know that you were.
Yeah, in high school I was.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Before I had the capacity to vote.
Okay. Yeah. So. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about before we go on to the next person?
No, that's all.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
It was nice talking to you.
Have a good day. Merry Christmas.
You too.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Merry Christmas to all. Happy holidays, everyone. Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. Carissa, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. Merry Christmas to you as well. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10. Happy holidays. Happy holidays for you as well. And Sharon, thank you so much for the $10. Merry Christmas. Alrighty. I'm sorry, there's no criteria. I apologize, everyone. It's all muscle memory. Only send a guest request if you are Christian and 18 plus. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you're Christian 18 plus.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
And do you are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
And what's your birth year?
10th of September 2001.
Okay. September 2001, and you said you're 24?
Yep.
Okay. And why do you believe in the Christian God?
I believe in the Christian God because of my own personal walk with Christ, and because of the mass experience of millions of others that relate to mine.
Okay. So you're saying that, what do you mean by mass experience?
Yeah, like you have millions of testimonies out there, and these bring me confidence in my faith, which has led me to ultimately have a strong belief in Christ, pretty much, and the Bible.
Okay, so you mean testimonies are just people claiming that they've come to Christ? That's really all it is. I mean, I don't think that people going to Christ is an evidence of the fact that Jesus Christ is God. I think that the one point you could point to here is then that, when more people inevitably are Muslims, because inevitably there's going to be a point where majority of the global population is Muslim. At that certain point, would you then say that there would be better evidence to believe in Islam?
I don't doubt the idea that there's different religions who have millions of testimonies as well in those religions, sure, but it's just because of my own experience, right? Which is why I believe in what I believe. I'm not gonna discredit anyone else's belief, but because it's all subjective. But I'd like to ask you, when it comes to providing proof for the Christian God, would you agree that empirical evidence wouldn't be, if the Bible was true, that empirical evidence wouldn't be a relevant form of evidence for proving uh, the existence of God.
I mean, it depends on the claim that you're referencing. If you're making like an empirical claim, but like yeah, generally, like it wouldn't be a basis for accepting it. Uh, it seems like you are using it as a basis because you're using the experiences of individuals as a basis for saying that it's true. So, do you believe that it's empirical?
No, I don't. I don't. When it comes to how
Okay, but you
we,
just were arguing it was.
no, no, no. I'm not saying I don't believe in empirical evidence necessarily when it comes to the Bible. I don't think that's a relevant form of evidence when it comes to proving the biblical God and
Yeah.
Jesus Christ's existence, because it makes spiritual claims, and those cannot be proven by our empirical uh, methods that we use to
Uh,
determine truth. You
okay.
know.
So then, how do you determine the truth of Christianity as opposed to any other religion?
Well, yeah. Well, when dealing with the Bible, when it comes to evidence for the Bible, given the claims in the Bible, you can't look towards empirical evidence. So you have to look for a relevant form of evidence would be personal testimony, because we see God teaches about a personal relationship, and so that would be the evidence. And we see in today's world, you have millions of
Wait,
people who have
isn't that empirical?
I mean, it's a form of empirical evidence, but it's not
But
not
you just
not
said
to
it couldn't
prove the
be
Bible.
empirical.
Well, I'm talking empirical in a sense where when it comes to the spiritual claims being made in the Bible, like how can you prove um demons existing, for example? Like we don't have any methods to determine whether we can prove these things to be true. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly kind of like my point. It's like if you have no mechanism to determine it to be true, why do you believe it?
Well, yeah, because there is, I believe in the personal, well, the claims from other Christians, right? Because I believe that is the type of evidence that I would expect from if the Bible was true. That would be the most relevant form of evidence, personal testimony. Okay,
Okay,
does
so
that
it's
make
only going to
sense?
be your own personal experience with it. So if I had a personal experience and I thought through this personal experience that actually it was Stewie Griffin that created the universe, would I have justification, personal justification to accept Stewie Griffin as my Lord and Savior?
Uh, I mean, it's a subjective uh experience to you, so I wouldn't say that would make it true. But if more people, let's say, uh, had the same experience as you, let's say in the millions, right? It would hold some level of potential evidence towards truth. I'm not just gonna discredit that if millions of others experience what you experience, because
So,
that's how I
so
would
by the
view
way,
it.
you're saying that the person that was next to Jesus on the cross, right, had no reason to believe that Jesus was God.
Well, he had his reasons to believe. We see that not both both the thieves didn't believe in Christ. Only one of them did believe he was the savior.
Did they have any reason to?
Well, I suppose one of them did.
Did the
Whether
disciples
it's
have any reason to? But they didn't have
Yeah,
millions
because
of
they
different personal experiences with people. So is it millions of personal experiences that you think justify the true belief, or what justifies it under your worldview?
well, no, I don't think it was in the millions of people who witnessed Christ do those things. I wouldn't say that, but when I say millions, I'm talking over time, his supporters, and based on what they read in the Bible and their experiences from reading the Bible after becoming a Christian. These
So
are
like things they think
what led
about
to these
while
personal
reading the
experiences.
Bible.
Say again?
So things they think about while reading the Bible. You can say the same thing for
Not nec-
Muslims reading the Quran.
not necessarily. Well, that's the thing when it comes to personal experience, right? Especially with the claims the Bible makes, like prayer, dreams, spiritual attacks, miracles. There's a multitude of things that people experience, which led for them. What's the word I'm looking for? Which led them to believe the Bible was true for them. Because these experience gave them convinced them more into believing in Christ. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I'm not following. So so you're saying personal testimony of this particular religion indicates this to be the case. Then my question would then be, would that be the same for every other religion? If there's another religion out there that has millions of people involved, where they have personal sort of testimonies relating to their own religion, is that evidence of their religion being true?
Well, I see it like this, right? When it comes to different religions, I wouldn't see. I believe there is an objective truth, 100%. But when it comes to that objective truth, that we can't objectively prove which one is the truth. That's only something we find out in the afterlife, even if there is an afterlife, you know. But I wouldn't
Okay.
discredit other religions
Here's a real
either.
question then. Real question then. If we can't determine that it's true, why are we held accountable for believing in it?
Well, because you're once you're made aware of the truth, right? Whether you don't believe it to be the truth, at least God at the very least made you aware that there is a truth out there, there is a Bible.
But I
And
have no
so
more
if
reason to
you
accept that over any other particular perspective. So it's like, how can I be held accountable for it if I had no reason to believe it comparative to any other view?
Yeah, because God expects us to uh, search for the truth, and it's I believe that is something inevitable, where if someone looks deep enough, they will come to realize the Bible is the truth from as much research as you know they need, or not even they need. There's not enough. There's enough research for someone to eventually find out the truth, which is the Bible. I believe, anyways. I believe this is possible for every single person, and so there's no excuse to be had as to why you were held accountable for not believing in God. You had
Okay,
the instruments.
so those that never saw the Bible, do they get held accountable for not believing? They never heard about
Those
Christianity.
that
Are they
never
held
saw the
accountable
Bible.
for not believing?
This is a tricky subject because I do believe that if let's say you were born in a tribe where no one was able to preach the gospel to you, let's say the Senegalese, you've heard of that the islands where there was totally
Yes. Yeah. Can you?
disconnected.
Yeah.
That's yeah. So
So
that's a good example I'd give. Um, Essentially, I believe God will judge them based on their morality. Uh, I can't say for certain whether this is the case, but I do believe we have a moral law written on our hearts where we get our morals for just our general morals, like probably
so they're
murder is
not
an
judged on
example.
their belief, though, right?
In the case of people who haven't received the gospel or being aware the gospel even exists, I don't think so, but I couldn't say for certain because the Bible doesn't necessarily go in depth about this.
Well, to clarify, if that is true, we should stop telling people about the Bible, because wouldn't it increase their likelihood of going to heaven?
Well, that doesn't. Well, God, if that was the case, God wouldn't, make it so that he wants us to preach the gospel. We see clearly, right? God does want us to have a standard of life, which is living by the Bible, and so that's why he probably made it so that he wants us to preach, you know. So I believe it would have played out a difference in a different scenario if it was the case that you're saying.
So you're saying that God wants everyone to preach? Is that what your view is?
W- Well, essentially, yeah, the gospel. He wants everyone. He wants the gospel to be preached all over the world.
Okay, but by every individual person. If you don't do it, then is it wrong?
If you don't preach the gospel, well, I suppose it would be circumstantial. If you have the ability to preach the gospel, I believe you should. But if you're in under a circumstance where you can't preach the gospel, then it could be an unfortunate circumstance where, let's say, you're lying on your deathbed, or you're in the hospital, or you just live in a place where you don't have access to Wi-Fi things or medical problem. I don't know. There could be a multitude of reasons, you know. But I wouldn't say it's by force if you can't literally preach the gospel.
Okay. Next question. What about for people who don't believe, but want to believe, if there and would believe if there was evidence that could
Well,
justify their belief to them?
yeah. Well, the thing is, right? I believe God isn't stupid, and so when it comes to Him giving us, like I say, He gave us common sense to use when it comes to understanding, having the basic understanding of yeah, there is a being out there who put this world together, and he expects this basic level of understanding for all of us to recognize a creator. And when we fail to do this, because let's say science, right? When we're taught in school about science and the Big Bang and all these things, if you choose to believe in science over God, then you've chosen your belief system there. So there isn't really like any excuse to
Like if I were to die
why
right now, would I go
evidence
to
is.
hell?
Well, if you don't believe in Christ, well, I would assume so. Yeah.
Do you think I should? In that
I
context,
mean,
if I were to die right now, do you think I should go to hell?
you've heard the gospel, so I'd have to side with like the Bible. So yeah, you'd be deserving of hellfire. Yeah, you have no excuse.
So you think I should burn
You've
alive for
heard
the rest
Christian.
of eternity if I were to die right now?
I mean, it's not me personally, right? I wouldn't say so, but it's not about how I feel. Like I can see you as a person. So I don't know your life. I probably don't. I wouldn't assume you're the worst person, right? But I have to go by how God views like disbelievers. And so you've heard Christians preach to you multitudes of time. Probably you've heard the gospel on your For You page or just outside. So God's tried to communicate to you in multiple ways. So if you die today, you have there's no excuse if you burn in hell for an eternity. Like that's your own fault, and
Okay,
you're in a
so
greater position than many other
so
people
like
who
genuinely,
probably
genuinely
haven't heard the
think about
gospel.
this for a second. You just said you would think it's justified for me to be burned for eternity simply because I don't believe, because I don't have enough evidence.
Well, that's the thing. It's not this just that you don't believe, right? It's like imagine someone like me and multiple other Christians, right? That you've done debates, you've spoken to, right? You've heard the Jesus Christ, you've debated these things, so you're in a worse position than someone who's probably heard the gospel lesser than you and who doesn't debate these things. So in your positions, particularly, right? You you have no excuse. Like you've heard the
But for
gospel
my reason, there's
more
no better
times than.
reason to accept it. This is just like literally trying to threaten me.
Nah, I'm not.
No, 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 no.
Yes.
Seriously, it's not you. It's God threatening me if God exists, right? God's threatening me to believe something that I don't have evidence to believe. I can't just like tell myself that it exists without actually having evidence. I can't force myself to
Well,
believe something that I don't actually believe. That doesn't make any sense. And to say that I would deserve hellfire because of that, when God could provide the evidence, is sickening. Genuinely, think about that. You're saying I should experience torture of being burned alive for eternity. Genuinely think about that. Just because I didn't have enough evidence to believe. That's absurd.
well, well, that's the thing, though. Again, I believe there's a truth out there that you still have the ability to search for, right? Which is the Bible. And if you do enough, let's say research and just working on your own personal relationship with God, right? Eventually, you'll find that truth. So I don't think that that's an excuse to have, because we all have the ability to find this truth. Doesn't matter what position you're in, it's still out there. Like we can find it. The Bible says it's possible, so I believe it's possible in your case. You know, if you was to work with on your relationship tomorrow, right? That's something that you have to actively go out there and do. You know, you have to search for God. You can't just sit idly by and just expect God. Well, give me evidence. I want the evidence. Why is God obligated to go out of His way to give you more evidence than you already have? You have the earth. You've heard the testimony of millions of Christians, but for you, it's not enough, right? So then it's like, so you need to go out there and do your own research and work on your own personal relationship. Don't force. It's not God's not forced to do this for you. You know.
If that was enough evidence, then you would believe in other religions as well.
Well, not necessarily, because I believe, again, when it comes to, I don't think research is necessarily what is the only thing that leads a person to Christ. I think, again, personal experience, God can give you an experience, right? Once you,
I haven't had this
um,
experience yet. So, like, what experience am I supposed to get?
well, you have to work. That's something you need to work for. If it's like it's a mutual relationship. The harder you work to seek for the truth, that is something that God will treasure greatly, and He'll eventually reveal that truth to you, whether it's through
Am I not
personal
seeking truth?
revelation. Well, if I couldn't speak on what you do in your free time, like, so I'm not gonna speak on this. But if you're
At
not
least what I
active
do on
in,
live.
well, in general, I would say because you seem to do these debates that you believe in that you would believe that there is a truth out there, right? I'm guessing,
Hmm.
and you would. I mean, we all want this truth as human beings. I think that's just naturally like whatever this truth is, we all want. But it's about effort, though. Are you putting in enough effort to seek this truth? That is something that you need to figure out. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, but like, is it like totally just me? Like, is it like you would say that it'd be my fault if I were to die right now, that I'm burned for eternity? And not every Christian holds this worldview. I would say most Christians don't. I don't think my mom thinks that I'm going to be burning for eternity, right? Just because I didn't believe. Now, I don't know
Ye-
what the particular view is, but like in terms of hell, you don't have to believe that. Why do you choose to?
Why do I choose to believe in hell?
Yeah, why do you choose to believe in hell as the eternal hellfire?
Yeah, well, I believe when it comes to the judgment of God, right? And the Bible describes hell as an eternal resting place and heaven as an eternal resting place. So I believe hell is brutal. And I've heard the testimonies of people who claim they've gone to hell. I'm not saying that makes it true. I'm just saying it, from the sounds of it, it is eternal. It is a brutally, it's a brutal punishment. It's a brutal punishment. It is. And so that's why we do everything we can as Christians, a lot of us, to preach, try to bring others to Christ, because it's a pretty painful punishment, man, at the end of all things. And so, yeah, you got no excuse. You have no excuse, Parker. If you die right now and you go to hell, that's completely your fault, no one else's. I believe God has given us all uh, when it comes to like our knowledge, He's fair in His assessment, like especially in your case.
So he's going
He's
to hurt me if I don't believe?
Well, it's you can put it as plainly as this, right? Sure, but it's not him hurting you.
That sounds
It's you
that
hurting
sounds pretty fucked up.
I would say it's you hurting yourself, because
It's me hurting
you're aware.
myself? I mean, who causes me to feel pain? I would choose to not feel pain if I could in that context. Who causes me to feel pain in that context? Well, it's going to be God, right?
Well, I
Or
mean,
something that he's given power to do so.
hell itself is
A,
something that
is a
God created.
consequence created by God.
Yes, but it's because you
Okay.
cannot enter into heaven. So where else should
So
He
so
put
then to
you?
clarify, well, again, you could just be separated. It doesn't have to be this hellfire, like sort of torture. So you're saying I should be tortured. Like literally, Parker should be tortured for not
Well,
believing.
I mean,
And actually, it's perfectly good and incredibly good that he'd be torturing perfectly in this place after he died just because he didn't believe. He didn't have enough evidence. He didn't
yeah.
have
Well, I mean,
reason to believe.
Yeah, God is efficient, and so it's not like He'd go out of His way to make a separate hell, which is like for the guys who are kind of good but not the best. It's like there's no efficiency in this. He's all knowing. He's all
God's
powerful. He's
all
just gonna.
knowing, all powerful, and all good. God could easily do that.
I mean, He could, but it's
Like,
like it's not.
why would you
Why?
put fucking mass murderers in the same boat as me? Does that even
Yeah,
like
because
compute to you? Does that even compute to you? You're gonna put mass
well,
murderers in the same fucking basis of torture and reality as mass murderers?
yeah, because we're all flawed, and so when it comes to sin is
But I think
always the
there's a
same.
huge
There's no.
difference, right? Like, I mean, at least you should be able to identify that. Is there a
I
big
mean,
difference between Parker and a serial mass murderer under your view?
well, there's like a couple of factors there, in the
Wow,
mass
wow,
murdering.
dude. He thinks Parker's just as bad as a serial mass murderer.
Well,
Okay.
is that?
Dude, what
Well,
is
I mean,
going on today?
no, look, unbelief is unbelief. Like, if that mass murderer is does not believe in Christ and you don't believe in Christ, like it's the same.
Wait, what's
There's no
preferable?
difference.
Someone who's not a mass murderer that doesn't believe in Christ, or someone who does believe in Christ who is a mass murderer?
Someone who does believe in Christ and is a mass murderer. Well, if he believes in Christ and he has repented, then
Or he
in
doesn't
that
believe in
case,
Christ and literally is not a mass murderer.
and the guy who doesn't believe in Christ and isn't a mass murderer, well, we see if he's not seeking God for forgiveness, then preferably I'd prefer the Christian mass murderer
The Christian
in
mass
regards to.
murderer?
Well, yeah, I mean it's a lose
So
lose.
out of two
You
people you could pick, out of the non-Christian, non-belief person who's not a mass murderer, you'd pick the mass murderer over them. So to clarify, Would you pick me or Hitler? Who's preferable under your view? Me or Hitler? Hitler did believe in Christianity. I'm not trolling. Who's preferable? Me or Hitler?
I can't. The thing is, yeah, I wouldn't assume Hitler was Christian because even if again, I don't know the personal life of these people, so I couldn't
I could even bring up
just
Jeffrey
like.
Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer apparently turned to Christ before he died. Do you want to me or Jeffrey Dahmer? Who's preferable under your
Well,
view?
okay, okay, preferably you. I would say so. You know,
Okay, so you
I'll be
obviously know
understand.
that would
Like,
be an absurd calculation, right? You can't even
well,
say it out loud.
of course.
So
Yeah,
then
of
why did you
course.
just say that? You
'Cause-
literally just said that a mass murderer who believed in Christ would be preferable to a non-believer that is not a mass murderer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood. I thought you meant they were both mass murderers. So
Oh,
I
okay.
kind of misheard. Yeah, my
Alrighty,
apologies.
yeah. Okay. That's good to hear that you didn't actually think that. Sorry, I thought I was going insane for a second. I was like,
No, I thought it was a Christian mass murder over a non-Christian mass murder. So that's why I thought the question was.
okay.
I'm not backtracking my words. I genuinely thought
Okay,
the
that's
yeah.
okay, don't worry. So again, then my point would then be is like it seems like God prefers the mass murderer over the non-mass murderer, non-believer, because the mass murderer who does believe in Christ would go to heaven, whereas I would go to hell.
I mean,
So do you think
yeah.
it's
Well,
incorrect for you to prefer me over the mass murderer who's Christian?
well, not necessarily. I'm taking Bible aside, right? When I look at you as a human being, right, and I compare you to a mass murderer, right, who is Christian, I would say you have better morals than this mass murderer, right, on a human level. But if I look under the biblical perspective, right, obviously God sees sin and forgiveness and all these things in a different light. And so if I was to subscribe to this, then it's like you don't seek mercy, like you don't seek God for forgiveness. Like at least that person has no one in him to seek God like for this mercy, because we're all flawed. You're flawed and he's flawed, but at least he's actually seeking to become perfect in Christ. You know, you aren't, like, so it's like that's the answer that I give to you. Like on a human level, I say it's.
So the perfect determination is that they are preferable to me.
What do you mean?
The perfect interpretation of the matter is that they are preferable to me in going to heaven.
Yeah, because they yeah, because they
You would
seek
you
God
would
for
rather
forgiveness.
send the mass murderer to heaven than me?
Well, it's not up to me. I'm not God.
No, but
If
what do
someone
you think
seeks His
should be the case?
forgiveness,
What you think God's determinations are accurate, correct?
yeah, He's all knowing. So
Okay.
yeah,
So you think I should be sent to hell and they should be sent to heaven?
I mean, under the biblical perspective, yeah, because you're a sinner and you haven't asked God for, you haven't repented of any of your sin. So that humble, it takes humility to ask God for forgiveness. And a Christian who is a mass murderer, at least he's humble enough to recognize that he is flawed
Okay.
and
So
he
if you
needs
were going to
God.
go to a party and at that party there was you could choose one person who's going to be there or another person that could be there. Either me or the Christian mass murderer. Who would you choose to go to that party? Say it's a really nice and cool party.
Yeah, again, preferably, right? When it comes to me as a human, I choose you, of course. You
Okay,
know,
but then you just said it was perfect reasoning and you should pick the mass murderer in heaven.
well,
Think of
again,
heaven
under
like
the
a party.
biblical.
Think of heaven like a party. It's a cool party, right? Would you rather me be at that party or the Christian mass murderer?
Well, it's about when I look at it through the human lens, right? I look at who has, better morals in general. I don't think a mass murderer has better morals than an individual like yourself who isn't a mass murderer. I would expect you not to be a mass murderer. I don't know, but yeah. So that's why I choose you on a human lens. But when it comes to the biblical lens, I play like I can't decide. I'm no factor in this. That's how God feels like things should be from His knowledge, right? If someone isn't, again, humble enough to seek Him for forgiveness because they are flawed and we are all flawed, right? then He will give mercy to the person that seek this forgiveness.
Let me just clarify my reasoning here. I think every single one of us in the chat would probably agree with the reasoning that you would prefer me there versus the Christian mass murderer. The point of me bringing up this example is to say, like, why would there be individuals, just because they don't believe, sent to hell, right? When realistically speaking, we all know, intuitively speaking, again, morality written in our hearts under your view, that it would be preferable for me to be there than the mass murderer. So I'm saying, like, clearly,
Yeah,
if you get your intuitions, right, from your heart, right, and morality was written on your heart, and you come to a determination that you can't possibly explain like that, I guess how do you explain that under your worldview? If you do believe that morality is written on your heart.
yeah. Well, this is the thing. It's like how we are designed, right? Every single one of us, um, that we're given knowledge that God judges us on. So it's like that's what I'm saying. There's no excuse because He gives a fair assessment of a person's life. If it's unbelief, right, then He will look into your life and see where this unbelief stems from, and if it's reasonable to for you to have this unbelief. But because you're on this earth, right, and you have access to technology, and you've heard the gospel, and you've heard Christians preach to you, and you've seen the world itself, you've seen the beauty in creation, you've had to somehow conclude, well, I don't think this is God, and lead you to this unbelief. And so He will judge you for this. So that's why there's no excuse, really, because you're aware of, like, what, how can I say, the world around you, your environment, like, that's what I'm saying. He gave us common sense to at least the majority of us anyways, for us to understand that there is a God out there. And if we refuse to believe that alone, then it's like, how can you be excused? There's no excuse there.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before going to the next person?
Nah, I thought he was gonna kill me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I
You th-
expected better from you, Parker. Come on, man.
oh, okay. I mean, you want me to try harder?
Bro, I thought this guy was gonna. I mean, like, I mean, I can let someone else join, but I'm
Oh,
I'm
okay.
kind of
That
disappointed
was.
there.
I
I
don't know
thought
why
this
you
was
just did that. I was trying to be
Mr.
nice to
Parker,
you.
bro.
All right. So do you believe God is perfect?
Yeah, I believe God is perfect.
Okay. That means he's flawless, right?
Yep.
Okay. That means that they have no lack of desirability within the traits that they have, and there is no undesirable traits, correct?
Say that one more time.
They have no undesirable traits, and they have no lack of desirable traits, right? That's what
Sure.
flawless
Yeah.
means? Okay. And desirable is
Yeah.
in
Yeah. Yeah.
reference and
Yeah. Sure.
index to themselves. Okay. So then I guess here'd be my question. Can a perfect God desire something imperfect over something perfect?
I wouldn't say so, no.
No, you say that's impossible, right?
Uh, sure. Yeah. 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 It's
Okay.
possible.
Is there any imperfections within creation?
In creation today, yeah, because of the fall of
Yeah.
mankind.
Yeah, so God created intentionally, correct?
Intentionally.
God wanted
Oh,
and
in what way?
intentionally created the universe.
Well, the universe, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you just said creation, right? Is imperfect. God wanted to create imperfect creation. You said a perfect creator can't desire something imperfect. So if God chose to go from a perfect state, him existing alone for all the rest of eternity being perfect, to a state in which would be imperfect, that would, you agree with me, that would be contradictory and not possible, because you agree that a perfect creator could not want to create an imperfect creation.
Well, I agree, but you're not. There's a problem with what you're saying because even under the biblical perspective, right? He said Adam and Eve were perfect beings in his eyes, and a perfect being in his eyes is a being with the ability to disobey him and obey him at the same time, right? So when we see that Adam and Eve's actions led to the downfall of mankind, but that was
That
not
means they're
what God
not perfect.
intended. He had it. No, because you're assuming. Wait, hold on. How does that mean they're not perfect?
Because they inevitably would sin.
Well, that doesn't make them. Just because they had the ability to sin, it doesn't mean that they're
No,
not
they
perfect,
inevitably
right?
did
Because they,
sin. They inevitably did sin. So God's all knowing. God knows they will sin. Right? So God chose the world in which there would be sin over the world in which there would not be sin. Okay? Boom. What's your response?
well, no, I don't think that's no, because I believe Adam and Eve had a true, uh, freedom of choice when it comes to disobeying God and obeying God, and so when
It doesn't
he
change the
his intent.
reality that God chose a imperfect state over a perfect state. Like even if
Well,
there's
hold
free
on.
will within Adam and Eve, that doesn't change that God picked the imperfect state over the perfect state.
The issue is when you create a being, right, and you give them true freedom to pick to disobey him or not, right, it's inevitable as a god if you give this aspect of control, right, to your creation, which he did evidently, right. So you can say
Does God have free
he
will?
knew. I mean, yeah, he's God, he can do anything.
Yeah. Does God ever sin?
Does God ever sin?
Mm-hmm.
Not in the way we do, no.
What?
Like God, let's say, like in Bible it says, "Thou shalt not murder," right? But we see God unaliving people throughout the Bible, especially the flood, right? But to us, we shouldn't murder because it's a sin. But when God does it, right,
It's
it's not
good,
sin.
yeah. You think it was good for him to like
Yeah.
drown a bunch of babies and infants and innocent people?
Yeah, well, the flood, the whole flood story. There's a huge misunderstanding. I know this is just one example,
You
but
believe the flood
I believe.
actually happened, which there's no geological evidence for, just to clarify.
Yeah, look, Parker,
There's
listen
geological
closely,
evidence
bud.
for local floods, not for a global flood at that time
It's
period.
yeah, Parker. Science isn't the be all end all for everything. Okay, I don't believe the scientific narrative when it comes to the flood.
Of course you
Right,
don't.
I'm not. Yeah, no, of course not. If the Bible says the flood happened, right, I'm not gonna let science try to twist things and say, well, we have
Science
the
try to
ice age
twist
and
things.
this.
Yeah. Do you believe
Yeah,
dinosaurs
that's all
existed?
science. Yeah, but I don't
You
think
do?
they
When
were.
did dinosaurs exist?
Well, I believe pre-flood.
They
They
existed
were
pre-flood? So with
dinosaurs were
humans?
pre-flood. Well, hold on. I believe dinosaurs are pre-flood Nephilim hybrid creations. That's what I believe.
So they lived with humans? And wait, they're derivative of things that God created, right? In terms of like do you think the Nephilim are fallen angels?
No. There's you have their specific category. Nephilim are fallen angel creations. So that's the hybrids. That's where you get I don't know if I say dragons. Yeah, they're
Don't
one of
don't
them.
Nephilim come from
Uh,
like fallen angels mating with humans?
yeah, you have different forms of Nephilim though. You have the giants, and then
So
you
then
have their
how
creations.
did fucking T-Rexes come from that? Can you
Yeah,
explain that one?
again, they were experimenting. T-Rex and all these different animals. I believe they're different. Well, experiments from the fallen angels. Like they were
So
experimenting with.
dinosaurs are part human?
No, not necessarily. I wouldn't say they're
Well,
part
you just said
human.
that they were created from the Nephilim. Nephilim are part human, so obviously dinosaurs, under your view, are part human then.
Well, you need. Well, again, I'm talking about like DNA splicing and gene editing and all these things. I believe this was all happening pre-flood. Like the we talk about like the lost civilization of Atlantis. I believe
Oh,
all these
Atlantis
things were
exists as
here.
well.
Well, I mean,
Did you meet
yeah, I
Aquaman?
believe. You see, again, you're trying to crack jokes, and I get it, but it's like there is some evidence that
Dude,
supports like lost
there's evidence, yet
civilizations
you
all
just
over
said
the
you
world.
don't accept the scientific quote unquote narrative, okay? You don't
No, I
accept
mean, I'm talking
evidence.
about
You're just making things up. Did you meet the Atlanteans from SpongeBob?
ha ha ha. See, you're trying to crack
No, I'm
jokes, but
serious.
you
I'm serious, dude. Like That has just as much basis and reason as you.
Well, well, again, I'm just people talk
Dude,
about lost
you're literally
civilizations
arguing right
of
now that
time.
dinosaurs are part human, okay? This is a ridiculous,
I'm not
absurd,
arguing. No, you see,
absurd point.
you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm
I
not
believe
putting
there
any
were
words in your mouth.
dinosaurs.
You said they were made from Nephilim, which Nephilim are part human. Okay? So then they're like our
Okay,
distant cousins. You're saying dinosaurs are our distant cousins?
no, I feel like you misunderstood. Okay, so you have Nephilim, right? Fallen angels. I believe they were experimenting, okay? They had a bunch of different animal DNA in front of them, and they said to themselves, let's just create havoc, right? And so when you had dinosaurs, well, these Nephilim dinosaurs running on the earth, you had giants running on the earth. That's why the flood was necessary. And then you had human beings, human hybrids on the earth as well. That's why God said, all right, there's enough havoc going on. Humans are not even humans anymore. Where can I find a pure human? Then he found Noah, who was pure in his genealogy, you see? Noah was pure. So the human race restarted with Noah because he was
Can
pure,
I ask you this question?
right?
How did Noah's kids have kids?
How did Noah's kids have kids? What do you mean?
Yeah,
Like,
how did they have kids?
through, I mean, I suppose Noah's sons had
Sweet
wives.
home Alabama. Bow, now, now, now. So why did God
No,
want
I would
incest
assume
then?
Noah.
So why did God
No,
kill everyone on the planet just to cause incest again? Because he not only did he have it with
no.
Adam and Eve, but he also has it with Noah because he killed everyone else on the planet. He wanted to bring back incest for a second time.
Well, again, I believe Noah's sons had wives, right? And so I'm guessing their wives, when they multiplied,
Yeah, which
I'm
are his
guessing
daughters,
eventually.
correct?
Say again?
Yeah, and their wives are his daughters, correct?
I mean,
Sweet home
what
Alabama. Bow, now, now,
can I
now.
say? Like, it's not a good way. There's no good way to put it. Like, I suppose
So
eventually.
you think that so God wanted there to be incest to happen because he could have just spawned in other people like he spawned in Adam, but he just wanted incest to
Uh,
happen.
well, the thing is, I just don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. That's the thing. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if
mean, like
there
genuinely, he
was
could have
any
spawned in
incest.
humans like Adam. Why didn't he just do that? He spawned in a bunch of humans, then there's no incest, right? But it seems like he really wanted that.
I don't know if Noah's well, the way you say, I don't know if there was any incest involved. So that's why I can't really speak on it. But if it
So
was the
then, what
case,
other
then I
people
guess that,
existed?
yeah.
And
Well,
also, like, how the hell did all of the animals live on the boat? Like,
well,
genuinely,
God
like,
is a
what about the
factor.
predators that require meat to survive? Did you like
Well,
get a bunch of animals for that as well, or are they just like killing all the other species, making them go
you do
extinct?
realize this. This will not help you because if God is a factor in this story, right, then He would have obviously made it possible for the animals to be subdued in a way where all this, the things that you're claiming now, like the predatory stuff, well, I'm guessing that probably didn't happen because God wanted to preserve all the animals for them to multiply after they left the ark. And so I don't know, maybe God, God is all powerful. He can subdue anything. And so
So you can cause it to
yeah,
not
you can,
starve to
it's not
death. So then, why doesn't he do that for all the humans? Why doesn't he stop humans from
all of the
dying due to
humans.
starvation?
Are you talking about in today's world?
Yeah,
Because he has an
9 million
ultimate plan,
people
and
starve to
so
death every single year. If you could just make our biology work differently by Expelliarmus, then why doesn't he do it?
yeah, because he has an ultimate better plan than what you're proposing.
Yeah, an ultimate plan includes like 9 million people starving to death every year.
Well, yeah, I get this is an outcome of a fallen world, but he's gonna restore everything. He's gonna make a new heaven and a new earth, and so sure he could end all starvation right now, but he has a better plan. He has because what
But like,
difference
I
would
just
he
want to
make
clarify:
if he was
ending
to end it?
starvation wouldn't get rid of free will, too. Like, you could maintain free will, and there just isn't starvation, right? Because your biology
Okay,
doesn't
but
require you to eat and to survive.
so what difference would it make if he was to end starvation today or tomorrow?
Millions of less people would starve to death.
But I'm talking about the timeline though. Okay, why not in the past? Let's say last 100 years ago. Why would it have been better for God to have done it then or now?
Yeah,
the past 100 years ago, right?
Yeah, like literally all of these times there should have been no
That
starvation.
doesn't make sense. So you're saying
It
when a
does.
human,
It literally does.
human,
You could just make
no,
our biology work in a
no, it
like
doesn't.
literally think about it this way. All you do is code. He's like the coder of Minecraft. Okay, you make it so you don't have a hunger bar.
That's what that's
Yeah,
like
you no hunger bar.
that doesn't make sense. No, you're backtracking. You
He
said
could
it
turn
would have
off
been
fall
better.
damage
Like
too.
no, you see, you're trying to backtrack. You said it would have been better hundreds of years ago, right? But there was less humans on the
No, no, no.
earth.
You didn't listen.
Like
I said I was saying that it would have been better for him to get rid of starvation. That's what I thought you said.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why would it have been better 100 years ago, rather
Because
than
I
today?
would
Like
prefer
what
people
difference?
don't starve to death rather than people starve to death.
Well, how about if he has well he's got an ultimate plan. So these things don't he, the things that you're saying when it comes to starvation and all these things, there won't be that in the new heaven. You know, no tears,
So
no
if there doesn't
pain,
need to be starvation, why doesn't he get rid of it?
because he's letting the natural flaw of his will happen, right? Where the devil is having his time to roam, right? He's giving the devil his mercy
So
to
so he wants
deceive
people to
mankind.
starve to death.
He wants people to starve to death. I mean, that's not something that he wants because ultimately he never wanted this in the first
But
place.
he
He
could
wanted
prevent
Adam
it
and
by a
Eve.
snap of his fingers like Thanos.
I mean, he could do that, but that would be him. I'd say, well, he has an aspect of because he is just, right, and he obviously deems it as just to allow the devil to, you know, enjoy himself for the time being, try and deceive people. You know, let the
If
fallen
I had the ability
angels.
to snap and end world starvation, but I chose not to, right? Would you think that's wrong?
If you had the ability, well, I mean,
To
I'd
snap like
say
I'm Thanos. Boom, world starvation's gone.
if yeah, if you didn't have a better plan, of course.
Yeah, like it would get rid of everyone dying in terms of that. Like literally the biology would just work in a way in which they don't require food to survive. Boom.
Yeah, again, if you yeah, in your case, if you didn't have a better plan, then 100%.
Okay,
But
so
in
it would be
you're
wrong for
not
me to
your
not
case
do
isn't
that. Okay, so you're saying that there's a
well.
better
If you
plan. So you're saying that the preferable plan includes millions of people starving to death.
the preferable plan is for all death and all forms of suffering to end in this utopia, in this new heaven. So I think
Okay,
that's a
so
better plan than God just coming
okay, but like within
down
the earth
now.
at least on the earth, right? Would it be preferable that on the earth people did not starve to death?
For God,
Oh, yeah. Seems like
preferable.
God has a moral
Uh,
obligation to end starvation because again, it doesn't restrict away from your free will, and it would save millions of people from starving to death.
Well, I mean, he's allowing the natural cause of Adam and Eve's choices to run for a certain amount of time. This is a short amount of time, though. Like we haven't had that long. You know, this whole fallen world has
Regardless
only
of
been
how long
fallen.
it is, no one should starve to death. Can we at
Well, I
least agree with
mean,
that? Can we
again,
agree that no one should starve to death?
on a human level. Yeah, sure, I can agree.
All things considered, no one should starve to death.
I disagree when it comes to all things considered, because
What?
under the biblical
What?
perspective, yeah, because under the biblical perspective, we live in a fallen world, so we see the consequence of sin in this fallen world,
So
which
you
is
think it's good that
starvation,
you think it's good
cancer.
that people starve to death? All
What's
things considered.
preferable? Wait, hold on. Why are you cherry picking starving
No,
to
no, no, I'm
death?
not. I'm
Why
not.
not?
Just do you think that all things considered, it's good that people starve to death?
I don't see it as a good thing. No.
Okay, so then all things considered, it's a bad thing that people starve to death. You agree with me?
When it comes to when it comes to his God's justice, right, and God's fairness, I believe that this is okay. You know, if it's we're talking about fallen world, these things are outcomes of a byproduct of a fallen world, starvation, cancer, a bunch of things, suffering in general. You know, so it's easy for you to say, sure, that he should just end starvation now. But why cherry pick starvation? Why not cancer? Why not death? Like, you
Well,
know.
I mean,
But
I,
again,
ca- I
you're shaking your
wait,
head like he doesn't have a plan. He has a plan
like, wait,
for
yeah, the
to
same thing could be true. Yeah, why does cancer exist? I could ask the same thing for that. But the point is, I'm
yeah.
hyper specifically looking at starvation because I think it's an intuitively obvious example that God could get rid of it and chooses not to. All knowing, all powerful, all good could make our biology in such a way in which we do not require food in order to survive, but chooses to make us require food to survive, right? So that literally millions of people die every single year.
What's preferable? God to end all cancer or starvation? What do you think?
I think that they should do both. Because again, God's all
No,
knowing,
but
all
if you had to
powerful,
pick
all
one,
good, has the capacity to limit both of them from happening.
if you had to pick one though, which one would it be?
I'm not quite sure. I'd have to think about that.
You'd have to think about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I suppose when it comes to all forms of suffering, right? That God should end it all, right? Not just because you're cherry picking starvation. I don't think you should do it. I think you should go for the whole thing, any form of suffering at all. And again, God covers this when He makes a new heaven. All forms of suffering will end. So He has an ultimate plan, which is good, you know. So you just need to be patient, Parker. Give your life to Christ, right? And when we get to heaven, and we enjoy a nice apple with you, a nice juicy apple, and we can laugh over this, bro. We can laugh over this, share an apple together, you know. But you need
Okay.
to wait, bro. You need to be patient.
Okay. Do you understand my point though? Like genuinely, like I think there's
It's
no
a poor
reasonable
point. No, but
explanation for it.
it's a poor
Like
point. It's a
these are
terrible
these are
point.
questions I genuinely can't answer. I genuinely don't know why that would happen. Like you would have to say it's preferable that people starve to death. Like I don't know how you'd get around to this. I
It's not.
genuinely have thought about this. I don't
Well,
think you
none of it.
can.
Well, yeah, yeah. None of this is preferable. Like this whole situation we're in is not preferable.
Okay, but
God
God's
doesn't
all knowing, all
intend
powerful,
for
all
this
good.
to be
Wouldn't
the
he create the
case.
most preferable condition?
Well, He gave that to Adam and Eve, but He still allowed them to have their freedom, right? And that's why we see again the outcome of a fallen
Again,
world. This is the
you can have
byproduct.
freedom
So
while also simultaneously no one starves to death. Because again, you getting rid of the biological requirement to have food to survive doesn't limit your free will. You can still do bad
again,
things, you can still have free
so
will, even if you can't starve to death.
So are you saying if God was to do anything, if he should use his power to allow all suffering to continue but starvation? How does that make any
I
sense?
mean, I would
Why not all
I would
suffering in
love to get
general?
rid of all suffering that is unnecessary. That would be great. Let's
All
start with that.
suffering that is unnecessary.
Yeah, and I'm
I
giving you an example of unnecessary suffering.
so what would be necessary suffering in your eyes?
Well, I don't think under the Christian worldview there's any necessary suffering. And the reason why I think that is because God existed alone and there was nothing, right, that existed in which entailed any amount of suffering. God could also have sent us directly to heaven where there is no suffering under many people's perspectives. Now, again, there's so many things that we could have referenced, God could have done to lead to absolutely no suffering. So I think that, again, as long as that there's, unless you could argue a logical necessity, you can't argue it because, again, God can do anything that is logically possible. So unless you're arguing that it's logically necessary, then you can't say that.
No, I wouldn't. What I think is when it comes to his justice, it would be a necessary thing because we're living out his justice for judging Adam and Eve and the fallen world that we live in. So I would say it's necessary in accordance to this, but I wouldn't say it's necessary like he can't he can't do anything like he doesn't have the power to make it otherwise. He could, but it's about what he deems as just, you know, and he obviously deems this as a just punishment
Yep.
because their choices, they were two perfectly created beings, and so was Satan. And we see how when you have a perfectly created being, when that individual sins, it has a huge consequence. God is consistent in this. The fallen angels, what's their consequence? They were perfect. Eternal hellfire. Adam and Eve, they were made perfect. What's their consequence? Well, the downfall of all humanity. You know, we see God is consistent in this in the Bible.
Alrighty. Well, did I meet up your standards now? We're still below your
Nah, bro, you
standards.
never really had me, bro. I'll be honest, but I enjoyed the conversation. You know, maybe you can try better next time. You know, well, good convo though.
I
Good
think if you
convo.
had the ability to think a little bit more critically about it, then you probably would be able to critique your perspective a little bit more. I think you've hit like a mental block because of certain views, and I mean maybe that'll change over time.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'll let you believe that, Parker, for sure. Man. Good conversation, anyways, bro.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. No, sorry. Only send a guest request if you're 18 plus and Christian. And you want to debate. Carissa, thank you so much for the $5. Merry Christmas to you. Eve, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's amazing to hear. That's amazing to hear. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, I'll definitely. I could have brought that one up, honestly. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy holidays. Brianna, thank you so much for the $10. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you as well. Rami, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, though, that's exactly what I was saying. Exactly what I was saying. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to say. I do think some of these might be a little bit confusing for some people, though, of course. I'm going to have to think about a way to phrase it that makes it a little bit more clear to some people. Wyatt, thank you so much for the $8. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. If I confront Jesus, I have to conform to him or go to hell. Yep, that's essentially the reasoning. Essentially the reasoning there. Sarah, thank you so much again. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad that I've been able to. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Sarah in the comment section right now. Thank you. I appreciate the $20. Samantha, thank you for the $2. Merry Christmas to you. Shauna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Robert, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I see that now. I get you. Merry Christmas, Robert. Merry Christmas to you and your wife. Cameron, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Cameron. Can we get some W's for Cameron in the comment section as well? Thank you so much, Cameron. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Cameron. W's for them in the comment section right now. Harry, thank you so much for the $6. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Harry as well in the comment section. As well as Jolene, thank you so much for the $3. Merry Christmas to you as well. As well as Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally get it. I totally get it. Merry Christmas to you as well. Alrighty, I think I'm completely caught up there. I just need to catch up on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We're doing a little bit of a different live today. So if you do like this type of live, make sure to follow me if you haven't already, and make sure to hit that thumbs up. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. It'll tell me that you guys like this type of content at least. I know it's a little bit different than what I do normally. Joelish, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Yes, I would debate anyone, actually, who's Christian. Michael, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally get you there. Seek, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Starlene, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Jay with the $2. Thank you. Thank you so much. Russell, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Caleb, thank you so much for the $2. Mill, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pazzo, thank you for the $5. Dennis, thank you so much for the €6. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And True, by the way. True. Goat, thank you so much for the $3. Fluffy, thank you for the $5. Seeker, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much. Of course, have a wonderful Christmas for you as well. Hand Solo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. And Robin, thank you for the $5. Fluffy with the $5 as well. Troll with the $5. Thank you. Hand, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to everyone. Rabbit, thank you for the $2. Lisa, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. Thank you. Todd as well. Thank you so much for the $10. For my fireproof suit, thank you so much. Moon with the €10, I really appreciate it. Han Solo, thank you so much, really appreciate the $5. Pazzo, thank you for the 5. Russell again with the $10, thank you so much, really appreciate it, thank you. Han Solo, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it, thank you. And Ashley, thank you for the $2. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do believe in Christianity and you are a Christian. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you are Christian. Bubba Gum, thank you so much for the Galaxy, thank you. Alright, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. Say that again, sorry. You kind of cut out.
Yeah, how old are you?
19.
And do you believe in God?
Yes, sir.
The Christian God?
Of course. Amen to that.
Okay. What's your birth year? Sorry.
2007.
And you said you're 19?
I never said that. I said I'm 18.
Oh, okay. And what month?
October 27th.
For sure. Alrighty. Christina, thank you so much for the $5. Happy holidays to you. And Emma Jean, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 70 cents. Thank you. I'll have to see. Thank you so much for letting me know. Alrighty. So why do you? Oh, you said 19. Okay. Alrighty.
Sorry?
They said 19. Okay. Let's go on to the next individual. Only setting guest request if you do meet that set of if you are Christian and 18 plus. Because 2007, unless they were gonna be, unless their birthday was in a few days, I guess. Yotsup, how old are you?
38.
And do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes, as well
Okay.
as all of them.
Okay. As well as all of what?
All of them. I actually believe that every version of God are the same, one and the same.
Okay. So to clarify, you believe Christianity is true in a general sense.
Yes.
Like the Christian God is the only true God.
Yes and no. Like the Christian God specifically is not like the one encompassing. I believe like if you say the Jewish God, the Christian God, the Muslim God, even like you can even say Odin, Zeus, all one and the same.
Okay. So to clarify, you technically don't believe in Christianity from like a general sense. I do think this is like a separate view because you wouldn't be held to the
Oh,
specific
okay.
Christian views. It seems like you're
No,
just
I
saying that you
don't-
believe
oh.
in a God in general rather than you believe just like specifically in the Christian God.
I
But
used to practice Christianity in terms of going to church, and that's the base of my beliefs with the teachings of Christ, what he taught. That is the basis of my beliefs. But I went through a phase many years ago where I looked through different sources and basically came up with a belief system, well, my own belief system based on that, but also very different. I've actually pulled up some one of those examples on my laptop.
alrighty, okay. Well, I'm gonna look for some people specifically who do currently believe in like Christianity, for the live for today, because it sounds like you
Oh, okay.
technically would be considered like under deism or whatnot. I think that's obviously possible, but I don't think that there's like an argument for it. It's kind of like my position on that. But I appreciate you coming up. Merry Christmas,
Okay, not a
happy holidays.
problem. Hey- Oh, Merry Christmas to you. Thank you, Parker.
Of course, of course. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do believe in the Christian God and you're 18 plus, everyone.
Parker.
Yeah, do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes, Parker. My name is Joseph Active. I'm born January 1st, 1993. I was born a Mormon. I was Mormon probably till 16. Then I became atheist for about 8 years. And in 2023, I converted to the actual Holy Trinity, one God, three persons, co-equal, co-eternal, the hypostatic union. I don't hold to sola scripture. I'm Orthodox. So obviously I didn't just, born into it. And because there's a lot of arrogance I see in people that think because their beliefs, you know what I mean? We have a bias. And, it's basically what brought me back out of Darwinism was not morals. It was more of just like, I felt more at peace. But that doesn't mean it was emotional. Like there was evidence, to what the Protestants weren't giving me as far as church fathers. Obviously, the resurrection is faith, but Dr. Bart Ehrman, you can look this up, Parker. He's a New Testament atheist, critic, New Testament scholar. He says the one fact we know about Jesus, he was crucified. He rejects the resurrection, but the fact that he accepts
I do
that
accept
as
crucifixion.
fact, yeah. So, but that's a big deal though, because a lot of people used to think it's a myth, but that's been debunked. But yeah, anyways, go ahead.
No,
was
I
just
believe in
myself.
crucifixion. I believe Jesus existed as a person. I just don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead. That's my
Yeah,
dispute.
and that's
So I
very
agree
reasonable.
with Barterman there. My kind of point on this is that, like, I would say that, one, I don't have evidence to believe that the Christian God exists. Two, I would say that I do think that I can find contradictions within the Christian religion. So then I would have reason to not accept it from that worldview. We could start with like maybe like what your argument is for why you do believe God exists, and then we could try to establish that it's the Christian God from there, if you'd like to do that.
Well, yeah, that's perfect because when I read the Quran first, I read the Book of Mormon again after I was just, was doing a lot. It doesn't matter in 2023. Read the Quran first, the Book of Mormon, the Hindu book, and it led me back to the Bible, especially in the Quran. I can quote it for you right now, real quick. And this is in the Quran, by the way, not the Bible. Hold on, give me 1 second. chapter 3, verse 55. When Allah said, "Oh Jesus, I will take you and raise you to myself and purify you." Keep in mind, Muhammad's dead. You from those who disbelieve, and will make those who follow you superior to those who disbelieve until the day of resurrection. Then to me, you will return, and you will judge between you concerning that which you are indifferent. The Quran is saying that Jesus is coming back to judge, but he's a prophet, supposedly. So my whole point is that brought me back to the Bible, and the Quran also confirms the Bible as inspired. By the way, but I'm not saying that proves Christianity, because I almost got fooled by Islam. Is my whole point, I guess. But
Okay.
I realized
I don't think that proves, one, that God exists, and then it wouldn't necessarily prove the type
you
of
want me
God
to
that
prove
exists.
that there actually is a God first?
Yeah, so
Then we
there-
get to
there-
how
there's-
okay.
Yeah, there's two things that you have to do. One, you have to establish that there has to be some sort of personal being that created the universe, and then you'd have
I
to
got you.
establish what type of personal being that it would be. Because if you can't even establish that there would be a personal being that created the universe, well, then you have no reason to accept that there was.
Okay, so I guess like I was coming at this the wrong way. I'm not really like, I guess, an expert in the philosophy part. Parker, I'm more in the scripture. But
Mhm.
what I guess I will say to you, what you're saying, to your question, your statement, is that I studying all the world religions led me back to Christianity. So, but I'm not really an expert when it comes to the philosophy of finding that actual to prove in what you're saying.
Okay, well then
So
that's
you wanna
fine.
kinda switch it
We'll
up?
talk about
Is that
from
okay?
within your religion. I'll give you sort of like internal critiques then.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
like in terms of this, you do believe that in the Trinity, correct?
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not a fundamentalist. I don't like, obviously there's metaphors in the Bible, but go ahead. Go
Sure.
ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Good to know. Good to know. I think that's a better way to look at it. In terms of this, though, you do believe that it's three persons, one God?
Yeah, so we're Trinitarian monotheism. It's Trinitarian monotheism. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
So to clarify, do you think each of these different persons are God?
No.
Okay. So God the Son is not actually God.
So God. So can I explain it to you? So God the Father is Yahweh. Jesus is Yahweh. The Holy Spirit is Yahweh. The Father isn't Jesus. Jesus isn't the Holy Spirit. That's modalism. They're co-equal, co-eternal. Now, the Eastern Orthodox have monarchy trinity, where the Holy Spirit comes from the Father. That's like the difference between the Catholic. They believe it comes from Jesus too. But anyways, my whole point is, so that's the Trinity. They're all
Okay, so-
co-equal, co-eternal.
Let me clarify then. Is God Jesus? Is Jesus 100% God?
So yes, he came he was born of a virgin, and he became flesh. In John 1, I don't know if you could turn this real quick. John 1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. But so yeah, he's the Word that became flesh and dwelt among us. So he is God Almighty in the flesh. And when he's praying to the Father on earth, he's humbling himself as a servant to the Father, because obviously he's in human form. He's humbling himself to the Father.
Okay. So then here, let me clarify. Just let me run through my argument. God the Father is 100% God. Jesus is 100% God, and so is the Holy Spirit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. If they're all 100% God, then my question would be, wouldn't that indicate that they are individually God? There's three gods, not one God.
Yeah, that's called tritheism, tritheism, and that's what Mormons hold to, for example. And obviously, you would think logically that would be it, but it's very clear in the Old Testament that there's only one God, and that's where we get to the beautiful world of the Trinity, because obviously.
So then I would say you'd have to be parts of God, right? Like Jesus,
No,
the Son, is a
that's
part of
another
God.
heresy.
Jesus, God
No.
the Father is a part of God, and then the Holy Spirit's a part of God. To say that they're each 100% God would mean that they're 100% identical to each other. For example, is Jesus 100% identical to God the Father?
No, I already said they're not. Jesus isn't the Father. No. That's
Okay, so to
modalism.
clarify, if there are some distinctions between them, then they both cannot be 100% God, because 100% God is equivalent identically to 100% God, right?
Yeah, Parker. By the way, I can't defend this philosophically. I could defend it through scripture, though. Just so you know. But keep going.
Yeah, so I'm just like,
I'm not
this
really a
this
philosopher,
wouldn't
go ahead.
necessarily entail a contradiction. Now, this doesn't mean you have to not accept Christianity. You could probably accept other versions of like a
I
description
can
of the
defend
Trinity.
the Trinity. I just can't defend it psychological. Yeah, you know what I mean. How you want me to? But I can do it through scripture. Is my whole point. I'm conceding philosophically. I can't do that. That's not my field. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess that would be like relevant to the philosophy behind this would be relevant to the worldview, right, and to why
So,
you
in what?
accept that the
Yeah.
Trinity is true.
Okay, yeah. So, well, that's what I'm saying. I would base it on where I see it in scripture, where I'm not just interpreting it because like I said, I didn't just wasn't born a Trinitarian Christian. You know, I based it off scripture, and that's the authority. So I'm not saying that prove I don't, and I'm not one of those fundamentalist Christians either, Parker. So, and I don't think you can prove God or that He doesn't exist. You know, when you really think about it. So, go ahead, keep going.
I
Listen.
do believe that you can disprove God's existence, and I think that I can give you an argument, but like the point that I was at least trying to demonstrate with you was that the Trinity isn't logically coherent. If you don't want to say that to defend that, that's fine. The
Well, no,
point
no, but you didn't. I didn't say it wasn't. But as far as human logic, yes. But why would we expect God in our paradigm and based with Scripture? God is nothing like mankind, Parker. So you are right. And as far as a worldly concept, that is illogical. But God is nothing like creation. The Bible is very clear on that. And like again, I'm not. That's my authority, and that's based off evidence of what I've read. So that's not saying that's other. What I say is a fact, but that's my paradigm and my worldview. And I'm not a fundamentalist. I hold to an old Earth. I don't believe I guess you can call me evolutionist, creationist. I don't hold to like that we came from fish, but I believe in like macroevolution that we see like with its species, obviously.
So I guess the point that I'm making is that it doesn't seem like you're basing your beliefs on evidence here. It seems like you're just basing them on faith.
Yeah,
Right.
it is faith ultimately, and I just came to the conclusion: if there's any God, if there any is God, it would be the Christian God. That would be my argument. So I guess go ahead.
So I guess from like my perspective, like I would be like,
Go ahead.
well, what evidence do you have to believe that? You'd be like, okay, well, I just believe it even if there isn't evidence. And to my point would then kind of be like,
There is
okay,
evidence. There is evidence, but it's based on architect, like based on evidence in the Old Testament. As
archaeological
far as
evidence? What archaeological evidence is
yeah,
there?
archaeological. I've studied speech impediment. Forgive me.
That's okay, don't worry.
Yeah. And again, remember, I don't take like everything like fundamentally. So, and there has been, archaeological evidence. Obviously, there is, some scholars that are more liberal with it or conservative, both ways with it. So,
Okay, so what was the archaeological evidence?
um, it's with the cities. They found all the cities that, like with Nazareth, for example. Like they
Um,
just found all these cities that actually existed in the Bible that they said they were.
yeah, so I think that's evidence of the fact that there were these cities and that these areas did exist, not that the stories in of themselves are all true, just that these areas did exist. So, and by the way,
Yeah.
I do believe Jesus existed.
Yeah.
Jesus was crucified. I just don't believe that there's evidence to say that Jesus rose from the dead or is God. It's kind of my point. And if we don't have evidence to believe that, then my point is like, what separates you from believing this versus any other description of religion? Right? Like I
Well,
could technically
I can
create my
explain
own
that.
religion.
I can explain that, but go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. I
Go
can
ahead.
explain why I would choose them. Well, for example, I give you an example with the Quran. Same with the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon depends on the Bible. When you read, certain like other books, like the Hindu books, they don't mention Jesus verbatim, but they're in like their written commentary. And I see all these other world religions, that have Jesus in their history, but they're all basing it on the Bible, more or less, whether they hold it as authority or not. They're getting where he's from, where he taught, for example, from the Bible, even if they don't take it as authority. Does that make sense? So, Parker, I'm not used to debating atheists, so it's completely different. So I've never really debated atheists. So I'm used to debating already believers. So I guess we're not,
You're
I'm
just like
not,
debating in between the different beliefs. I understand that. It's a totally
yeah,
different kind of set of arguments. So I
yeah,
understand that you're not
yeah,
familiar with these.
completely different. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is. And one thing I would say is that like I get that. I would just say that there are really strong arguments against holding any of these religious beliefs in the first place. So,
Fair
like, I
enough.
mean, whether it be like the one I brought up in terms of starvation, the problem of evil as a whole, the problem of perfection, sort of what's considered, what's it called? I'm forgetting the word for it. It's divine. What's the word they can't move? Sorry, I'm missing the word from it. Essentially, like the argument from perfection, all the other ones I brought up. I think those are sufficient bases to not accept it, and also not even having evidence is sufficient basis to not accept it. And if you want to, accept it because you sort of like it or it feels good or something like that, I guess like, why would you accept one religion over any of the others? Because technically, any of the other religions could give you that exact same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as like the human, like you were talking about, like suffering and stuff, obviously I don't know if this is just dogma, but what I've been told is if you're consistent as a Darwinist, which obviously it's based off, science, if you're being completely consistent, not you, just in general, so that's a hardcore Darwinist, for example, survival of the fittest, for example, they're not being like a true, they're acting like a image bearer of God, not an atheist. They're complaining about human suffering and evil. Now, from a secular position, they obviously, there's an argument. I don't believe that everyone gets their morals from the Bible, and obviously that's completely ignorant. That would be completely ridiculous. But we have come to a society, that was, for example, I'm not saying it ended all slavery, but Christianity did help end some slavery. But we see other religions do that too. So there is some good in it, whether or not, because and by the way, I don't just follow it because it makes me happy. Maybe I fell for like the Kool-Aid, but like I guess, but at the end of the day, Parker, we all have our beliefs, and I'm always seeking truth, and I guess for me, when I went through the atheist phase, I was always left empty. So, I guess I'm not really, I didn't really come up here to debate with you, Parker, because obviously, I'm not really on the left, I'm more conservative, but I've come to realize that, you're a decent dude, man. And I come on your stream all the time, man. You're solid. And I really, I'm not used to debating atheists, and there's no way for me to defend it with actual, like, scientific evidence, obviously, any of this.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate you coming up then. Thank you very much.
Parker, take care, man. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry Christmas to you as well. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you are Christian. You're 18 plus, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. We're about 2 hours into the stream, meaning we got like max 2 hours left, everyone. Just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 30.
And do you believe the Christian God exists?
So I do, but okay, first of all, I just want to preface this by saying I love you and I watch you every day, and I'm super hardcore liberal, okay? So don't take this in the wrong way, okay?
Of course.
I'm more of a heretic Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I do not believe in the Trinity. I believe Jesus was a different entity, I guess, in his own way. Like, he was the Son of God, but he's not God himself.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't believe in hell. All my life I grew up, my parents were really conservative and super Christian, but they died and I never asked them why, and so I don't know why they were. My dad was like one of the smartest dudes I've ever met in my life, and now that he's gone, I have like, I'm not pronouncing it right, but I have like thanatophobia or whatever, the fear of like nothingness, and so like I went like, I spot really bad, and I read so much stuff, and I just think that now I think that hell is described like, okay, first of all, I think the Bible is wrong because it's so many, like you said, witness testimonies or whatever. It's just, and it's interpreted by so many different people. I just don't believe it. I also do not believe that God would punish people for being on here just a short amount of time, right? And like you said, there is no definite proof. There is no evidence, and I don't think that there ever will be evidence, because then what's the point of having faith, right? And if we if there was proof, I feel like people would be offing themselves a lot more to get to the other side, right? And the point you said of if God's perfect, I do think he is perfect, and I do think that he created us to be the way we are, and that isn't perfect. I think everything is the butterfly effect. I believe that, I also kind of sometimes believe in reincarnation. Like, I feel like he gives you the choice. Like, if you had like a short life here or something happened bad, like if you didn't get to finish something, maybe you can have a better life in the next one, depending, but also I believe that hell is more like you have like a life review at the end, and like a mass murderer will like go like they'll like take him and have everything that ever happened to him, or everything that ever happened to anything he ever did to anybody else or any other family members. Like he has to feel all of that. Like it's pretty much like just forced upon him, and then it's like a healing afterwards. So I don't believe that there's a hell, so to say. Like it is a hell for a short period of time, but after I feel like then they do eventually, heal and move on or go to a different life or something like that. And I don't believe that we are. I sound so crazy. Dean would have his tinfoil hat on. But like I also don't believe that we're the only like living beings in the universe. There's no freaking way. I feel like we're like a prototype, like you put like I said in a terrarium, like left the lid on and then just like went to a different one. You know what I mean? I do feel like everything happens for a reason. I do believe that he put Jesus here because like to remind us, like that there is morality and trying to be better about the choices we make as humans. But I do not necessarily believe that the Ten Commandments and stuff. I just think that as long as you're a good human, you're not going to be punished in the afterlife. I don't think God would do that. I've seen too much to know that, and like I've seen a lot of bad crap. Like I've seen a bunch of bad stuff. I'm not saying that, but I've also seen so much good. Everything has a balance. I used to say I was a Taoist because I like believed in like Taoism and stuff, but like more of a Christianity. I believe like as long as you don't mess with the way of life, and you just do good by others and try to keep doing good to each other and just love everyone equally, I feel like you'll be rewarded no matter what you believe in. I believe that Jesus would accept you no matter what. I feel like there's a bunch of scare tactics, but I feel like everything. I'm so sick of these Christian nationalists. Good God, my dude. Oh my God, they are the worst thing. It's just such a stain. It's such a stain. Jesus would not want that. Jesus would not want that. Jesus would absolutely want these immigrants over here. He would absolutely want everybody to be fed. He would absolutely want health care. And to anyone else saying that is not true, they're not true Christians, because that's not what Jesus preached at all. And I'm so sick of hearing that. And like I said, I'm pretty much a heretic, but that's fine. But I just wanted to tell you what I believe, and I love you and everything. So yeah.
Well, I appreciate you very much. If I were to take a Christian view, that would be the view that I would take. I think it's like, although I disagree with the perspective, I think it's like trying to address like a lot of the problems that I see with Christianity, especially from like a moral or ethical objection. And I think it does do that. Obviously, like I don't think that like we have a basis for it in evidence or anything like that, which is like the reason why I wouldn't accept it. But I think it's like there's something that I have no moral ethical objections with. It's just something that I end up like having to disagree with, essentially.
Well,
But I totally respect your
understand.
perspective.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. I just wanted to come on here and because there's like so many. It breaks my heart to hear everybody every day like talk and use Christianity against it, and it just kills me because that's not what this is. Like Miss Rachel, oh my God. Okay, I have kids, and Miss Rachel is a saint among like she's just so good. And for anyone to go against her, that's insane. Like she just doesn't want death among children. Why is that such a hard thing for people to understand? Like what in the world? And so like I think we need more Christian people like that coming out and trying. And like I said, I don't care if who's not a Christian or who's not. I think God will accept you no matter what. Like, and I also believe that you shouldn't shove it down other people's throat either. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't. And Jesus was not a Christian. He was a Jew, y'all. Like, like he himself was not a Christian. Like, and I just hate. There's so much Jewish hate on here too. Like the other day, I can't remember if it was you or Dean. But like someone was like, it's all the Jews' fault, and I was like, oh my God, what do you mean? What happened? Like the rate, like it's so crazy. I'm sorry, but yeah, everyone needs to love everybody and chill the hell out, okay? Like that's not what Christianity is. It's all about loving everyone and wanting the best for everyone. And I know that there's suffering everywhere, but like I said, I do think it's the butterfly effect for sure. But anyway, I just want to say that. So
For sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming out very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'll see you. Well, I'll keep watching you. So bye.
Of course. Merry Christmas. Have a great day.
Merry Christmas. Bye.
Alrighty. Let's make sure to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request for 18 plus and Christian, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. By the way, Sydney, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Based, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $4.20 W number. By the way, and happy holidays to you as well. You know what? For that, I'll definitely have to do that. Thank you very much, Rami. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Rami in the comment section as well. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do believe the Christian God exists, everyone. Yeah, what's up? Oh. Okay, all right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do believe in the Christian God, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
Oh.
Yeah, what's up? How
Yeah.
old are you?
You can't tell with the gray beard. Come on. No, I'm 34. I'm 34.
Well, I just clarify because not everyone has like
Uh,
their actual picture in their profile picture. But
Nah, I got you.
yeah.
I got
So,
you.
do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I
So
guess go ahead.
go for
Go
it.
ahead.
No, go for it.
I was gonna say I guess it depends on what like the standard of evidence you use, which I don't know if you. I used to watch you all the time, and then I just took a break from TikTok, so
Mhm.
I don't know if you've already answered that. But what is like your standard of evidence?
Yeah, so for the standard of evidence, I'm really just looking for you could provide any basis in terms of empirical basis. You could provide any logical, rational basis. Any type of argument like that, I would accept.
So empirical, just because I like. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Empirical meaning, can you just clarify empirical? Because what I looked up earlier, I don't know if that's the same thing. If it like basically if I understood it correctly.
Yeah, so like when I'm referencing empirical, it's based upon like sense experience, but it's the ability to like repeat and essentially get the same results, right? Based upon a certain set of preconditions. So being able to
Okay.
recreate the same conditions is important within empirical evidence to demonstrate something, at least that it's observed to be the case.
So like in your own personal experience or like the experience of others telling you?
Yeah, like
Like
if other people had, say, like an experience with God, is there some mechanism that we could recreate in order to have that exact same experience ourselves? Like, and would we be able to recreate that with like a study or something like that? Like, we should be able to, if there's something that's true about science, empirically speaking, right? We
yeah.
should be able to test it. Is essentially my point.
So is it and this is like so my obviously standard of evidence I guess would be I mean, the idea of, I guess, cross referencing scripture. I know a lot of people will say, the external Christian sources, right? But the Bible, before it was compiled and canonized, right, was not Christian, right? Which I'm sure you've heard all these descriptions. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been on in a while, but before the Bible was canonized or I guess compiled, it was not Christian. It was just it's a compilation of accounts, right? So they're not. They became Christian after they were compiled.
Okay, so you're trying to say that because scriptures, there's a bunch of different scriptures that come from the Bible. You're cross-referencing certain scriptures within the Bible to other scriptures within the Bible, and you say that they have similar results.
So I kind of went on a tangent off of the empirical side of things. I guess I was
Mm-hmm.
kind of giving you my evidence or one of the evidences is the consistency of scripture.
Yeah, so like again, like here's my point: is that this is essentially like they're copying from an original thing. So if there's a bunch of different copies that are similar to the original, that doesn't necessarily entail that what was written on the original was accurate. Like there are copies of books, fictional books. Is that evidence that what's written in the fictional books is accurate?
Well, fictional in and of itself describes objectively that it's fake account, right? Like if
Uh,
something is a fictional book, isn't it just objectively fictional? Like is that if I'm understanding your question
yeah,
correctly?
yeah, and that's because we have information that indicates that to us. So I'm just trying to establish that just because there's copies of something doesn't mean that the information is accurate. And I'm demonstrating that based upon us showing that we know something to be inaccurate, and yet copies of it would not indicate that it actually happened. Like that's kind of the point that I'm making.
Okay. So the I think that one kind of lost me, and I don't like getting on lives and having it be like counterproductive. So I just wanted
Okay.
to jump up and just see, you know, your standard of proof is kind of one of the biggest things that I was curious about, and if it's like repeatable. I know. So I won't touch empirical because I won't. I know that doesn't really typically go anywhere, you know, because I can tell you my experience, and I don't like saying feelings. My feelings towards my experience of like a changed morality, I guess, or a changed way of life would be my personal evidence. And then other testimonies of people who maybe have struggled with something the same that I have, right? Who have tried other external situation or other external coping mechanisms, if you will, and then started to experience the same change in inviting Holy Spirit into their life, and I think that's the biggest thing. So I don't know if that counts as empirical. If it doesn't, then I won't continue to touch it. I did have enough questions, so I don't know if that counts as like the same thing as like people having the same experience, not necessarily a feeling, right? Because I think you can feel things and then feel something else later. So an experience is different. Like you and I are having an experience with each other right now, right? A conversation with each other, and this is an experience that will stay the same. But I could feel like I'm annoyed or I'm upset with you, and then feel like I've watched you sometimes and Dean and just felt annoyed with you guys, and then I'll watch you again. I'm like, hey, these guys are pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure you have a lot of people that are like, these guys are annoying or whatever. Or, you know, they really like you. So that's my understanding. But so I don't know if that counts as empirical. People having the same experience.
So, so a claimed similar experience, at least as it relates to this, wouldn't necessarily do that for us because we could say the same thing is true for other religions. People claim experience with other religious beliefs, but we don't necessarily indicate that that's accurate or has occurred. That's why it's important not only just to have the claimed experiences, but also some sort of repeatable basis for like, oh, if you can just call for God or ask for God's forgiveness, would it be able to produce that type of result? Well, we'd be able to test for that and reproduce those results, like
Right,
within the
yeah,
context
so-
of a study, and we'd be able to demonstrate that to be the case. So that would be like how we'd see empirical evidence, and that's how at least we did demonstrate it to other people who haven't had that experience themselves, if that makes sense.
Okay. So is this tangible, measurable evidence? Because in that case, wouldn't that be like if we're talking about something?
Can I give an example? And like I'll use like a specific example. I think that you might have internal justification maybe for yourself, right? Given that you had a specific experience, but I don't know if you'd be able to explain that to other people. Like for example, and this might sound crazy, I was literally, this is a few years back, just straight up driving, and I straight up legitimately saw a UFO. I'm not trolling. I'm not making this up. I'm like actually being serious when I say this. This is not a joke right now. Like I genuinely saw like a huge dot of like a thing go throughout the entire sky, like within a second, without any type of trail or anything like that. Wasn't an asteroid or anything like that. I've thought about this a lot. Straight up saw it, and that's maybe internal justification for me to believe that it happened, but it's not really evidence for other people to believe it unless they trust me, right? If that makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess ultimately that comes down to it, right? Is like you're calling it a UFO, I might call it an angel, right? So it could.
I mean, it was like a circular dot. And by the way, when I say UFO, it means unidentified flying object. There's like a circle dot, and it just like went through the sky in like a second. Never seen something like that in my life ever.
Yeah.
It was still kind of light out, but I mean, I still saw it go throughout the. I mean, I know what I typically see in the sky. I know obviously it's unidentified from my perspective, but like genuinely, like, it's something I genuinely don't think there's enough evidence to demonstrate to other people, right? Like it'd be hard for them to see the exact experience that I had, unless again they trust me, or I've built up some trustworthiness with the claims that I make. If that makes sense, but like again, even from that basis, it's not enough evidence for you to believe, right? Necessarily that, like, it's a UFO or it's aliens or something like that. We don't know necessarily what I saw.
Right, which I guess we're kind of on the same playing field here, right? Like I've had a similar and I'm not BSing you. I've had a similar experience in my hometown where I grew up, except it was green and it shot straight down. It was just a flash of light and it shot straight down, and then we were at a stoplight and there was a bunch of cops riding that way. So, and even if I didn't have that experience, I would say, that I have a belief in things in the sky that we don't know, unidentified flying objects, right? The UFO. So the thing would be is that whether I call it an angel or whether I call it a UFO, because, and I guess what I'm getting at is the point of, I guess, a debate, or I don't like calling them that, or a conversation would be even just getting on the same page of, do you believe in creator God? Right? Because I believe there's a general revelation and then there's a specific revelation. And I have a lot more to talk about with somebody who has a general revelation of like, okay, I believe in something. Like I believe in something that is a creator of creation, which I don't want to get too deep into philosophy because I know there's probably a bunch of rabbit holes we could go down in that, right? But yeah, I guess that so to your example is like to be able to create specifically something, a white dot in the sky during daylight. No, I mean, I don't have that evidence, but there would be evidence of like general revelation of a God. I guess that would be called that, right? So I don't think that
people get revelations from different notions of a God. How do you know which revelation is accurate, and is it just based upon the claim of the individual? Like, I think there are genuine, real concerns with claiming revelation as a mechanism for like establishing truth. Because how can I tell the difference between revelation and intuition?
Revelation and intuition. So, like, when you say intuition, do you mean like something that comes from within yourself?
Yeah, it's going to be within yourself, a thought yourself, or like some sort of value or thing that you hold into belief. Some internal feeling that you would have associated with that.
I guess would that play into what kind of presuppositions you're imposing on what you believe? So would that come from experiences that you've had prior?
Yeah, very well could, yeah.
So, like, if you believe that this and UFO, I mean, semantically speaking, we're all thinking when we say that little green aliens, right? Like, I mean, I think a lot of people would say little green aliens, UFO, kind of
like that. I mean, that's the thought, but like, obviously, like, it's probably not like that, but
right.
You're just thinking aliens, like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but the what I'm imposing is a prior experience of conditioning, whether it be social or not, right, is the idea that that's what most people have been trained to believe is when we say UFO, right? And so that would be my thing is, which, hold on, sorry, I gotta plug my phone in. So that would be, I guess, going back to the idea of, I kind of lost the train where we were at on this one. So I don't know how we got into UFOs, to be honest with you. So
I brought up my point. It was essentially to establish, like, now it might be internal justification for me, but it's not for other people, and I can't really explain that to other people, right? And especially when it comes to claims like this, because these claims are so unlikely to be the case. So it's really hard to make a conclusive perspective from that. It's kind of like what my point is.
Okay. So your standard,
although to be honest with you, I think this is one of the most convincing points.
Right. Okay. So and so the standard of
for something, but not necessarily for Christianity, by the way. Like
right. No, you're good. I just like I said, I used to watch you all the time, and I had to get off just for my own thing. And this is my own kind of quote unquote, I hate using buzzwords, but testimony kind of thing, is I just had to get off all social media and confront God myself kind of thing, and that's why I was just like, that's my biggest point, is I've heard testimonies that I didn't want to believe, so I went to God I went to God, said, hey, go baby, go, Not, I didn't say that to God. Sorry, my dog's jumping in my face. Go. Um, so I basically just, I heard all these
well, dog is God backwards, so of course.
Right. I have a video for you I can send you that is pretty compelling if you know. But yeah, I had to get off of social media. So to hear you say this is compelling, whether it's towards Christianity or not, means I'm holding your viewpoint, or I'm not holding your viewpoint, I'm holding your attention. So I haven't jumped on live in a long time. So but I guess my question continuing to that point would be, if you, and this might be out on a whim, but if you can't recreate that speck of light in the day, and I guess this does get philosophical, if you can't create that speck of light in the day, how do you know it happened?
Well, the thing is, again, I can't justify that to anyone else.
So you would have to have an encounter with
So I know that it happened. I just don't know what is the explanation of it, if that makes sense. And I have internal justification for that myself because I went through the experience myself. I think that you can make claims about the experiences you've gone through when it comes to things like that. But the point that I'm making is that, I can't justify that to anyone else, right?
You can't justify what point?
That I saw that
happened.
Yeah.
Or that the claim that it is a UFO.
Mm-hmm.
Are those two different things?
Well, the UFO technically it is because it's just an unidentified flying object. But by what we mean UFO, meaning aliens flying in a plane or whatever, not in a plane, in a jet or whatever the fuck it would be called, spaceship.
Right. So at that point, it would be unidentified to you, right? So somebody else could have seen it and said, "Hey, we shot a bottle rocket up in the air and it hit a pigeon and the pigeon fell down," right? And you could
that would be a crazy bottle rocket. I can't imagine that.
Right. That's just a crazy example, right? So somebody somewhere might have or might not have known what it was, right? Is that I mean, and so my thing would be is that I guess prior, and I guess this kind of brings a conversation full circle, is back to the compilation of scriptures being antiquities before it was compiled as what Christians call the Bible. These, what I believe is the Bible. And there's a really good book. I don't know if anybody's brought it up to you, is that Evidence Demands a Verdict. I don't know if you've read that. I don't know how many kind of religious debates you have. But it's a really good book, compiled by a bunch of scholars and stuff. But the antiquity of, like I said, before the Bible became Christian, quote unquote, scripture, is what I believe, because of the evidence that I've found, to be accounts of God recorded and passed down and preserved. Why did I go on that?
Well, the thing is, I don't know why you'd believe that to be God. I can agree that there would be accounts that Jesus existed, Jesus was crucified on the cross, but not that he rose from the dead, not that he walked over water and turned water into wine. Because I believe that those things are miracles in the least probable thing to occur. That's what we consider a miracle to be. So the only possible way that we could establish that as historical fact is if it's the only explanation possible, because in order for it to be the least probable explanation and the most probable explanation simultaneously, is if there's only one explanation.
So I guess I'm just trying to find. I have to be careful because I do like to talk also. I just don't want to over talk, I guess, which probably the comments are saying get them off. But anyway, so if you believe that Jesus is and was a person and that he existed, if your standard of evidence is to be recreated, you can't recreate this person, right? Or are you just talking about events?
I just meant like,
so we can freeze water. And
so
water
for historical
freezes
events, I'm
anytime we
looking
put
for
it in.
what's most probably the case based upon the evidence. That's what I'm looking for. And I would say that's probably going to be established by historians.
So so in the case of events, so you're saying the idea of sorry, I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. So you believe that Jesus existed because historians believe they existed.
I think they're going
Is
to
that
probably establish what's most likely to be the case in terms of history based upon their understanding of it. I could have reason to believe otherwise if there's some sort of evidence brought up, but that's going to be the best basis I have. Yeah, is going to
okay?
be to accept that in terms of what historians are saying right now. That's the best reason I have to believe about what happened.
Right. Okay. So then, would you say that your biggest, I guess, hang up for Christianity is the resurrection then?
Well, that's one
Or
of
it
them.
would so
I mean, I do
that is
think I
what
do think that even if you could prove resurrection, I still think that you could. It still wouldn't even establish Christianity. To be totally honest with you, like there's
Mhm.
actually even an argument for that, and that's
Do you have to
sometimes
name
what people don't like to hear. But if you can identify contradictions outside of that, regardless of whether or not that's true, that still wouldn't indicate it. But yeah, I definitely don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead.
right? Okay. So and that would be because you would have to have somebody else rise from the dead. Is that kind of like what I'm understanding correctly? Would be your standard of evidence, or would it be that Jesus would have to rise from the dead? Like, is it because you haven't seen somebody else rise from the dead that you haven't kind of a hang up on the resurrection? Would
That
that
plus
be
there's
kind
not
of
really good accounts that it happened. It's actually
Mhm.
most probable at that time period that they would let someone decompose on the cross, or they'd throw him to these like mass burial
right,
pits.
right? And so, like, so the fact that, um, which I'm sure you've heard, like the eyewitness accounts of the 500.
There's no
You've heard
specific
them.
eyewitness accounts from them. It's just a claim of 500 people.
There's no specific accounts, and this goes back to why I think, and again, the idea, I've heard the moral hang-ups on Christianity as well, and I just try to be, and maybe I'm not as well articulated right now. I don't do well in front of audiences of 3,000 people,
You're good.
but and so I try to be as intellectually, I guess, consistent as possible, right? With, um, try to be intellectually. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought again.
That's okay.
I got hung up.
Can I
You
just ask
said,
you like a question?
yeah,
Maybe we could get us
yeah.
into like a broader sort of conversation.
Right, yes, please.
Yeah, so like an argument that I typically have is that like if God is all knowing, all powerful, all good, that means he can get rid of any unnecessary suffering or evil within our world. And would you agree with that?
Yes, and yeah. I don't know if you want to elaborate or if you want me to elaborate.
Yeah. I think that starvation includes unnecessary suffering because you don't need to have the ability to starve to death in order to have free will. You can still have
Mhm.
freedom of choice and everything else that you'd specifically want from reality without people starving to death. So if you just got rid of the biological ability for people to starve to death, I
Mhm.
think the world would be preferable, at least within that respect. Would you agree with that?
If people weren't starving to death,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I would agree that you know that I don't necessarily like seeing people starve to death. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's a horrible thing. Yeah.
And if God can get rid of that with the snap of a finger and make our biology work in such a way in which we do not require food to survive, millions of people would not starve to death every year.
Would you believe in God if He did that?
I think that would be more in alignment with the worldview and it'd make it more likely. Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Like
but would
if
you
if
believe?
if it were true
But
that
would
no one starved to death, that's what you would expect to see if a God that cares about us did exist and was all
right,
knowing and all
right,
powerful.
right. Yeah. So if that happened, because I know we like to
Well, I,
speak
well,
on
I guess
hypothetical.
one thing I could say is it should have already been the case.
Yeah, and it's not, right, which we see, right? It's not the case, and so in speaking in hypotheticals, right? If he did, because you had mentioned earlier, that's one of the hangups, right? Is the resurrection. So if he did, he snapped his fingers, and nobody ever starved to death again, would that be enough for Parker to believe that the Christian God exists? Would that be your would you be like,
I mean,
all right, let's go.
I guess there could be no other explanation for that. If there could be, then maybe that would get me to consider it to a greater extent, of course.
So if there
But like,
was,
I mean, I guess sure. But like, I mean, yeah, it's still the question again would be still there is that why did it even happen in the first place?
right, and that's, I think, you know, and I don't know your background, right? I grew up not asking questions, you know, and it led me to a broader understanding to ask these questions, and that's why, you know, I did have to hop off, right? And you know, again, back to kind of the moral, and I'm assuming we're kind of like on a moral topic, right? It's morally wrong to have people starve to death. Is that kind of like the thing, right?
Mhm.
And it's like, you know, the judge, right? I hear you I hear you, when you come on here, you've asked people before, you know, are you 18? Are you driving? Are you, you know, this. There's you know, there's standards for everything else in life, right? If we want to go to a gym, say Planet Fitness, if I drop the weights over and over and over again, I can't go to Planet Fitness. If I don't fit a dress code for a certain organization, right, I can't go to this organization. If you have somebody under 18 or if somebody who's driving, right, you're going to be kicked off the ride, and we don't have a problem with it anywhere else, right? And so that's kind of when I talk about the intellectual honesty and intellectual kind of consistency. Would you have any kind of, I'm interested in your thoughts on that, because here, right, like if TikTok kicked you off live, you're quit, like you would be nope, you can't be 18, you can't be driving, you can't, right? So in the case of, you know, honesty, if we're following rules here for different organizations, or, you know, TikTok live, for example, or college graduation kind of requirements, what do you think, and your personal opinion is kind of like the big hang up on, oh, God has rules, and if we don't follow them, we can't go to heaven. That's horrible, right? Like, what would be your kind of hang up on that? Like, if we're so quick here to say like, oh man, Planet Fitness, man, F them, man. I kept dropping the weights and they just didn't let me come back. You know what I'm saying?
It's not just the rules, right? It's also like
Right.
the conditions that exist within our society. That's what I was talking about in terms of like the amount of people that starve to death. But there are plenty of unruly rules I could point to, like in not legitimate rules in the context of the Bible. Like I don't think premarital sex is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think lying in all contexts is wrong. I don't think
Right.
telling your kids Santa Claus exists is wrong, because technically that'd be considered lying.
Yeah.
There are so many connotations I could bring up where I don't consider something wrong, but yet the Christian religion does. So I'm going to have disagreements on like what I see in terms of rules to be legitimate. But that doesn't even mean that that was my reason as to why I thought it was wrong. My reason as to why I thought it was wrong was that it, like, again, if the own view is that it's wrong that people starve to death, well then wouldn't it make sense to consider that God would create a world where there would be literally no starvation?
So if in the Christian view, right, the best thing that could happen would be to know God, and starvation. I kind of feel like this is, I see a smirk and I kind of feel like you know where this is gonna go, and I feel like you gotta have a response to it. If starvation would be a means for somebody to reach out to God, right? Like, sounds horrible, but if the end goal is that person finds God, and then that person is the person to feed their village or their city or their town, is that, I don't know, is that means to, like, if God's creation,
So then God uses starvation to bring more people to heaven? Is that your view?
no, I think that God uses,
Are you saying that all things considered it's good that people starve to death? Or that it should
No,
happen? Or that it's preferable?
no. I think that it's good and preferable that all people come to know truth and know Jesus and know love. So I think that there are people who have experiences. Again, I guess we kind of covered this in the beginning, right? Like, is it horrible that if somebody is starving and they come to know Christ and they make choices that lead them out of this starvation, and then they go back and they feed this community that is starving, and they give credit to God and they give credit to Jesus, right? Is that because the problem with evil, I know you've mentioned, like, this, would this be under that idea of evil?
Like
Or
that people
is it
starve to
like,
death?
yeah, is that like,
Yeah, it's not only
like,
under my determination of evil, but wouldn't it be also under your own perspective? Like I'm saying under your own perspective, you consider this to be evil, right?
yeah, yeah. I I
Yeah.
guess starving to death in and of itself is not evil. Like, if I captured you and I starved you to death, right? Like, I don't think that God is necessarily causing somebody to starve to death just because
Well,
he's
God created
not
our biology to work in such a way in which that happens.
to starve to death.
Hmm.
Right. Did he also
There's
create
also
food?
people that have unintentionally starved to death, like throughout history, like, and the people of their society didn't want them to because they wanted to be able to provide but they couldn't. Like that's happened throughout history. So like why couldn't God prevent that when they didn't have the ability to?
Right, and I will concede to a point, and in the Western world especially, I and this is something that has changed drastically in the last couple of months, even, is that I believe that God established the church body to be the body of Christ, and I believe it, especially in the Western world, the church body has, quote end quote, fallen asleep, and I believe that there should be more Christians feeding poor, feeding needy, feeding widows, feeding orphan. So I will concede to that point. I think that that the church body that was established by Jesus and the apostles, and as it continued through, has fallen asleep. So I would say that, yeah, Christians kind of, even to my own point, have kind of put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, including mine, before I even came to Christianity. You know, and so yeah, I think that our biology, it was created, but I also know that God put food here, right? God put food on earth. So he created our body, but he also created the thing to sustain it. No.
Okay, but like there would be no need to do that if they got rid of the hunger bar. Like you're making Minecraft, why would you turn on the hunger bar? Just turn it off.
I mean, would you never want to eat pizza or frozen
You can make
yogurt?
it so that we can still eat pizza and eat whatever we want
Oh,
while
I see.
simultaneously not needing it to survive. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. I mean, and again, I think it goes back. I think it goes back to, and I'll hop down here in a minute. And I do appreciate you letting me stay on as long as I did, bro. I mean, I appreciate the respectful conversation. I
Of course.
use hope in a lot of people, a lot of young people too, sometimes, like myself included. Like, I just, I think these conversations need to happen more often, bro. And I don't know where you're at, and I'm not going to ask you to identify that. I think it would be dumb, but if there is ever a point in time where I could shake your hand and get you coffee or a tea or a matcha or whatever you drink, no, I'm just playing, or a beer if you drink beer, I don't know. Like, I'd love to be able to do that for you, man. It's freaking sit down, and because I need these kind of conversations. The last thing, but I will say, yeah, bro. I mean, I mean, we could, if and would and could and should, and I've done that, and I think I got to the point where I was just so exhausted that it's like, man, we talk about, prior experiences, you know what I'm saying? And it's like being kind of the standard of evidence as well, and repeatable experiences. It's like faith, for example. I've heard this analogy. It's like I live in Western mountains of some state, okay, and when you're going up over the top of a mountain, there's oncoming traffic. You have to, quote end quote, have faith that somebody's not going to swerve into your lane, right? Like, so faith is not in and of itself abstract, right?
So
Like,
let me actually clarify this. I think
go
it's
ahead, go
very
ahead.
probable, based upon your priors with driving, that people
Right.
are not going to do that. So you actually do have
Okay.
evidence to believe that.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So my evidence, right? Like, and again, my personal evidence, my personal testimony, right? Take it what it is. The gospel is that Jesus died for our sins and for all those who accept that, and rose again, right? That's my belief. And I think that the only thing I can do is share my personal experience from my repeatable, right? Like, my repeatable experience would be that I left the church. I live on 6 acres by myself, bro. It's gonna sound pathetic, with 2 dogs in the middle of the woods, bro. And I've been looking into the Quran, Eastern philosophy, the Vedas, Judaism, like all these different things, right? And I went outside and I was just like, God, whoever you are, even as far as Norse paganism, like, God, whoever you are, like, just show me truth, bro. Like, literally, that's how I said it. Like, I was just like, I don't know who you are. Like, just show me truth. I have a buttload of questions, and then I just started asking, and then, like, the peace, the comfort, the reassurance, I guess, strengthened that. And there's many a times where I was like, screw this, I'm not researching anything. I went back to doing all my stuff, right? And it ultimately came down to, this in and of itself. And I don't know your personal life, and like I said, I'll hop down after this, bro. I don't know, like, what you do off of live, right? That is between you and whatever you that is between you and whoever you want to call it, right? Like, that's I see a light in you, bro. Like, I'm not like, you have a kind heart, bro, and I don't care what anybody says, and I don't even agree with. There's probably, if you posted 100 videos, I would disagree with probably 99 and a half of them, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's fine, bro. I still would get coffee with you, because I think that there's something deeper than what we've all been led to be blinded by, right? And so I know you build a platform off of debating and getting into disagreements with people who disagree, and whether your heart is genuinely searching now or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you came on your platform tomorrow and you said, I'm a Christian, like, and you were like, man, I am a Christian, I've had an encounter, like, you'd have a lot of people. All right, I'm out, Parker. You're crazy. Like, I don't want that. Would affect income. That would, like,
No.
right? No,
No,
you don't think so?
genuinely, think about this. I actually
Go
think
ahead,
that
go
if I
ahead,
were
go ahead.
Christian, I'd probably get more people, to be
You think
honest with
so?
you. Yeah, genuinely, because I do think
Yeah.
that, like, one thing that holds me back from connecting to a lot of people is the fact that I'm an atheist, like, genuinely,
Yeah.
because people are more likely to accept things from Christian when they are Christian. That's just a fact. And that's not
Yeah.
true for all Christians, but, like, it's just, like, true in general.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I do think that if I, like, did, like, utilize religious language and rhetoric, I probably would be more effective at reaching more people. But, like, the thing is, I just genuinely don't believe it, and that's why I don't feel the ability I can do that. So,
Yeah.
but
But
yeah, I mean, I could totally do that,
had,
and
like,
I don't think I would lose people. I don't think people would be like, yo, Parker, I can't watch you anymore because you're still a progressive and you just have a different religious view. Like, I don't think that people would stop.
Do you think that you would lose some? And I'll jump down. I can talk.
Maybe
to you for hours, bro.
maybe there'd be some people, but I would gain more people from losing than losing.
Okay. That would be my point. Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, if you want to try it,
No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that because I can't, like,
No.
I couldn't go on, like, a platform and say I believe something without, like, actually, like, holding to it, because
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to explain it.
Yeah, no, I
like
got
why
you.
I believe in it.
And I respect that, bro, 100%. And I'll hop down, bro. I genuinely enjoy conversation, man. I enjoy how respectful you are, and how respectful this conversation was. I appreciate you, the exchange. I do learn a lot from people who disagree, and I think that that is a problem with a lot of people who call themselves Christian, is they do stay in their circle. I think, again, the last thing would be that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. That's like one of my favorite quotes. And I think that if more people showed the love of Christ and they embodied what love is, and I won't touch that, but I meant to ask you that, bro. I meant to ask you that. Dang. Okay, that would be a whole nother tangent, but that'll be a whole nother tangent unless you give me the go ahead. And
Go ahead.
I don't. Okay. I know that there is a group of people, that say this love is love. Do you accept that definition? And if not, what is your definition of love, and how do you define it? And if
Love
you don't
is
want to
love.
answer it, that's
Yeah,
fine.
technically
Yeah.
it's trivial to say love is love. Like, of course.
Right. Right.
That's just like saying A is equal to A.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with that. Do you have a definition for love? And I won't. That can be yes or no. We don't have to talk about it. If you have a definition
I don't think I
for
have
love,
just one definition of love. I think I will use different definitions of love all the time. Like there's a general sense of love I think we apply in the context of like our friends, our family and stuff like that, and then a sense of love that we have like for example our significant other, right? Or people we're
Right.
closer to in that respect. So, I mean, I different. It depends on the context. I wouldn't be able to give you one that's applicable in all circumstances.
Yeah. Okay. No, I appreciate that, and that actually helped me too. So I'll go. I'll drop down. Hey, man, I'm not gonna say I appreciate it again, but I do appreciate you, bro. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. And
You as well. Merry Christmas.
I hope, hey, if there's ever a time where we can connect and I can buy you something to drink, or get you some food or a burger or something, bro, let me know, and I'll message
Good luck.
you.
Good luck. I don't know if
Good.
I don't know if I would be like you said. You lived in the middle of like
I'm not
the
gonna bring
woods,
you to
right?
the middle of.
So I meant like I don't know if I would end up with like I live in LA, so I don't know if I would randomly
hey,
come across your
couple
path.
of
But if that happens, sure, I appreciate it.
yeah, well, I'm gonna message you, bro. Like I message a lot of people, man, and I'll drop down. I'm gonna message you whether you look for it, whether you see it, whether you don't, man. My friends live out that way that I served with in the Marine Corps, bro, and I plan on making a trip out there to see them. And if I'm out that way, I'm gonna message you. And if you see it, you see it, and if not, then I hope we at least get to talk again sometime, man. Keep doing what you're doing, man. At least you held to your convictions, and I'll talk to you soon. I appreciate you bringing me up.
Appreciate it. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, bro. See you, bye.
Alrighty. Let's make sure to go on to the next person. We got about an hour or so left on the stream, everyone. It's a little bit different of a live today. I thought I would do this for the Christmas that we have. It's been a long time since I've done a live like this, so thought it would be fitting. Jason, by the way, thank you for the $10. That is true, Jason. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you, Julia. Thank you so much for the $15. Merry Christmas to you as well. Swiffers, thank you so much for the purchase of the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. That's totally true. That's totally true. I totally get you. I think that's a point I brought up earlier as well. Stephanie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Stephanie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you as well. And I know, right? It's honestly such a weird, like, sort of propagandistic narrative. It's crazy. But thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jesse, thank you so much for the $10. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much. W lurking. Dennis, thank you so much. Really appreciate the €6. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Technically, I would think. Yeah, I think that would classify as that. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Seek, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Michael, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Han Solo, thank you so much for the $5. Fish Taco, thank you so much for the $10. Merry Atheist Christmas, Parker. You as well. Joelish, thank you so much for the $2 as well. I think I'm fully caught up there, actually. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Just letting everyone know, but let's make sure to go on to the next person. Probably got a debate or two here, left on the live at least. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Catherine, by the way,
Hey,
thank
good
you so much for
morning.
the $10. Merry Christmas to you as well. And Christian, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Tania, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, of course. I disagree with technically all Abrahamic religions. And happy holidays. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm well over 18.
Yeah, and do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
So intelligibility has preconditions, right?
What do you mean by intelligibility?
Well, in order for you to make an assertion, or what we might call like a predication, there must be some things that are necessarily or transcendently true.
Okay. Well, I don't accept that it would be some sort of God. That would be a necessary precondition for what you're demonstrating to be intelligibility. Would you have any argument for why that would be a God?
Yeah, because any non-biblical worldview fails on the terms of those worldviews fail to satisfy those preconditions.
How so?
Yeah, so if I ask you what it is that dictates possibility and impossibility in the world, what would you posit to defend? As a Christian, that would be the God who is. We would say that the God who is uses the laws of nature, that the laws of nature are concrete. They actually stand in a cause and effect relationship with the physical world. You reject that, so what would you put in their place?
That would cause the intelligibility to exist?
Yeah, I mean, in order for us to talk
Here's my question.
intelligibility.
What is logically impossible about it being a natural explanation? Because I'm an agnostic atheist, meaning I don't have an explanation, right, for what came prior to the Big Bang. And I think what you're asking for is a precondition prior to the Big Bang that could have led to this happening? Or are you asking for
No,
the
I'm just saying
evolution, like the description of evolution or abiogenesis, in order to be able to get to the level of intellectual capacities we have now, right, to be able to make reason, or I mean to engage in reason or to make arguments?
Yeah, but even the those propositions that you just invoked presuppose certain aspects about reality, such like that reality can be rationally understood because there are some things that are possible and other things that are impossible. So you're implicitly affirming that there's something out there. What provides for the uniformity of nature? These are what we would call like fundamental presuppositions. And on your worldview, what are you gonna posit there? What would that be?
I don't think I would have to posit a God in order to say that reality can be reasonably understood. All I just have to do is posit that I have like a brain with sensibility and the ability to
Right.
actually critically think. Right? All you have to do is posit that those particular things could allow for reasonability. I think that natural explanations could explain that. I don't see why you were saying that in order to be able to come to some determination or to reasonably understand the world, I would have to advocate that some sort of God exists. And even if
Well,
a
notice that
certain
I've
God
asked
did
you.
exist, by the way, that doesn't necessitate that it was the Christian version of God. There could be a deist notion of God that could have created those particular preconditions under your same reason, because you said for some reason there needs to be
Those are,
a personal being that would generate that, rather than it just being any type of existence that would have the certain sets of conditions that were eternal.
those are just more, yeah, those are just more assertions. You didn't actually answer the question. I'm
Okay.
happy to answer those things, but I asked you what it is that dictates possibility and impossibility, and then you just invoked like that
Oh,
you
sure.
have this rational mind, which you didn't give an argument for, and that somehow there's coherence between your mind and this rational world that you are living in, which is the thing that I'm asking you. What justifies just the rationality or the uniformity of nature in order that science can be done before you can even extrapolate back to the singularity or defend that this evolutionary mechanism works. See, you continue to presuppose these things that I'm asking you to justify. I'm happy to argue
What are you asking
or
for justify?
explain why.
Like, are
I'm
you
happy.
saying that you want like it to be empirically tested? Because I mean, I'd say that we empirically tested that we do absolutely have like these particular qualities. If you're saying that we have the ability to reasonably conclude things, and even so, I don't have to provide
Not
an
what's the
account for.
question?
I don't have to provide an account for it in order to be able to say
Well,
that I don't accept the Christian worldview.
you do have to provide an account for your worldview, whatever that is, if you want to sit there and pretend that you can explain
I said I'm an
reality without
agnostic.
God. Right, but you do have a worldview, and that worldview is not the biblical worldview. So you do have a positive claim that there is some other non-biblical worldview that can satisfy these preconditions, right? So you do have a burden of
I
proof
don't.
for whatever worldview you hold, whether it be fringe or whatever it might be. But when I ask you these questions, okay, great. Well, how do you, how do you just even from your worldview, what are you putting in that slot, since you've removed God, that dictates all possibility and impossibility in the world? If you don't have anything there, then on the terms of your worldview, and I'm not challenging whether or not we live in a world that's rationally understood. I'm saying on the terms of your worldview, you fail to explain your metaphysic within your worldview where there is no God. We can move on to epistemology or ethics, but as it is now, you have a worldview that is incoherent, because your worldview cannot satisfy the preconditions of intelligibility that you are using to pretend that there is no God.
So by
Do you understand the
preconditions for
argument?
intelligibility, you're essentially saying the ability for us to verify whether or not true or false claims exist, right? And you're essentially saying that we don't have no basis to establish empirics, or we have no basis to establish rational faculties without saying that a God exists. I don't really see how God's existence changes whether or not you have the ability to rationally explain these particular types of things at all. And you don't have to provide any particular account as an agnostic atheist, as again, you don't know what the causal factor is of the universe. So I don't think any of those arguments are like necessarily valid, especially
Well,
because like your argument
yeah.
doesn't necessarily entail that you have an explanation for, say, logic or some other factor
Oh,
for
sure I
explaining
do.
the world to a greater extent than, say, believing that there was a natural explanation to the world, or not even having an explanation for what led to the existence of the world.
So all I really heard there, two things. I heard that you concede that your worldview cannot be explained without God, but then you made an assertion that somehow I'm in the predicament as well. But that's something that you would have to show through argumentation. So
Well,
you brought up
actually,
logic, so we'll move on. We can
wait,
move on
hold
to
up.
logic. Like,
Could you tell me how it's
go
any
ahead.
different from my worldview to your worldview that you can account for logic, but I couldn't?
Yeah, we would say logic is just derived and consistent with the nature of God. So, for example, when we invoke something like the law of identity, we're making this statement about the nature of everything that exists, and we're saying that, hey, everything in existence universally is what it is, and it could never be its negation. Now, I want to know what justification you have for invoking that. Like, how could you possibly know that
That's not a justification.
unless,
Wait, you didn't just provide
what's
a
that?
justification. All you just said was that like A equals A, and it couldn't possibly be otherwise. I agreed with that, and I could have said the same thing, but that doesn't necessarily provide a justification for the supposition that that's even sort of reliable reasoning in the first place, at least from what your critique was. Because you said that it was
Well,
quote unquote derived in the nature of God. So just God is logic? Is that what does that even mean?
yeah, so the predicament is on your worldview. If you want to invoke that there's like even one universal truth, I want to know how you know. But you go much further than that, which is pretty bizarre. You're making the statement that everything that exists within the entirety of existence is what it is and could never be its negation. I don't know how you could know that unless there is a God that
Sorry,
has
sir.
certain omni properties that reveal certain things about the fundamental nature of reality to you.
That
On
didn't make any
those terms,
sense.
it would be on those terms it would be justified. Sure, if it is the case that there is a God that exists, and this God has just the basic omni properties that we would attribute to God, just the agreed upon philosophical omni properties, and a God like that revealed to you that because he's always truth revealing, so we're going to have to go beyond. Now we're stepping into Christianity. It's an always truth revealing God because of the nature of this God always being truth revealing, that everything is what it is and can never be its negation. Created your mind in a way that it is rational, and there's coherence there between the world that is also he created to be rational because he has a plan and a purpose for mankind. I understand you don't like any of that, but that's over here. I'm showing you the cards on my system. But then when I ask you, okay, you reject all that, that's fine. Then how do you give an account for like even anything? Logic, the law of identity. How do you justify that on your terms. And I see you just avoiding the question, just like you did my metaphysical question. So is your epistemology just in shambles now, or can you answer that question?
So I don't think you've actually answered any of my questions here, and that's why
That's
I wanted to keep
posturing.
asking this. I'm not posturing. Can I please explain? So you essentially were arguing that it's derived in the nature of God. I asked you multiple times, what is it mean when you say derived in the nature of God? And then you just continued to repeat the idea that God establishes these things to be true without explaining the justification that would be separate from the justification that I could just provide about a natural set of existence. You're
Yeah,
giving no
so
argument
let
for
me
why
answer
God
that.
is necessary to explain
Right.
epistemological facts, facts about nature, or facts about how we live and operate, or can come to intelligent responses to things, or engage in logic. You're giving no argument that God is necessary to do that, and the argument you'd
That's
have to
right.
provide for that is that it's contradictory with atheism or with a belief in anything other than your version of God.
Yeah, no problem. So there's three things there. So the first one is when you say that you could just do it too, that's an assertion. That's what I'm asking you to do, but you say you can do it, but you haven't, and that's why I said you're posturing. I didn't mean it as an insult, okay? And so when we talk about the impossibility of the denial, it would be something like a transcendental argument for logic. We would say that if you were to reject logic, then you would necessarily have to provide a logical argument. But by doing so, you prove that logic is something that is indispensable. And it's the same with the Christian God. We'd say that the
What?
Christian God, there are certain attributes on
Wait,
this
you just said that you
framework.
need logic in order to explain logic, which obviously I agree
Yeah,
with
can
you
you
that
do
you need
that?
logic to
Okay,
explain
great.
logic, but that's not providing a secondary or proper justification for why logic is grounded under your worldview, but not mine.
Yeah, because when we say that logic it's impossible to deny logic. So the argument there is that there are aspects of reality
Impossible is
that it being
presupposing logic. Because when you're talking about possibility, at least in this context, when you're saying impossible, you're saying it's illogical, right, to happen otherwise. You're presupposing logic in claiming that argument. That's not providing a secondary or beneath justification for it. It's just presupposing that you have to have consistency.
Yeah, can you deny that though?
Wait, so if we
Can
both
you
have to
give me? Can you
presuppose,
give me?
if we both have to presuppose logic in order to be explain the world around us, and we don't have to presuppose a God in order to explain the world around us, what gives you
That's a claim, though.
better justification to presuppose logic just because you believe in God? Because I would see that to
Yeah,
be no
because when
argument for
you
that. If we both can agree that presupposing logic is justified, right? Well, then I have
No,
no
we
issue
don't.
with
We
it.
don't agree. We
Well,
don't agree. You're making a categorical error when you do that.
I'm not.
Because I'm arguing logic is consistent with a different categorical worldview. So you over here on the Christian worldview, where we have a God that is always truth revealing, creates minds in a way that they can rationally understand the world that is rationally understood, and this God is a revelatory God. This God is a loving God. And so this God reveals certain things about creation to this God. On that system, these things are justified. Okay, the
Because he just says
circularity
so.
there is supportive, but you can deny that. But when I've asked you a metaphysical question, you failed on it. I've asked you epistemological question, you failed on it, and all I have to do now is undermine your ethical scheme, which should be very easy.
Well,
Then
you
we
didn't
just
do
show
any of
that your
that. You didn't do any
entire
of that. You can
worldview.
think in your head that you've done this, but you haven't. You just said that, again,
Where have you
all you said
engaged?
was that God led to rational beings existing, okay? I could say nature led to
Yeah.
rational beings existing. That's no different. You're just giving a description for what you think happened, not a justification. You're not,
No,
what's
that's
the
called a
justification?
worldview. Yeah, it's a worldview juxtaposition. We're saying, hey, there's these two competing paradigms, at least two competing paradigms.
Hmm.
If your worldviews, we're going to say, like, if we were to try to instantiate your worldview, okay? So let's pretend all of a sudden that we're living in a world where there is no God. How do you give an account for the uniformity of nature, the rationality of your mind, universals at all? Do universals exist if all minds on earth cease to exist?
He just keeps
You can't
repeating the
give an
same
account
point
for
without
that.
actually providing
Right, what about
justification.
logic? Right,
All
but-
you're saying is, how do you account for these things under
Yeah,
an
that's a
atheistic
transcendental
worldview? Because you're
argument.
assuming that you can account for these things under the Christian worldview.
Yeah, that's a transcendental argument. I've already
Yeah, okay,
explained
so if
this
it's just
to
an
you.
assumption,
I'm
then
sorry
how
that
could
you're not familiar
wait,
with
if
this,
your
but I've
argument
actually
wait, so let me
sufficiently given you
clarify.
an argument
I
that
am
you cannot
familiar.
rebut it.
If your argument is just you presuppose
Doesn't
it,
seem
well then
like
how are
it.
you going to argue that we can't account for something because we presuppose it?
I wish you would. I wish you would. I wish you would actually engage with the argument by saying, "Hey, no,
I
check it
have.
out.
I have.
have
Yeah,
a
I have.
rational
You're the one
worldview.
who's not actually engaging with my points.
Wait,
Because
what have you?
you are
I'm
presupposing
sorry.
that is logically contradictory under any other explanation for the world for us to account for reason, logic, and any other sort of position in terms of rational beings existing. That's an absurd
Yeah.
worldview. You have to justify that there's something contradictory. I've already told you this. Something contradictory about
Yeah, I'll do
atheism
that.
and there being a justification for rational beings, or the atheism and rational beings. That's the
Yeah.
justification you have to provide, because you said it is impossible to account for these things if
That's
you
right.
hold under an atheistic worldview or any worldview that doesn't assume the particular Christian God's existence.
Yeah, the contradiction is pretty simple. The contradiction is an implicit affirmation of the preconditions of intelligibility, and then an explicit rejection of them. That's the contradiction.
What
So
was the
your
rejection?
worldview, you continue your worldview. You continue to say that you can justify these things, but you've not even attempted to justify one. Now, I'll remind you with the two questions.
Wait,
that are
no, hold
currently
up,
on
hold
the
up, hold up.
table.
You said the affirmation
Can I
and
finish
then
my
not
thought?
affirming. So I believe it to be true
Right.
and false simultaneously. When did I assert that the
Right.
preconditions for intelligibility are false and don't actually exist?
Right. Yeah, explicitly. It's like this. There's two questions on the table. I've given you one question regarding your metaphysical scheme, and that is, what is it that you can present and defend that dictates possibility and impossibility? Okay. And the second one is your
logic.
epistemology. I asked you, how do you justify the law of identity?
Still
for
waiting to hear a
example?
response to what I questioned. When did I
So
say
you're
that I don't
posturing.
affirm
There's
the
two
preconditions
questions
for
on the table.
intelligibility?
Right, because you have nothing to put in those categories that you can defend.
Wait, no. So
If
it's
you
not.
don't
No.
have
So if
anything,
your
look, this
argument
is
is
really
that I
simple.
can't affirm the preconditions for intelligibility, that doesn't
No,
mean that
that's not
I
the
claimed
argument.
that there is no affirmation of the preconditions for intelligibility. What are you saying?
Look. So first of all, settle down and listen to me a little bit.
I am.
Okay. Implicitly, it's something. You can affirm things implicitly, right?
Yes.
Okay, right. So implicitly, when you predicate, when you speak intelligibly, when you pretend that you live in a world where there is no God, you are implying that this fictional worldview that you've created can satisfy those preconditions. That's an implicit affirmation. But when I ask you explicitly, what do you put in your metaphysical category? How do you answer this epistemological question? You give me nothing, 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 nothing. Okay?
Wait. So not
That's it.
providing a
That's the
justification
contradiction.
for
That's
that's not a
and not A.
contradiction.
You affirm
That's not
A,
a
but
that's
you
not a
have no A.
contradiction. That's not a contradiction. So
Sure it is.
let me
Sure it is.
clarify.
Because
Let me clarify.
I'll show.
When
No,
I am
listen.
when I am asserting,
No, this is-
right? Listen, when I'm affirming that we have certain preconditions for intelligibility, such as, like, again, you're just saying that we have the ability to come to logical conclusions about the world around us. Again, there are presuppositions of being able to interpret the world around you that rely upon this for everyone.
Christian?
And this is
Are
also
those
true for the
Christian
Christian world.
presuppositions?
This is also true for the Christian worldview, because in order to interpret a revelation from God, you also have to rely on the exact same preconditions, right, without being able to establish that through the context of Christianity yet, in order to be able to accept the preconditions of revelation.
Categorical error
Well,
again.
that's not
That's
a
another
categorical error.
categorical
No,
error.
it's not.
Yeah,
No,
so-
it's not.
so-
No, it's not. Let me also keep going. Let me keep going. Also, again, there's nothing
gish
different about
galloping.
a Christian worldview that allows for you to establish the preconditions for logic any more than the preconditions for under the context of an atheistic
Yeah.
worldview. You provided no argument for that. Can I please
Yeah, that's a
keep going with this?
categorical error.
Hold up. Let me
That's
please
a
keep
too
going.
cool- okay,
Let me please
you're
keep
gish
going.
galloping, though. You
How?
gish galloping. Because look at this is really simple. I asked you if you engage with the argument implicitly, you are affirming A. Okay, the preconditions of the preconditions of intelligibility. But when
Yeah,
I
I
ask
think.
you to
Hey,
actually
I think that
put
we are all
something- when I
assuming.
asked you,
We are all
why do you
assuming
continue
that
to interrupt
logic
me?
is true. That's all
No,
of
we're
our
not.
assumptions.
Again, that is you're making a categorical
Yes, it is.
error. I've pointed this out to you now 4 times. This is a sloppy error.
How is it a category
When
error?
I ask you to put something in those categories, you have nothing.
Wait,
Therefore,
how is it a
you-
category
you
error?
must-
That's not a category error. What do you mean?
No,
Just
it's
because I don't have an explanation for why
You're getting emotional, and you're not.
I'm not
paying
emotional.
attention
Just
here.
because I don't have
I'm dealing with 2
a
points.
justification doesn't provide anything. Because
Point-
we're just talking about the fact that there is going to be an assumption that there's going to be an accurate prescription in terms of logic, and I think that same thing is existing under your worldview. What particularly
Categorical error
are
right
you
there.
saying?
That's
Okay, so then
category
are you saying that the only thing that you fit in there is just God? So just saying God means that you can justify it. But you gave
Well,
no argument for
not
why
merely
God
just saying
justifies it.
Are you nervous to let me speak? Because you've interrupted me now every time I try to answer you. You've
Okay.
got two
You're crashing out.
questions
It's
on the
okay.
table.
I haven't interrupted you every time. That's obviously ridiculous.
One of us is crashing out. I've
That
got
was
2
you.
points on the table. Okay, that's you interrupting again. I've got 2 points on the table that I'd like to address. Okay. The first point is that you implicitly affirm the preconditions, but when I ask you to present something and defend it, you can't. That's
That's not a
denial of it.
contradiction.
Okay, just because you don't.
That's not a
utter-
contradiction.
No, that's yes, it is.
No, it
That's
isn't.
an affirmation
No, it isn't.
and a denial.
No, it's not. It's not a denial. No, there's no denial of the preconditions. It's just a lack of justification for the preconditions.
No, I
So,
don't think you
so
understand
that doesn't
this.
mean you deny
There
it.
is
Having a
nothing-
lack of justification for it does not mean you deny it.
Right, you don't understand.
Like,
There
for
is
example,
nothing
I have a
within
lack of a
there
justification
is
for a deist
nothing
God's
within
existence.
your-
I have a lack of a justification for a deist God's existence. That doesn't mean I deny the deist God's existence.
This is really bad for you. If you
Really?
were to
'Cause, I mean, I
engage
think that
with
was
the
pretty clear.
argument- Yeah, well, that's actually false because you do affirm a worldview. There are entailments to your failing to acknowledge that the fundamental nature of reality is a mind.
Everyone
You have a
affirms logic
worldview.
presuppositionally.
Well, yeah, but you can't justify it, and you
Can
have
you?
no argument to
Can
say.
you?
Yes, I have
What
already
is it?
done that.
You just say God.
You've
Saying
already-
God is not justification.
But you're crashing out. You got to let
I'm
me
not
finish
crashing
my
out.
thought.
I'm just repeating the same argument.
I get it.
I know
This
you have
is
to
hard
brand
for
me
you.
as
You gotta let
crashing
me-
out because you have no actual arguments against me. It's embarrassing.
Well, I've given you the argument. Whether or not you accept my systematic is fine. But when I ask you to instantiate yours, you have to deny them. That's why you can say,
No, I
well, I
didn't.
didn't answer. I don't know. I can punt to mystery. But
never
because
denied
there
it.
is nothing.
When did I
because
deny
there is
logic?
because there is nothing within your worldview that you can present and defend, that is the negation of the preconditions which you implicitly affirm.
No,
He
no,
cannot be. Yeah, this-
stop.
is really
So
simple stuff.
let me give you my argument
This
from
is
before.
really simple stuff.
Let me give you my argument from
that's the
before.
contradiction.
I don't have evidence. I lack evidence to believe. I lack justification to believe a deist
You
God
could never
exists.
defend that.
Listen,
You could never defend
I lacked.
that.
I lack
You're
justification.
begging the question,
I lacked.
bud.
No, I'm not. I lack
Yeah,
justification
that
for.
begs the question.
Can I please finish without you cutting me off? I lack justification.
Yeah.
I
None
lack
of us
justification for a deist God's existence. Does that mean I deny the deist God's existence?
Yeah, so you could never defend that there is no evidence. And first of all, I thought I made it very clear that
I'm
a
waiting.
Christian.
Direct
I made it
response.
very clear that I made it very clear that I'm a Christian. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
so-
asking you
yeah,
about that.
there
I
is
never
a
said you were a
negation there.
deist.
You have begged the question by presupposing or assuming that you are living in a world where everything does not stand in a causal relationship that began with the mind of God. If you don't have an argument for that, then you could never defend that there is no evidence of God. That's just another one of your reckless assertions. It seems like that's all you can do. Okay? I've given you my justification for logic, the laws of logic. I've not heard yours. I've given you my justification
haven't.
for saying, hey, there's something out there that dictates possibility and impossibility. I've not heard yours. All I hear you do is make assertions and continue to make categorical errors. Can you do any better?
Okay, I think you're gonna watch this back later, and you're gonna realize that you were doing that this whole time. I think you genuinely need to think about this for a second.
given
You're
arguments,
not
bud.
actually. Again, when I'm
You're
making a
dodging.
claim that I don't have evidence for a particular, you're actually ignoring me at this point.
You're
When I don't
dodging.
have, when I acknowledge that I don't have evidence or justification to believe in a deist God,
You
does that
could
mean?
not defend that.
Can I please ask you the question
I
without you
already
crashing out?
addressed that.
You,
You're
no, you're
literally
not. I've
repeating
I've
stuff.
had to ask this question multiple times because you won't answer it. Stop crashing out. I'd love to let me
What's the-
answer the. I'd love to
directly
let.
answer-
I'd love if you'd let me
directly ask
answer
the
the
question.
or ask the question, please.
Directly ask the question.
Okay. If I believe that there's a lack of evidence or justification for a deist God's existence, does that mean that I believe the deist God does not exist?
So first of all, we are not talking about deism.
I
don't
am right
care
now.
how
I
we
asked you a
answer
direct
that
question. You see how you just
I'm not
won't
a
answer the
deist.
direct question? I never
I am
said you
not a
were.
deist.
I never once said
Yeah.
you were.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Yeah, this is sloppy. It depends on what type of
like
omni
so-
property.
No, it
It
doesn't.
depends on what. Yeah, if we're
What is this guy saying, dude? Dude, I
This is really
believe that there is a
simple.
lack of
Settle down,
evidence
bud.
for a deist
you're-
God's existence. Does that mean I
yeah, I'm
don't
not sure
believe
why
that?
you're giggling.
Listen. I think there's a lack of evidence that the deist gods exist. Does that mean I believe the deist God doesn't exist?
If we're talking about like a demigod, then yeah, those would be justified. Okay. But if we're talking
What?
about that which is the source of all contingency, you cannot be neutral about that.
What is this guy
Okay.
saying?
Just the mere fact that you are
What is this guy
invoking
saying?
a worldview.
What are you
not
saying right now?
understanding?
I asked you a direct question. If I believe that there's a lack of evidence for a deist God's existence, does that mean I believe it doesn't exist? No, it obviously doesn't mean I believe it doesn't exist. It just means I don't have
No,
evidence
you've
to
not
believe it
thought
to be
this through,
true.
bud. No, you've not thought this through. If the claim of this deist God, which is again why I don't know we're even talking about deism. This is just you dodging. But if the claim of this deist, if the claim of that you're invoking this deistic God is that it is like a fundamental non-contingent being, then yeah, you can assert your innocence just like a prisoner, okay? But the entailment of your invoking a naturalistic system would be an implicit denial of that God. So yeah, you could
What? Wait, deism
explicitly deny.
isn't entailing
Do you
natural.
know the difference between
Wait,
explicit
do you
and
a deist
implicit?
God is a god? Wait, you're still
You
not understanding my
dodge
point.
every question.
Dude, it's actually embarrassing because that's what you've been doing. Watch this back. Like,
This
it's
is
actually so
yeah,
embarrassing. Why are you saying
yeah,
that? Why
yeah.
are you saying I'm dodging when you literally can't answer this
Okay,
basic
great,
question?
Great.
Obviously,
let's-
if I don't have evidence for something, that doesn't mean I believe it doesn't exist.
That's
So
not
when
a
you're
claim you can
claiming
defend,
that I am
though.
affirming a contradiction, that is absurd. It is absurd. Genuinely, you are not actually
No,
providing
I've
a good
already
argument.
explained it
You
to-
need
I've
to
already
actually
explained it
think
to
about
you,
what
bud.
you're saying before you say it.
You're dodging. Watch. I'll engage with your red herring because you're so desperate here.
Yeah,
If
just
by-
say a
if
million
by
things and
deistic-
maybe something will stick.
Stop posturing. If by
That's what you're
deistic
doing.
God, are you invoking like a demigod, a God that exists within creation, or are you invoking a deistic God that upholds and sustains all things, that created all things, and everything would therefore be evidence of this God? What are you invoking when you invoke this mysterious God? Be specific.
Okay, so to clarify, I'm not even saying I believe this. I am
This is
just
another
telling you.
dodge. Answer
Listen,
the question.
I'm trying to clarify. I'm just trying to
Dodge,
clarify.
duck, dip, dive. You've not answered a single question. Are you
I'm
invoking
directly
a
going to answer.
demigod, or are you invoking a non-contingent ultimate God?
Yeah, so I'll clarify everything. This is a necessary state, meaning it's true in all possible worlds, right? It's eternal, and it's a personal being that caused the universe into existence. That's all I'm saying it is, okay? Okay? And none of that is saying that I'm believing in this. I just brought this up to clearly demonstrate to you that I don't have reason to believe this. I don't have evidence to believe this, but I'm not negating its existence and saying it doesn't exist just because I lack evidence. Okay? That would actually be a logical fallacy. Just because something lacks evidence does not necessarily mean that it's false, right? It means that you don't have reason to accept it to be true, but it does not mean that it's false. So again, when we make the argument earlier that I was negating logic's existence while also simultaneously upholding it because I didn't have an argument to justify why we would accept logic outside of imposing logic or coherence within the argument, well then all you're not understanding is that, again, I believe every single person has to presuppose logic in order to be able to get to this point. I don't believe it's different predicated off of whether or not you are religious. I don't think that
That's
gives you
just an
any greater
statement of
account for it.
ignorance, Parker.
You
And
do you
I
have
noticed that
the
you
inability
muted
to
me.
let me speak and to not cut me off?
The coat. You're gish galloping.
Okay,
Parker,
well,
I want you.
you can just keep saying that
want
if you'd
you-
like.
Can I get just another?
If that
thought
makes
out?
you feel better.
I want your audience to notice that instead of arguing for his worldview, he's throwing up all of these red herrings. And I've even said I don't care about discussing deism. I'm not a deist. He's not a deist. This is Parker desperately dodging. Okay. Now, on those terms, on your hypothetical dodge, if we're talking about a God that created all things, then everything would be evidence of that God, regardless of your mental states. Your mental states, you can explicitly state that you're ignorant or whatever those might be. But when we're talking about the true state of affairs, either everything would be evidence of that God or not. So if you don't have an argument as to how you know everything is not evidence of God, then you could never defend that silly statement you made that there is no evidence of God. This is your sloppy reasoning. Now, would you like to engage with that, or do you want to keep coping and dodging and blabbering? Do you want to engage with that? Engage with that.
I don't think everything is evidence of God.
Didn't
I
ask
don't
for
think
your
that.
mental state.
Yeah, I know. Let
talking about
me
the
speak.
true state of
It's
affairs.
okay. You're crashing out. It's okay. Let me
Yeah,
speak.
we're talking about the true state of
Turn
affairs.
turn the
You're
other
just being
cheek.
arbitrary.
Just turn the other cheek. Just turn the other cheek.
No, you're just being arbitrary.
Hey, just
Parker.
turn the other cheek. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, we're just being arbitrary now. You can,
Can
say,
I
just
speak,
don't
or are
think
you
it
just
is.
gonna
Well, I
keep
can
doing
just
this? You're
say,
supposed
"I
to
really
you're
think it
supposed to
is."
turn the other cheek right now.
This is so silly.
You're supposed to turn the other cheek.
So actually, I don't. So this is this is you
No,
dodging.
don't turn the other
This is
cheek.
you dodging. Yeah, Parker, why don't you deal with the argument? I'm not asking
I will,
for your
if you let me
opinion
speak.
or your disposition towards all things. I
If
want
you're
an
done crashing out,
argument
I'll let him finish crashing out.
that is independent from your mental state. I want to know how you determine that you either are or are not living in a world that was created by God. I'm not asking for your opinion. Nobody cares about your opinion. What's the argument? That's your cue, buddy.
I think
Google,
that I
phone a
think
friend. You want to phone a friend?
I think logic actually disproves the existence of
I
God
think.
in
I
the
think.
Christian religion, and I think that's the basis of my position. Obviously, when I'm describing my positions, I'm going to reference things that I believe to be the case. I know that makes you very mad and very angry, but it's
Yeah, that's
okay,
more dodging.
and everything is going to be
You
okay.
can't
I
answer it.
promise you that. So let me please finish.
So you didn't
Yeah,
answer my
you can't stop
question.
cutting me off. I'm still finishing.
Okay, go ahead. Keep dodging,
Would you like to ask the question again?
Yeah, this is really clear. Either you have an argument that's independent from your mental state. So when you start saying, I think, like nobody cares about your opinion. That's just your arrogance. Either you have an argument as to how you know, independent from your mental state, that you either are living in God's world or are not. I want an argument like that. If you don't have that argument, then you could never defend the silly thing that you atheists continue to say, that you're living in a world where there is no God. So what is your argument, Parker? Be clear. Be clear. Don't start off with
I think this
I
is the
think-
best
I think-
argument. Listen. I think this is the best
I
argument.
have
Take a
an
listen
opinion.
in.
I have an opinion. That's all you say.
Listen to
is
this.
so
Listen to
goofy.
this. I think this is a really good argument. This is really pissing him off. It's so funny.
Yeah,
So again, God is perfect, correct?
I could be an atheist asking this question. I could say, Parker, you and I are both atheists. We really want to
He's not gonna
pretend
respond,
there's
is he?
no God. So what argument do we have that we
I'm
are
trying to
not
give you the
living in
argument right
God's
now.
world?
I'm trying to
That
give you the
doesn't
argument right
begin
now.
with I think. Well, questions are not
Hey, dude.
arguments.
Hey, dude. I asked
So
you.
I'm an atheist.
I have
you're
to
an
establish
atheist.
I have to establish
What
these
do we do,
points
Parker?
to run through the argument. So this is just
I
basic
can
core
be an
things you have to
atheist.
establish.
Oh my
Are you
gosh,
okay?
this is so silly. We're not even, yeah, so pretend we're both atheists, pretending there's no God, okay? We're both silly atheists, and we say, hey, we think there's no God. But the problem is, if our argument begins with I think, then the theist can just say, well, I think too. Then what do we do? Rock, paper, scissors? This is goofy. I want an argument. I want to know demonstrably how you either know you are living in God's world or not.
Yeah.
Don't begin it with I think.
Do you believe God is perfect?
I can be an atheist. Remember that?
I'm asking you
Questions are not
because I'm trying
arguments.
to internally critique your own worldview. Is that okay?
So yeah, this is you dodging again. Parker, you are one of the lousiest
He
atheists
wants
on
me to give an
TikTok.
argument, and then he literally won't even follow through with the argument. I know you're shaking in your boots
No,
and you don't
I
want to
can be
actually
an
answer,
atheist.
but you have to
questions?
establish these points so that we can go through the argument. I promise you,
Okay.
I'm giving you an argument. I just need you to answer these basic core questions
Yeah,
so I can
yeah.
provide the internal critique. Is that okay?
Yeah. So just no problem, but just to be clear, just so everyone's clear, your audience is clear, everyone is clear. Parker has no freaking argument at all. If I'm an atheist, he's got no argument. Let's just say that I
So I'm an agnostic atheist. It means I don't have an explanation for the world that came prior to the Big Bang. I don't know what it is. I don't have a worldview to then even claim this caused the universe. Okay? That's not my position. I'm an agnostic atheist. You are the one positively asserting a God exists. I am now trying
Wait, you
to
don't have a
internally
worldview.
critique your worldview to show you you
Okay.
don't have reason to accept your own worldview. If you want to engage with that,
Yeah.
you can choose to do that. But you're
Yeah, I
acting
would
like a
like to.
child right now, and you're claiming victory without even trying to actually engage with my points. You are literally
yeah,
so
actually, you're the
childish.
one-
Actually respond.
Yeah, so
I'm waiting.
Yeah, no problem. We'll engage with your argument, but as far as you accusing me of being childish, you've not answered any of my questions.
I
You've
promise
dodged
you I am doing
everything.
that.
You've
I've been doing that
you've
this
now
whole time.
muted me
Actually
multiple
respond to this
times.
whole point.
But go
Respond,
ahead.
please. At this
Go
point,
ahead.
respond.
You've muted me multiple times, but yeah.
And you
go
can
ahead.
cry about it later.
Make
You can
your
cry
argument.
about it later.
Yeah.
Respond. Now
Yeah.
give me a response. Is God perfect? Yes or no?
Yes, within the Christian worldview, God is perfect, and
Perfect.
there is no other ethical system by which perfect.
Okay, I didn't ask you
can
for any
be,
more than that. I didn't ask you for any more than that.
assessed.
I asked if God is perfect. That's all I asked.
God is
Okay,
perfect.
perfect. Does that mean that you're flawless and that you don't have any traits in which are undesirable or lack desirability?
No, that doesn't follow.
Okay, so what does perfect mean?
Perfect would be that which is consistent with the mind of God.
Okay,
God would
meaning
be
that
the
there are
standard of perfection.
meaning that there's
That
no
God would be the
flaw.
standard of perfection. So we just stepped into ethics, right? So now because remember, let me answer your question, Parker. Settle down. So when it came to your nothing, that got wiped out. When it came to your epistemology, that got wiped out. Even though you're making logical arguments without a foundation, because you don't have a worldview according to you, because you've never.
He's
thought
going to
this
make a
through.
million
But now
claims
you wanna
instead of
step into
responding to my
ethics
point.
with me. Right.
You
No,
see how he's
this
just
is- I
like,
wanna
this
make
is
sure
just
anyone who's
ridiculous,
tuning
dude.
in is up to speed. So, yeah. So now we're into ethics. So yeah. So God would be the standard of perfection. If you don't like that, because you're like, I don't believe in God, then I
We're
need
literally
you
just trying to get to
invoke
the argument. We
an,
can't even do it
an
because he's got to
ethical
like
system.
add this all a little commentary, dude. This is embarrassing.
Yeah. So God would be the standard of perfection. I get it. You're coping right now. Do you have another standard of perfection?
I'm just
Is there
trying to
another standard of
establish that you
perfection?
believe God is perfect just to run the argument, and we can't even do this. I'm not even claiming anything. Okay?
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up and
God is
listen.
perfect.
Okay?
Yeah, God.
Hey, hey,
Ooh,
shut up and listen.
ooh, settle down, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. You're losing your composure. Don't do that. You've got so many viewers right now, and you're literally.
It's okay. Turn the
melting
other
down.
cheek. It's okay. Turn the other cheek.
Okay, yes, that's fine. Okay.
What is this
Let's hear
performative?
your lousy
These are
argument.
such perform. This is straight virtue signaling. It's so embarrassing. Like, can I
I'm
actually
I'm
go through the
waiting.
argument? I have yet to be able to go through the argument. All you've done is just try to ad hom me this whole time, bro. Actually, give me a
Oh, so
fucking
you can cry about
basis
it
or
later.
response to what
Remember
I'm
you
saying.
said that?
I'm trying to
Cry
give
about
you
it
the
later?
argument. You're not even trying to engage with the argument, and you're projecting this entire argument.
So, can I be precise, or you just want me to be sloppy, like you?
I want you to respond
Is
to my
God
points.
is God perfect? Yes. Is there another standard of perfection? No. So God is perfect, right? That's where we're at. I'm not. I'm every bad thing. I'm a lousy Christian. I'm a hypocrite. That's why I'm.
I don't even think it's possible to have a conversation with this guy. Like, genuinely, is it?
I'm waiting. Oh no, don't do that.
I'm really
buddy.
trying to. Like, I'm trying. If you'd like to actually like let me do so, I would love to have the conversation with you. But you're acting like an absolute
ahead.
child right now, dude.
God is perfect. Stop, Parker. Be better. God is perfect.
Yeah, of course.
What's next?
Okay.
What's next?
So I just
There are
had
a
to
lot of
establish
people
what you
watching.
mean by
What's
perfect. We
next?
have yet to do that yet because you keep just talking and saying random shit. Like, I genuinely,
Yeah.
like, I just want to
Oh,
talk
I'll do
about
it
this.
again for, like, the
So in
third
terms of
time. So
perfection, okay? You said
perfection-
everything. I didn't ask you. Let me please finish. You said everything in accordance specifically with God. Okay? So that would mean
right.
that it
God's
wouldn't
nature.
fail to meet God's preferences, right? And it wouldn't
Yeah,
lack
this is-
God's preferences. That's just
Right,
a
are you
basis.
trying to? Yeah. So perfection is that which is consistent with the nature of God. There would be no standard above and beyond God, and it wouldn't be arbitrary from God's perspective, Him just saying one thing or another. So it would be that which is consistent with the nature of God. I don't want to say too much and have you crash more. Just does that work, or do you want me? Are we good? Continue running your argument. I just want to make sure that you don't straw man me to death.
So to clarify, a flaw would be just like something God considers is wrong or would not be in accordance or consistent with His nature, and then also like a lack of desirability would mean that it's still also not consistent with God's nature. Can we at least
Yeah, well,
clarify that?
we would call what you're calling a flaw on Christianity. I believe we would be referring to what we would call a sin, which
Yeah.
would be a deviation from God's perfect plan.
Which is not consistent with the nature of God, correct?
No, well, so just Parker, do you understand? Like your parents have a perfect plan for you, and a permissive will for you, right? Like your parents, maybe they want you to be a doctor, but you don't make your bed every day, and they want you to, and so you fail them in those respects, but they still love you. Okay, God has a perfect will and a permissive will. God has a perfect will for all of our lives, that we repent and be reconciled, but he understands that people like you don't want to do that, at least yet, and he will permit you to make these lousy arguments from an incoherent worldview because he loves you. He doesn't want to judge you yet.
I would
But
go
go
to
ahead.
hell if it means not
Continue
being
your
anywhere around Geo. But if you
Well,
want to
yeah,
talk
you
about
say
sin,
that's- I mean,
like
that's
hold up,
cute.
let me
You
make my
might get your
argument.
wish.
Let me make my argument. Sin is if
wish
you're
you
saying
would.
sin is consistent with the nature of God, is that your argument here?
No, inconsistent. It would be a deviation from
So it's
God's
inconsistent.
perfect
So to
will.
clarify, sin is inconsistent with the nature of God.
No, it's not inconsistent.
Okay, so
do
you're,
you
I don't know what
understand?
you're trying to say at this point then.
Right, God has a perfect will and a permissive will. Sin is a deviation from God's perfect will, but it's not inconsistent because God has a plan for his creatures like you and me, where we're going to fail continually. So it's not inconsistent.
Dude, I'm like, I
That's
didn't ask
part of
for you
his
to
plan.
preach. I didn't ask for you to
This
preach.
is
I asked
basic-
for a
this is just
response to my
basic-
question,
oh,
dude.
that's
I know
right,
you want to
that's
preach. You want to preach and you want to bring up
Right.
everything you possibly can. I
No,
get
you
it.
want sloppy. You
I
want sloppy,
understand.
right? You want
I just
sloppy.
want you to
I
respond to
forgot.
my questions. Okay?
Yeah, you want sloppy.
Right. Is
right? You want a
is
sloppy straw
sin
man?
consistent or inconsistent with the nature of God?
Sin is consistent with God's permissive will. Yes. God permits us to sin, Parker.
Okay.
He does. He's like, Parker, I'm going to let you make goofy statements on the internet and not judge you. Not yet. So it's
Okay.
not inconsistent. So what's your argument? Where's your argument, Parker?
Okay, so
Do
when
you
we
want to
say
repent yet, or you want to keep being silly atheist? What do you want to do?
dude, you're so embarrassing. You
I'm
make
waiting
your
for the
okay. I'm just gonna
argument.
let you know. You acting this way does not bring more people towards your worldview. It pulls
I'm
people
just-
away from your worldview.
Yeah, well, I don't
If
think
you
so. I
actually
don't
want to
think
pull
so.
more people towards your worldview, I wouldn't act like this. I've been incredibly
Parker,
nice
this
to you,
is just more
and you're just
arbitrariness from
consistently
you.
cutting me off. I'm trying to even argue this. You've been
Yeah,
incredibly
yeah.
insufferable this entire conversation. Okay.
Yeah, let me
I
know
want to
when
be
you're
able to
done.
make this argument. I want to be able to go through this. So you're saying
I'm
that
waiting.
sin is inconsistent with the nature of God in terms of his overall will, but he allows
That's
for
right.
it to occur, right?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That works.
Okay, so it's still considered a flaw under his perspective.
Correct. It's a deviation from his perfect will. Sure. That's why we're going to give an account for it.
Okay, nice. Deviation from
Right.
perfect will. All right. Let me
That's
just
right.
establish that. Okay. So
Okay, establish that.
there is sin within our world, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Absolutely.
God
Like,
in,
you're unrepentant, aren't you?
God intentionally caused the universe and the world, right?
Correct.
Okay. He wanted to create the world, right?
That's right. Yes. And
Okay.
he will allow you to sin and suffer the consequences.
Okay. So to clarify, the world we exist in is imperfect, correct?
Currently, yes.
Okay.
Currently, yes.
Imperfect creation, and God's existence was
No,
perfect.
well, yeah, currently, yes.
Yeah. So I mean, at
Yeah,
any point in time,
currently.
it being imperfect would mean as a whole it's imperfect. To clarify.
Yeah, currently, yes.
Yeah.
God
So
created everything and it was good. And when sin,
so can I clarify?
when people like you and me sin, we mess it all up. That's why
Okay.
he's going to judge us. Yeah, because we mess it up.
Can't wait. So yeah, if you wanna reference this again, in terms of this, God's a perfect creator, meaning when he existed alone,
That's right.
everything was consistent with his nature,
Well, I don't know
everything
what
was
you mean by
good.
alone.
Yeah, I meant like prior to creation, because God's
Yeah,
eternal.
like within the Trinity. Yeah, I mean, there was always two other persons. But yeah, I get what
Yeah,
you're saying.
you know what
We're
I'm
just
saying.
being precise. Is that okay? Or you
That's
just want
fine.
sloppy?
I mean, I don't think the Trinity makes any sense. It's a whole separate argument, but
Yeah,
The
well, we can discuss. I can correct you there too. That's no problem, Parker. I got you today, dude.
Okay.
Good. We're good.
Yeah, okay, sure. So again, the whole point I'm trying to make is that prior to creation, it's God with the Trinity existing alone. Everything's
That's right.
perfect. There's nothing about the world that is not consistent with His will. There's nothing about the world in which is flawed. There's nothing in which lacks desirability.
Correct.
Okay, to clarify that. Okay, if nothing lacks desirability, if everything is perfect, there's no sins in the world, there's no flaws, right? You're telling me that God chose to go from a state in which
Well-
that existed to a state in which there's God plus creation, which entails that there's sin, there's flaws, there's things that are inconsistent with the nature of God. So again, you're telling me then that God preferred being inconsistent with the nature of God to being consistent with the nature of God in terms of the state of
No,
all
you're
existence.
invoking. Yeah. So yeah. So the problem here, there's two problems here. One is you're invoking sin as though it has like an ontology, as opposed to being a deviation from God's perfect will. Okay. Within God's perfect will, there is creation and creatures that will sin. So you're trying to like bake in this premise that I never accepted, why that somehow this is inconsistent.
Oh, you
So
you,
I'm
you
not sure,
seemingly
like,
you seemingly
where
don't know
got
what
this.
you don't know what you were committing yourself to. So you agree that there was a lack of desirability or no lack of desirability when
Well,
God
I mean,
existed
I
alone.
think that,
Do you agree with
uh,
that? You said that?
well, yes and no. I mean, it depends on what we mean. Are we talking about like,
Oh.
yeah, God desired to create, so there
Oh, so
was
then
a
there was a
desire
lack of
there, yeah.
desirability. So it wasn't flawless.
I'm not sure how creation somehow entails that there is a flaw before creation. Can you unpack
Well, it means
for
that
me?
there wasn't a desirable thing actualized, right? There was a lack of desirability.
So did that somehow change the nature of God?
Well, you would say that in this
That's what
context,
you're going to need to show, right? How did that change the nature of God?
yeah, because it's inconsistent with the nature of God to have any type of flaws, right? Or any type of sins.
No, but again, so yeah,
So
again, you're
wouldn't you
you're
wouldn't you
invoking.
say wait? So being consistent with the nature of God is preferable to being inconsistent with the nature of God, correct?
I'm not sure I understood what you just said.
Being consistent with
think
the
that
nature of
you're-
God is preferable to being inconsistent with the nature of God, correct?
Yeah, so remember, God has within God's nature, there is a perfect will and a permissive will, right? And so sin doesn't have an ontology. So if you're saying that like from eternity past, God's nature was a certain way and somehow creation changed that, there are certain accidental properties that might have changed, but that doesn't mean that essential properties change. You know the difference between those two things?
I want to answer my question first.
I hear you typing. Can you type up? Can you ask? You want to just phone a friend? So there's
No,
a difference between
the typing
there's a
typing is
difference
me
between
writing
an
down
essential-
notes. Hey, listen, the typing is me
No,
writing down
it's
notes
okay. It's okay.
so that I can re-ask you the same question after because you didn't answer the question. So I wrote down being consistent with the nature of God is preferable to being inconsistent with the nature of God. That's the question I asked you. You didn't answer the question, so I wrote it down so I don't forget it after you yap about a bunch of random shit. So that's actually the reason I wrote it down. Like instead of answering the question, you know.
Parker, you got to stop muting me, bud. It's really silly.
Well, then you got to stop
So,
acting like
Parker,
a
do
child
you
on my live
understand-
stream and like speaking whenever you feel like it, even in the middle of my sentence, when you're not even actually creating a better productive flow of the conversation or actually trying to get us to stay on topic of what we were prior talking about it. You were simply just doing that in order to be able to take away from the productive capacity and flow of this conversation. Again, I'll re-ask the question. Being consistent with the nature of God is preferable to being inconsistent with the nature of God, correct?
Yeah, it would be preferable to be consistent with the perfect will of God as opposed to God's permissive will. Now,
Okay.
Parker, I asked
So-
you a question.
So wait, let me please
Parker,
finish.
I asked you a question.
Am I able to
Parker,
finish
just
my
hold on.
argument without you
No,
asking some
yeah,
random
yeah,
obscure
I know.
question?
I just want to make sure. Parker, hold on. You just accused me of all kinds of stuff, rhetoric, right? Now you're literally doing the same thing. Don't be a hypocrite. Parker, do you understand the difference between an essential property and an accidental property? Can you tell me what those would be?
Yeah, an essential property is going to be something fundamental that has always existed, that is necessary to exist in all cases. Whereas I think what you're trying to reference with an accidental would be that it could be otherwise.
Yeah. So like
So what you
like
really
you
mean
could
is
change.
dependent
So like
versus
you could
independent,
change. Yeah, like you could change your
or
hair.
necessary and contingent.
Yeah, you could change your hair and still be Parker. Okay, because that would be like a accidental property.
Yeah,
So in the
it's a
same way,
characteristic that
you
can be differently.
can have a
Yes.
God, right? In the same way, like this is a lousy argument.
This has
In the
nothing to
same
do with my
way, you can
argument at all.
have. No, well, it is. I'll explain why right now. In the same way, you can have a God that has a perfect will prior to creation. God creates. There's nothing about his essential property that changed by allowing free creatures to sin. Okay? There's nothing about that. So in order for you to drive your argument home, you're going to need to show somehow, Parker, that creation somehow changed God's essential property as opposed to his as opposed to his accidental properties. Do you have an argument there? Or is this just some lousy argument you got while you were typing away? Do you
Yeah, so
have that
I'm gonna
for me?
repeat the argument I was going through, and I want you to let me finish. Because this whole thing, you keep doing
This
this,
is
where you just
frustrating
yap
so
about
hard
random
right now.
shit that doesn't even relate to the conversation,
Hey, hey,
is
hey,
a little
hey,
bit
hey, you don't need
annoying.
to cuss. You don't need to cuss.
So
Calm
can
down,
we at
buddy.
least get a
You're
response?
you're doing
You
so
agreed.
good. You got almost 4,000 people watching you right now. You were doing so good. You don't need to crash out. But does this mean you're going to dodge again? Because I asked you a question, and it seems like always, every single question I've asked
I
you
actually
dodge.
originally asked you the question, and
Every
you used this to
single
dodge. Like, I
question.
still have not been able to even argue my
Every
point.
single
I even
question.
answered your question. I answered specifically what was the difference between an essential property and an accidental
Oh,
property. Can I
you're
please
right.
finish
You're
my
right.
point?
I'll give you that. I'll give you that
So
point. I'll give you
dishonest.
that
What is
point.
this rage
You got
bait?
me. No. I corrected myself. You got me there. You were
Okay.
100% right there, Parker. You did type up and answer that question, and that's good on you. It's actually wise for you to type it up and answer. Go ahead. What's the argument?
Yeah, so I wrote down what I had to say because you keep yapping about random stuff instead
I
of
know.
responding to my point. So I wrote it down just to make sure that we stay on topic. You
That's
agreed
posturing.
that being
I'm
consistent.
directly
Stop
engaging.
talking, dude. Be quiet, dude.
Let's go.
Are you rage baiting? Is this like the
Yeah. No.
dude? Like you are probably genuinely. I talk
Parker,
to Trump
stop.
supporters every
Stop,
single day.
Parker.
This is one of the most insufferable people I've ever talked to.
I know. That's fine. That's
Yeah,
fair. That's
yeah.
a that's a
And
flaw
you are
in my
honestly worse than a
character.
lot of the Trump supporters, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah, that might. Hey, you know what? That could be a flaw in my character.
You probably are a
That
Trump
is
supporter,
not.
actually. Are you? Do you support Trump?
Is this another red herring? I know.
Wait. Just a real question. Do you support Trump?
You see what I
Versus
do
the
about this?
costume.
Yeah,
Do you
this
support
is-
Trump?
Wait. I thought you had an argument, Parker.
Wait, I do.
Let's do that.
I'm curious. I'm curious. Do you
Parker,
support Trump?
here's the argument.
Hey, do
In
you support Trump?
conclusion, you must be a Trump supporter.
Wait.
Parker,
I'm asking.
got
Do you?
You got almost
Can he answer the
4,000
question, dude?
people.
It's like I ask him
Yeah,
a
you
question,
got
he never
almost
can
four-
answer.
Parker, you got almost 4,000 people watching you epically fail. Drive your argument home. Show me how creation changes God's essential properties. Hurry up. I don't want to be here all day, Parker. It's been fun. But you got almost 4,000 people watching you right now. This is a pivot. This is a duck, dive, dodge, dip.
I'd love for you to watch the conversation back to be able to apply that yourself. Now, answer the question. Are you a Trump supporter? I'll continue with the argument. I'm just curious.
It has nothing to do with. I'm not interested in talking about politics.
Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to. I'm not
I'm
gonna question you anymore. I'm just
I'm a
curious.
Christian. I'm here to talk about the irrationality of your atheism, and I think I've done a good job.
I understand.
You've not been able to
I
engage
understand,
with
dude.
anything.
Hey, dude.
And now I'm here trying to get you to just.
Okay, we're gonna just do this. I will literally mute you every single time you don't answer a question.
Not
Okay? Do you
posturing,
want to play this
bud.
game? No, seriously. This is embarrassing. You're the one posturing. Do you want to play this game?
Now you're gonna mute me over and over.
Yes, I will. I will
Parker.
mute you over and over again because you're not answering
Parker,
questions. I will mute you over and over again because you're not answering
Parker,
questions.
don't cry.
Until I hear an answer to your question, and to the answer to the question, I'm not going to unmute you. You've been acting
Merry
like a child
Christmas,
this whole
buddy.
time. You can't even answer direct questions. I'm literally just asking because I think that you probably are MAGA, right? And honestly, it would make sense because you're pretty insufferable. Okay.
So could I have that argument? You talked all that
We will. We will. I'm just waiting for you to be able to respond to this
muting me.
question. Nope, I won't. No, seriously, if you don't answer,
right.
next time you unmute, if you don't answer, I'll thank a bunch of people, and you won't even have time to be able to respond for like the next fucking 5 minutes. Okay? So, do you
Repent,
want to
buddy.
answer right now, or do you want me to just for the next 5 minutes thank people because I don't have enough in my fucking energy to continue to do this without you,
Okay, here
you
it
fucking
goes.
responding?
You ready? I am a Jesus supporter.
Okay. All right. So we'll do this. Garrett, thank you so much for the $30. I really appreciate it. He's very much a
All right,
child.
Parker,
Thank you
thanks
so
for
much,
having
Garrett.
me
I
up,
really
bud.
appreciate it. He's about to run away because he doesn't want to actually engage with my points.
If you can't
Thank you so
finish
much,
your
Garrett, for the $30.
argument,
Thank you so much. Benjamin, thank you so much
then
for the
I'm gonna
$5. By the
dip.
way, Garrett, Merry Christmas to you. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bradley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know, right? Thank you so much for the Galaxy as well. Bubba, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Benjamin, again, with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know, it's kind of embarrassing. And Benjamin, also,
I'll
again,
mute
thank you for the
myself for a minute.
$10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. He does. He literally does without actually providing a justification for that. Kylie, thank you so much for the $5. Merry Christmas to you as well. Christian, thank you so much for the $5. Merry Christmas. Benjamin, again, with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Some W's for them in the comments. Zachary, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Christine, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal as well. Merry Christmas to both of you. Kenda, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Absolutely not. Genevieve, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Merry Christmas to you as well, Genevieve. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much. Harry, thank you for the $4. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Catherine with the $10. Merry Christmas to you as well. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then we'll continue on if the guest actually can. Ken, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much again. Joe, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Tools, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Happy Holoblaze, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Vance, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Derek, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it, Derek. Thank you so much, Derek. Holy shit, Derek sent so many. Holy fuck, Derek. I didn't even see this until now. Holy shit, Derek. Thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Derek in the comment section right now? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Derek, and for the $10, and for the for another $20, for the $50 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Derek. Thank you. I'll definitely make sure to look through that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Derek. Thank you for the $10, and for the another 10, and for the 5, and the 10. Derek with another 60. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Derek in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you. Jason, again, thank you so much for the 5 or the $10. Sam, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Rev, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Angel with the 5. Rev again with the 2. Thank you so much. And Kimberly, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I actually don't. I used to. And I'll think about it for sure. I'll definitely think about it for sure. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you done grifting
As well
for
as Vance,
atheism?
thank you for the $5. Wow,
No,
now
we're
I'm
still-
grifting.
we're still
Now I'm
going?
grifting for atheism.
Well,
What makes you
are, I
think?
know,
What
you're
makes
like
you
a
think I'm
closet
grifting?
atheist. You want to be like, hey, there's no God, but then when I press you, you just want to play
There's
like
the
silly
galaxy.
games. Can I get that?
So now I'm
conclusion,
grifting.
or we
Can you define grifting now?
I just feel like I'm on a.
He's
long
totally MAGA.
date,
By the way,
and I
he's
don't
totally
wanna be
MAGA.
here
Chat. He's
anymore.
totally MAGA. You're MAGA. Totally. You answer the question. Are you
I mean,
MAGA?
I'm not sure what my political leaning has to do with your.
That answer definitely means he's MAGA. He would have said he's not MAGA if he's not. Like he totally is MAGA. I knew someone
Wait, are you
couldn't
waiting
be.
for your friend to help you?
Maya, thank you
Phone
so
a
much for the
friend?
$10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. Thank you. SG, thank
Can
you so much for the
someone-
membership subscription. Ray, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for
was
supporting the grift. I really appreciate it. Thank you very
guys.
much.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you for thanking them as well. Raw, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2 as well. Thank you so much.
That's right. That's
Thank
right.
you so much. I really
Thanks
appreciate
for-
the
hey,
grift.
thanks for letting
Thank
me
you,
up
Kelly,
here,
with the $10
showing
for
that
the
you got
atheist
nothing.
grift. Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thanks
I
for the
appreciate the support for the atheist grift. Lane, thank you for the
I would
$5.
like to
Thank you so
go,
much.
though,
Merry
unless
Christmas.
Unless you're just
Wait.
trying to keep me up here on a date, like. Do you
Hold
have
up.
a
So I got you. I
conclusion
got
for
you.
This argument?
I
Like,
got
or
you with
what?
an argument.
You drugged me this way, and I'm like, all
I got
right,
you.
I'm
I got
ready.
you with an argument. I just got to grift a little bit. MAGA Christ, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. Thank you.
I just feel
Alrighty,
like
here.
you're
Hold up.
coping right now. Do you need to phone a
I'm
friend?
trying
Are you
to-
waiting for that respond text?
Oh yeah,
Like,
no, I
help?
need to phone a friend to deal with you. Yeah, definitely. I definitely do.
I mean, I've been
Dwayne,
waiting.
thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Don, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you. He reminds me of
All right,
Brock.
man.
I know, right?
All right.
Dude.
Well, Jesus loves
Thank you very
folks.
much.
Merry
All right, let me.
Christmas.
No, I'm
If
giving you an
not gonna
argument.
get
I'm
that
giving you an
conclusion,
argument.
I will.
I'm giving you an
I will
argument.
dip.
This is Mary
So you
Griffness.
were about ready to tell me how this
I got
somehow
you.
changes
I got
God's
you.
essential properties.
I got you. Can I please make my
Okay.
argument?
I've been waiting for so long.
And yet you cut me off instead of letting me actually talk about that. So again,
I've literally,
so
I've been saying like,
stop
I
talking.
do
Just
have
stop.
to
Just
go.
stop.
You-
Stop. 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 Stop.
All
Stop.
right,
Stop.
so what's
Stop.
the
It's okay.
argument?
It's gonna be
Let's
okay.
go.
Lauren, thank you for the $5 for supporting the grift. Thank you. So again, in terms of this, you believe that sin is not consistent with the with God's will or God's nature. I mean,
It's perfect, Will.
right?
Sure.
And to clarify, you do believe that prior to creation, everything was consistent with God's perfect will.
I don't know that anybody can know that. I mean, if God's will was that He was to create creatures that would sin, then I don't know that that's a question anyone can answer.
Okay, so to clarify, so his will was to create it, meaning he wasn't doing something consistent with his own will until he did create.
No, I've already made a distinction. You got to do better, bud. This is really bad. So I'll explain it to you again. So God has, and this isn't even controversial. So God has a
We,
perfect
we haven't
will.
even gotten through the
And
argument
within
yet. We're
God's
just
perfect
establishing
will,
this.
everything would work out a certain way. But God permits us to sin, you and
I
me,
understand.
right? And that's a good thing that God's long suffering, because we don't want to be judged yet, right? We want a chance to repent so we can continue, living in the world doing stupid stuff like you're going to do all day, obsessing with the God you know. And we don't want to be judged yet. We want to repent first. So yeah. So go ahead. So this somehow, so creation changes God's essential properties. How?
Yeah. So the point that I'm trying to make is that, again, God is perfect, meaning that there are no flaws, there's no
Right.
lack of desirable characteristics. And in this particular
That's right.
sense, again, it's consistent with his nature prior to the fact that there is going to be the existence of creation. Creation is
That's right.
inconsistent with his nature because it
Which
includes.
nature? Which
Let me
nature?
please
Which
finish. It
nature?
is inconsistent with his nature because it includes sin, it includes
Tell me,
imperfection and lack of
You literally
desirability
can't
and
represent us right.
undesirable traits in terms of sins. So if it
Yeah.
includes
So-
all of those particular things, well, then obviously it would
straw man
include.
too?
Let me
That you
please
straw man?
finish. You see how
Well,
you
you're
can't
straw
let me
manning,
finish.
but okay.
Alrighty, we'll just do this. Lauren, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 for the atheist
All right,
grift.
thanks,
Thank you so
Parker.
much. I really appreciate it.
yeah,
Jason, thank you for the
creation
$20 for the
is-
religion is the biggest grift ever. True.
Thanks, Parker.
Yeah.
You done lousy. Maybe
Yeah,
one
no,
of these days you
no,
can
I'm
represent my position.
I'm gonna actually continue with
So
this if you let me continue with
creation
it, but
is
you
consistent.
clearly aren't.
Yeah, when you say God's will, after I've made numerous times the distinction between
I
God's
understand.
perfect will and God's permissive will.
I get it.
If you can't get that right in your argument,
I said
then all
God's
you're doing
nature.
is straw man.
I said nature of God.
Yeah, so God's nature, within God's nature, God allows for for people to sin against him.
I
That is
understand.
permissive.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
there's
understand.
No problem
But
there.
what you're
What's
not
the problem?
understanding.
How does that affect God's? How does that God's?
I'm trying to
affect
explain.
God's essential properties. Explain to me.
Yeah, his
And
essential
then I gotta
property.
go, because I feel
his-
like you're just I think you're just dragging your feet, wasting time here. When you know I gotta go. I'm trying.
You've cut me off every single time that I have spoke, and you think I'm the one dragging this on.
Oh, posh.
I was able to. You can watch back. I was able to run this.
5 minutes.
I was able to run this argument with so many other guests. You are so insufferable. I have not been able to get through this argument, and it's taken so long because of you. It is not because of me. It's because you take so damn long to let me finish the fucking points because you cut me off every single time I speak, like right now. Stop talking. Dude, I'm going to just mute you. Stop. And you're saying I'm crashing out when I'm literally just trying to be able to speak. You see? You're acting like a child. Okay? So let me continue to finish. So again, the point is that, again, it is inconsistent with his will, specifically to create, or not with his will, with his nature, with God's nature, specifically to create because of the fact that there's going to be some flaws within the existence when God creates. And I understand you're saying God allows for these things, and it's part
Why
of
is
his
that
permissive.
inconsistent?
Oh my God! I am explaining.
I'm
Shut.
asking you why that's inconsistent.
Be quiet, please. Please stop talking. I'm explaining,
It's
and
just
I'm
an
working on
assertion.
that. I need you to listen. You cut me off one time, and I'm just gonna thank people until I'm done. Okay? Because this is absurd. I can't even go through the argument. Okay? Again, it is consistent with his nature, specifically to not create, because of the fact that he's perfect. Everything within existence is perfect, and it's all in accordance with his particular nature. Whereas after there's creation, there are sins, things that God do not please God, things that God is not happy with, and he said it's against his desire. Right? Given that that's the case, it's not consistent with his will. Right? Specifically, right, for that to occur, right? It's not consistent with, or
His
with his nature. That's what I meant to
permissive
say. With his nature.
His perfect
You're saying it's
will?
consistent. You're saying it's consistent with his permissive will. But what I'm arguing is it's not consistent with his perfect will, as his perfect will would not include a permissive will where it allows for sins to occur because of the fact that
Says
there is a
who?
because of the fact that there is a
Wait, says
existence.
who?
Let me explain. Because of the fact that there's an existence prior to creation that does not include those characteristics. So it would entail that God went from a state of affairs in which had no lack of desirable characteristics and had completely desirable characteristics, no undesirable characteristics, to a world that does have undesirable characteristics because he decided to create. Because again, sin was within our existence, and that is again an existence of some sort of will that is not in accordance with the perfect will. So unless there is a necessary argument for permissive
That's the
will
part you
to
need to
allow for
defend. That's
sin
an
to occur,
assertion.
unless there is a necessary argument for permissive will allowing for sin to occur, then there's not an argument on the basis of that. And it's also assuming that all of the suffering and bad things that exist within the world are totally dependent upon sin, when it's actually not the case. Like whether or not we starve to death is independent of that. And if you're going to say that that's in accordance with God's perfect will that people starve to death, I think that would be an absurd, ridiculous position as well.
Parker, do you understand that there's a difference between making arguments and making assertions? So all you did was you asserted that creation is somehow inconsistent with God's nature. But that is sloppy. I've already explained to you how that it wouldn't be inconsistent with God's nature because God did it. God doing something is consistent with God's nature. It is consistent with the nature of God to create people that will sin. Again, sin does not have an ontology. Sin isn't a thing that exists. It's not like concrete out there extended in space. Sin is a deviation from God's perfect will. But
I
God
understand.
permits it because that is consistent with God's nature. If you want to say that's not the case, Parker, then you're only making an assertion unless you have an argument. And I understand why you don't like engaging with me, because I'm calling you out on your straw man. It's a sloppy argument and it's really weak. You need to go back to the drawing board. If you can't accurately represent my position and you got a posture and grift in the middle of your argument, it's because you're just coping, okay? Even so, lastly, you're gonna have to show that somehow creation compromises or is a deviation from God's essential properties. And you've not been able to do that too. So Parker, it's been fun. Atheism is lousy. I hope that you guys repent. Merry Christmas.
Wait,
Christ
don't
is
leave.
born.
I still have a point.
No,
I
I
haven't
do have
finished.
to go. I've been saying that for 20 minutes. I'm not running from you. We'll
Wait, no,
talk
can
later.
I make at least
that
one or
fair?
two more points before you leave?
Parker, is that fair? Another
It
straw
would be
man?
fair, but I just asked if I could make one or two more points before you leave.
I'm not going to respond to them. If you want me on
That's fine.
stage so you can misrepresent what I'm going to say,
I'm not gonna
then that's
misrepresent
fine.
anything.
But at this point, like I've been clear. I
You're
do have
limiting
to
my
go.
ability to be able to tell you right now, and you're wasting time.
All right.
You
Let me
wasted
brace
so much
myself, Parker. Let me brace myself. Go ahead.
time. Okay. So it only makes sense for there to be a deviation that he allows if the deviation was logically necessary. The argument I provided to you was that the deviation was not logically necessary to achieve perfection because perfection already existed prior to the deviation. So the deviation is all unnecessary and is inconsistent with his will and inconsistent with his nature on the basis of the fact that we're referencing the perfect will because of the fact that it is unnecessary to have any level of deviation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Parker. So again, that's an assertion that you would need to be omniscient to defend.
Not true.
This is
I
why,
just clarified.
This is why most people don't. Even Cosmic Skeptic doesn't take you guys seriously anymore. Okay.
What?
Yeah, you guys are like atheism.
I
isn't-
don't think
I
Cosmic
don't know.
Skeptic knows who I am.
Like it's cute that you obsess with the God you pretend is false all day. But yeah, you would need to be omniscient to defend that. And again, you're only making an assertion.
Wait, Alex
And you're
O'Connor is
demanding-
atheist. You know Alex O'Connor's an atheist,
Yeah.
right?
Well, he was talking about like the naturalist and those who like fail to defend their worldview recently. Which would be you,
I'm not
right?
someone who even
'Cause remember when I
specified a
asked-
particular
remember when I
worldview.
asked you- Right. Well, yeah. So the
He agrees with me.
facts that
Alex
you
O'Connor
assert-
agrees with me. I just want to clarify that.
So Parker, the facts that you assert have no fundamental context.
Wait, I told you
Right?
that
That's
there's
what
no
you're saying.
necessary element to deviate, right? So, because again,
Hey, Parker,
perfection was already
we'll talk
achieved.
later, Parker.
So you're saying it would be necessary for there to be perfection
Parker.
achieved, but perfection already existed prior to this point, because God
Parker.
existed alone, and that was perfection.
Right, right. Yeah. So again, there's nothing, you're going to have to more than assert it. You're just demanding it to be the case. That's an assertion. That's not an argument. Okay. That's why I made that distinction between like an essential
I did provide you that.
and an accidental property. God can
It's not just a
change
demand.
certain,
It's
God can change. Hold on. God can change certain things. God can create in the same way that you can change your hair color. You can dye it blue and run out and yell like silly stuff in the street like you guys do. You can do that stuff, but that's not inconsistent with your essential nature, is it?
It
No,
is
it's
because
not.
it
So,
contradicts
no,
the
it's
perfect
not.
will, because the perfect will would
I've already-
entail that
that's
there
an
is no
assertion.
deviation unless
That's
necessary.
an assertion, and I didn't even agree to that. So
Okay, so then you think
again,
that there
you're
could
just-
be deviations unnecessarily and it could still be
again, no.
perfect? That makes no sense.
Parker, it's been fun. I do have to
Wouldn't that
go.
just entail that there are sins and
I
it's
do
not
have to go.
perfect?
I hope that you can repent or come up with a good argument.
I think you should repent, turn to Pieces.
But
Garrett, thank you so much for the $10. I really
thanks for
appreciate it.
having me
Garrett,
on,
thank you so
Parker.
much for the
It's been fun.
$10. Nikki, thank you so much for the $5. Happy holidays. Abigail, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, of course. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Abigail. Chris Dale, thank you so much. Really appreciate the membership subscription. That was so insufferable, dude. That was one of the most insufferable conversations I've had in a long time. I really tried. Yeah, everyone, I think that is probably going to be it for today in terms of the debates. It's probably going to be it for today. I just got over 4 hours. I did do a little bit different of a live today. It was fun. It was a good time to do a little bit different. Marion, thank you so much for the $5. I hope people had a good time. If you did miss any of the conversation, you want to see some of that from later on, make sure to check out my YouTube. The whole stream has been on YouTube, so you can rewatch it back. Rain, by the way, thank you for the $5. Happy Merry Christmas for you. I might just sit and have a little bit of Q&A or something like that for a little bit here in a second, maybe on TikTok or something like that. But I only will for like a few more minutes. Otherwise, I am going to be getting off here. I do appreciate everyone. Tomorrow I will be back with the normal Trump debates, everyone. Normal Trump debates will be tomorrow. Today was just like a sort of a Christmas sort of thing. Alrighty, everyone. Well, I'm going to get off on YouTube. I'm going to end it on YouTube. I think I'll stay here on TikTok for a little bit, and I'll answer some questions on TikTok. So if you want to come hang out and answer or ask some questions or whatnot for the next like few minutes, I think I'll probably do it for max 12 more minutes. Then you can do that over on TikTok. Otherwise, I would recommend to check out YouTube here. You can watch the whole stream that I just streamed if you'd like to. But thank you everyone for coming through. Enjoy the holidays. Merry Christmas, everyone. Have a fantastic day. I love y'all so much. I'll see everyone on YouTube later.